Yep. In
5,
five.
4, 3, 2, 1. Good evening. The meeting will now come to order. Hello, I am Marcia Herbert, President of the Board of Education. I would like to welcome you to the January 13th, 2021 board meeting. In keeping with the board's commitment to open communication with the community, this meeting is being streamlined on CCPS website at www.carrollk12.org and broadcast live on Channel 21 as my glasses fog up. We are also recording this meeting so that it can be accessed on demand on our website and broadcast throughout the month on Channel 21. This will be a hybrid meeting in which board members are present in the boardroom. However, some board members and staff will be participating virtually. Due to COVID-19 restrictions, the public will not be able to attend the meeting apart from those who wish to speak during citizen participation. Citizen participation is scheduled on the agenda for approximately 5:15 p.m. and 6:30 p.m. Speakers are allowed in the boardroom individually for the allotted 3 minutes to address the board. Citizens who wish to speak must adhere to the social distance guidelines and safety precautions we previously publicized in communication about public comment for this meeting. Citizens must wear a mask while in the building and also when addressing the board. For board members and staff who are participating in the virtual meeting, I will remind us all to silence our cell phones and other devices around us that the microphone may pick up. Also, we should also silence our microphones when we are not speaking. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
So moved by Dr. Dorsey, and I need a second.
Second?
Second by Donna Savigny. Are there any comments or revisions on the unapproved board updates meeting minutes for December 2nd?
Okay, I'm sorry, we're looking at the minutes for December 2nd?
December 2nd.
Ms. Herbert, I think I'll make a motion to approve the unapproved board update minutes for December 2nd, 2020.
Do I have a second?
So moved.
All right. Anything else? Comments? All right. All in favor of the agenda as submitted?
Aye.
Please say aye.
Of the,
Are we voting
Of
on
the-
the agenda or the minutes?
Excuse me, of the minutes. Oh, excuse me, the agenda, I'm sorry. I got to get my glasses done.
We should be doing agenda.
Agenda,
Yes.
yes. Sorry.
oh, I'm sorry, I thought that we had actually voted on the agenda.
had
I
not
was
voted on
jumping
the
the
agenda
gun.
yet.
I'm
Yes.
sorry.
All right.
Aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, it passes unanimously. Okay, now we're going to move on to the unapproved board update minutes for December 2nd. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved?
And do I need to have a second?
Second.
Second by Tara, and we're talking about December 2nd ones. Comments, questions? If not, I call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye by aye. Opposed? And that passes unanimously. Now we'd like to move on to the unapproved work session minutes on December 2nd. Do I have a motion to approve these?
So moved.
A motion by Tara Battaglia and
I'll second.
second by Donna Savigny. Questions, comments?
Ms. Herbert, I just want to take a second. I
Okay.
think there was a revision made, and I just want to make
Yes,
sure
there is a
that-
reversion. Yes,
Okay.
it was.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes. I'm comfortable
Okay.
with the
All right,
revisions. that
all
were made.
those in favor of the board minutes, please signify by aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And it passes unanimously. Now we need to, do I have a motion to approve the unapproved board meeting minutes for December 9th?
So moved.
By Dr. Dorsey and second by
Second.
Tara Battaglia, and comments?
Yes, I have one.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Dorsey.
And again, we've thoroughly gone over some of the changes, but on page 13, under the first action item, the approval of personnel action items. So again, it was moved by myself and seconded by Ms. Savigny's name didn't come out. So
Okay.
seconded by Ms. Savigny.
Andy, did you get that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Any other revisions?
I'm sorry, Dr. Dorsey, could you point to what page that was on
13.
again?
Page
Page
13, the first action item. I think when the crossover was put in there, it sort of moved your name out of view.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Oh, yeah.
I know we have a lot of minutes
Yes, and we
this month.
captured the others. but
Yes.
That was sort of lost.
Okay.
All right.
I had one other revision on page 2, with the Carroll County Student Government Report. The names of the presidents are misspelled. Should be Emiley for Emily, and Jaimie for Jamie.
Thank you.
And further along in that same, it says there is no CCSGA meeting scheduled in December. It should be there is no CCSGA General Assembly scheduled in December.
Thank you very much. All right. All in favor of the board meeting minutes as amended? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And that passes. And now we have our final ones. I need a motion to approve the unapproved board minutes, board updates meeting minutes for January 4th. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
By Dr. Dorsey and seconded by
Second.
Tara. Okay. Do we have any comments or revisions? All right. All in favor of the board meeting minutes as submitted with the amended parts?
So moved.
So moved. All those in favor?
Aye.
And nays? Okay, it has been voted unanimously. All right, we've got through that. Now, at this time, I would like to go for Carroll County Student Government Report. Dr. Locker?
Hey, I'll look to Devanshi.
I believe one of the Carroll County co-presidents, Jamie Hung, is with us right now.
Great.
Good morning, board members. Once again, I am Jamie, and I am a co-president of CCSG alongside Emily, who could not make it today. Recently, we held a staff meeting to collaborate and plan for our future event. There, we raised $351 on our Maryland Food Bank raiser, so we hope that money can go to help in the county next year. At our meeting, we discussed more of the amendments to the virtual election process for job and officer positions. Our February GA is planned for February 27th, and prior to that, we will be holding live speeches and a Q&A for our job candidates on February 22nd. It will be held from 4 to 5:30 p.m., and it will be also recorded for those who want to view it after the event. We plan to hold courageous conversations training for our staff and attend a community outreach program in March. Job applications have been out for a bit, and they are due February 8th, so we encourage interested freshmen and sophomores to apply. It is a large responsibility to take on, so if there are potential candidates questions, feel free to ask our current student representative on the Board of Education, Devanshi Mystery. Thank you. That is all. Have a good evening.
Well, thank you very much. All right, and now we will have time for citizen participation. And Mr. Kyler, take it away.
To have an orderly presentation of comments by the public, the following guidelines apply.
Speakers will be allowed in the boardroom individually for the allotted 3 minutes to address the board. Citizens who wish to speak must adhere to the social distancing guidelines and safety precautions we have previously publicized in communications about public comments for this meeting. All citizens must wear a mask in the building and when addressing the board. Citizens not appearing in person for public comment can write to the board through email or U.S. mail. Citizen participation is not intended to be a question and answer session. However, if citizens have specific questions, the superintendent will assign a staff member to make contact during the board meeting to arrange a time to respond to questions. The superintendent board reserves the right to correct misinformation presented as factual after the conclusion of the citizen participation period. Statements to the board shall relate to the recent agenda item, an agenda item that is expected to appear in the future, or a matter of general policy over which the board has authority. Personnel matters, pending appeals, the actions or statements of individual staff, or items related to employee negotiations are not appropriate topics and may not be discussed. It is the intent of the board to allow all citizens the opportunity to speak. Therefore, the board has scheduled time on the agenda for citizen participation at 5:15 and 6:30. It appears tonight we have 16 speakers, and we've agreed to allow all of them to speak in the earlier time. The board reserves the right to limit the number of speakers, which we will not do tonight. Comments are limited to 3 minutes or less. When the allotted time expires, the speaker is permitted to complete the sentence. The public may not display signs or posters during the board meeting. In lieu of signs, or if you are unable to complete your comments in the allotted time, individuals are encouraged to submit remarks to the board in writing. First speaker is Helena Cruikshank. And I cheated on the last name, but I got it right.
Good evening, board members. My name is Helena Cruikshank, and I am an 8th grade student at Northwest Middle School. I came here tonight to tell you about what I am experiencing as a student and I have some questions for you to think about. I participated in the last hybrid experiment in October. I did this because I missed school, my friends, and my teachers. And I missed getting everything I could out of my education. But I realized quickly that the social distance part of the experiment wasn't working. Out of my class of 34 students, only a few of us were in the classroom together at the same time, but we still couldn't socially distance. I know that the teachers and custodians did everything that they could to keep us safe, but ultimately we weren't. How as a county can we be safe when the coronavirus is in fact invisible? See, students go home to houses where they are not practicing the same safety measures as they would be in the school building. I realize what it means for me to miss school. I'm missing teachers, my friends, extracurricular activities, and I don't get to do things I might have done before. I might even miss the 8th grade dance, something that I have been looking forward to ever since I saw my sister get ready for it 2 years ago. But at the end of the day, I'm alive, I'm not sick, and I'm still careful. I think it's important to note that my father is a member of the judiciary and was vaccinated last week. Carroll County Public School teachers are just as essential, and you sent them back before they knew they would be vaccinated. I'm having a hard time understanding this because they go to school every day. So why did you send teachers back? Why didn't you take the proper precautions to do things with the health department? I know I'm just a kid, but please don't take the things that I'm saying lightly. You said over and over again that this is all for kids and our education, but without healthy teachers, none of us will be educated. I'm not participating in the next weeks of hybrid because Mr. Singer and Dr. Lockhart said it was a bad idea because of the surge and the coronavirus. My last point I'd like to make is if I don't listen to my teachers, I fail. My question is, are you failing? It's not my place to tell you that, but I can tell you you're not listening to your teachers. Thank you for your time, and I hope you make the right decision tonight.
Thank you. Thank you for coming tonight. Tony Roman.
Good evening, Dr. Lockard, board members, Commissioner Boucher, I believe, and hopefully Mr. Singer. I come to you today, Tony Roman, as a 35-year veteran, Carroll County Public Schools, and a 35-year member, proudly, of CCEA. I'm going to start this evening by reading to you a petition. On January 4th, the Carroll County Public Schools Board of Education voted 4-1 to restart hybrid teaching on January 7th, despite the objection of the superintendent, Stephen Lockard, the county's chief health officer, Ed Singer, and the COO of the Carroll County Hospital, Garrett Hoover. In December, the BOE decided to reevaluate the decision to return to all virtual teaching, except for some small group in-person classes, based on state BOE guidelines as follows. At or below 5 per 100,000 positive cases per week, less than 5% positivity rate in our county. At or above 15 per 100,000 cases, the guideline states limited or no in-person programs. We have not met these metrics, and cases are increasing. As of 1/6/21, Carroll County's positivity rate is 8.2%. And as of 1/10/21, it has 46 per 100,000 positive cases. Mr. Hoover described the hospital as being strained and some surgeries must be canceled. Science is being ignored. The more we gather in any setting, including schools, we give the virus legs to travel and spread in the community. Let's not put into harm's way the progress that has been made to have small groups of students gather for learning, special education, English learners, career, and tech. The health and safety of faculty, staff, and students is not of primary concern to the BOE. Despite testimony from teachers and a CCEA union representative describing health and safety concerns, the testimony is not being heard. I'll finish saying finally staff morale is plummeting, and the BOE demonstrates after reading no concern. I will leave this here. Presently at this time, there are over 2,100 signatures online for this. My biggest disappointment at the last meeting was you did not take advantage of the staff to ask the important question of all the students you were concerned that were failing, how many were actually going to return in hybrid? And I sadly believe those numbers are going to be disappointing to you. Please ask the staff who have the information, is what you are doing the right thing to do? I ask someone to make a motion to at least discuss this and consider reversing your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming. Catherine Henderson.
Hi. I stutter, and I'm still up here because what I have to say is incredibly important. My name is Catherine. I'm an SSA and LFI in middle school. My job is to aid and implement my students' IEPs, to be their voice and to advocate for those needs. That is why I'm here in front of you right now, because I know that this is not being done properly at this time. I've been in the building since small groups first were permitted to return to schools. I am now being pulled daily to other parts of the building to cover classes where teachers are virtual due to very real health and safety concerns. This is leaving my students without proper assistance that they are required to have under law. The lack of planning and constant change from the school board is not benefiting my students. It won't improve grades, and it will not help the child's state of mind. Teachers have every right to protect themselves, and that choice has been taken away. We do not have adequate staffing to support a full return to the classroom, and this inadequate staffing will prove detrimental to the children who need it the most. Close the school except for small specialized groups like LFI until all of your staff members are able to receive the vaccine if that is what they choose. Have a nice night and thank you.
Thank you. Crystal Burnett.
Hi, how are you? So I'm here today to speak on behalf of special needs individuals, parents of special needs, and myself, a parent of an autistic son. The amount of regression that I have seen from my son completely is heartbreaking, stressful, and not only on myself, but my entire household. All the positive steps and goals that I've had over the last 9 years, 7 of them being in the school system, seems as if we're starting all over again. Plus adding very new panic attacks, social skills has made in the past is completely stopped. Anger issues have become more and more apparent in our home during any outings we do, and to his grandparents who are the elderly. I work in the Baltimore County system, and I understand how difficult it is to keep kids engaged during virtual. I also have to make very hard decision to quit my job to stay full-time to help my son virtually learning if that goes to be the case, because I can't be on 6 hours during SEL, which is the program I work in, to help them and also help my son who is just not getting the virtual learning. I've lost 3 of my students in the SEL because they can't do this virtual online. I literally, sorry, I'm getting all like up, tongue-tied. At the very least, being in person 2 days a week helps him to have a one-on-one help that he so desperately needs. He becomes very scared to leave the house. He does not want to come out of his room. He's no longer engaging with family members, including his older brother when he comes to visit, or his older sister who lives in our home, plus the many others to see all of this hard work to get him to where he was, completely go backwards, has added so much stress on me already and at this stressful time. He also he was also doing well enough to wasn't doing well enough during this virtual learning where he was mainstreamed in the 2nd grade to now I have to go back and consider the psych evaluations, the behavior learning evaluations, to possibly not mainstream him any longer and put him in more of a general or a special ed program. He deserves to be in general education, but I also know that it's difficult for the people that he works with now in the Baltimore County, where he was, now in Carroll County, and we're new. He doesn't know anyone. He's not able to engage with anyone, things like that. So I appreciate it. Sorry it went on, but I have so much more to say. I just wish you would take our communication into consideration.
Thank you. Dennis Frazier.
Okay. Board members, Dr. Lockhart, and Commissioner Boucher, I'm here tonight because I believe, as I said in the State of the County address, you have put the safety of the county in jeopardy with your decision to go back to hybrid too soon. Remember, some of the decisions that you make affect the entire county, not just the school system. I wanted to get back to hybrid as well, but only when it was safe to do so. I was surprised by your vote in January meeting to resume hybrid with the numbers so high. Maybe I was naive, but at your December meeting, you did talk about taking the numbers and the metrics into consideration before going back. The county numbers were between 200 and 300 cases a week for each of the 3 weeks before your decision, the highest numbers to date. Perhaps the reason so many speakers that night were urging you to go back to hybrid was because you would have to go against what you said at the December meeting. And why very few talked about staying virtual. People assumed you would. I guess they took your word at the December meeting. They were misled. There has also been talk of other states with numbers much higher than ours in hybrid learning. Maybe that's the correlation, higher numbers in the state or county because of hybrid learning. Not something I want to experiment with, but it looks like you're okay with it. If you're going to stay the course with hybrid, then take the time to improve it for students and staff. Listen to the concerns and suggestions of the people who are actually doing the work and make changes to improve the delivery. On a side note, I would like to hear from Mr. Duffy tonight on COVID and sports practices because I see where basketball games or wrestling matches have been canceled and I was wondering why. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jenna Monroe.
Hello, my name is Jenna Monroe. I've taught in Carroll County for the past 7 years as a middle school science teacher. Let me start off by saying all, and let me repeat, all teachers want to be back in their classrooms, but only when it's safe to do so, and at this point, it's not safe. I teach students to analyze the data and figure out what the data tells them. I teach them that data cannot be manipulated to make it fit what they want it to show or support an idea they have. I teach them to use up-to-date data sources so that their information is current. Unfortunately, many on the board and in the public are doing the exact opposite of these things that I teach. They're relying on 6 to 9 month old studies as our data to reopen schools, when more recent studies are showing us that kids who attend school do play an important role in community transmission of COVID-19. One such study, published Sunday, shows that closing schools cut the mobility of the virus by 21.6%, and that closing schools ranks 3rd in reducing the mobility of this virus. This same study estimates that a reduction of just 1% in human mobility, which means people gathering in groups and moving around, reduces the daily COVID cases by anywhere from 0.88 to 1.11%. I know that seems like a small number, but it quickly adds up. Studies that have looked at hundreds of countries around the world have shown that school closures, meaning that the building is closed, not that learning and teaching isn't happening, are associated with reducing what's called the R rate, or the average number of secondary COVID-19 infections created by a single infected person. Carroll County is in the worst part of the pandemic. Community spread is extremely high, and our local hospital is overwhelmed. If the school system can do its part to keep the community safe, why would you not elect to do so? One staff member has already died, another is on life support, not to mention the large number of athletes that are currently in quarantine. However, this isn't being reflected in the data dashboard. The lack of communication to the public about these things has many concerned that the level of transparency around COVID-19 in the school system is severely lacking. At your meeting in December, you unanimously passed a motion to look at the metrics on January 4th, and if the metrics were better, to reopen schools on the 7th to hybrid learning. At last week's meetings, it seems you've forgotten that you passed this motion because the metrics were and continue to be worse than they were in December. Not only that, you disregarded the advice of the medical professionals who attended that meeting and gave you their expert opinion. That alone has caused many in the public to distrust you and lose confidence in your ability to make informed, rational decisions about what is safe and best for the students, staff, administrators, and support personnel that work for Carroll County Public Schools, in addition to the community as a whole. Unfortunately, I see this decision leading to many quality teachers leaving Carroll County, and unfortunately, I do think that that is going to leave us in a worse position than we currently are in. I'd like to end by stating, Dr. Dorsey, thank you very much. None of what I've said this evening is directed at you. Myself and many other teachers appreciate the decision that you made last week that included taking the data into account. Thank you.
Thank you. Shannon Brooks.
Sorry, this is my first time speaking. Good evening, board members. My name is Shannon Brooks, and I am an art teacher at Hampstead Elementary, an executive board member of CCEA, and a lifetime resident of Carroll County. As a concerned citizen, it has been reassuring to hear the board voice their concerns about our students' mental health. However, I have noticed that there hasn't been much discussion about our teachers and staff in this regard. My colleagues' well-being must be part of that conversation, and scientific data strongly supports this argument. A recent study by the UCL Institute of Education found that approximately 1 teacher in 20 is suffering from a mental health issue that is likely to last more than a year. And Mental Health America has seen a 93% increase in anxiety screenings and a 62% increase in their depression screenings in 2020, with 8 out of 10 people scoring with moderate to severe symptoms in both groups. These numbers will have an impact on our student body. According to Leeds Beckett University, students have increased cortisol levels in classrooms where teachers admitted to higher levels of burnout. Sorry, I lost my place. This study confirms that teacher stress can be passed on to students and significantly impair their performance. Our educators must be taken care of if we want our students to succeed. When I speak with my colleagues and hear their stories, it confirms that these numbers are not an exaggeration. And most colleagues I've talked to don't know where to begin seeking help and worry about the ramifications of admitting that they are struggling to keep their head above water. As a solution to this matter, I suggest that the Board of Education form a mental health advisory committee. Earlier today, I emailed Ms. Lucida with more information for you about this proposal. A committee like this would improve our school community's mental health and well-being by providing information, activities, and services designed for staff. These actions could help increase our teacher retention rate and improve mental health resources for our school community. I have been communicating with central office about this matter and hope to have their support as well. These times have been trying for all of us. I only ask that as you move forward, you remember that we can only dig so deep and that the student body's success relies on your educators' well-being. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Chris Vaughn.
Okay. Whenever we're ready?
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm here tonight to speak about 2 areas of importance: decisions and their effects, and leadership. I would like to be the voice for the parents who want to speak but feel as though they can't. I want to serve as an advocate for the kids who have been voiceless through all of this. More specifically, I want to speak on behalf of my son, Brody Vaughn, who has autism and attends a wonderful special ed program here in Carroll County. I want to thank you for allowing him to learn in person during virtual instruction, as it's truly the only way he can learn. I also want to thank the special educators who show up daily under those unknown circumstances to provide my son and students like him the best available education possible to their needs. They're the true heroes of everyone. My son Brody is a giver. He's selfless and will never ask for anything unless, of course, it's for more French fries. I'm not here to blame at all. I'm here to shed light on the effects of the most recent decision. The last board meeting I watched you all vote to open schools back to hybrid. Whether or not you realized it, that vote had an immediate impact on my son's education. The decision devalued my son's education and the education of many other special ed students. For my son, he has now lost his chance for learning. How? By opening hybrid, you've put an incredible strain on a system that is already understaffed and overwhelmed. Teachers are now being asked to do twice the work by trying to balance education, both students online and in person. Furthermore, my son's teacher was quarantined and no one showed up. There was no one for him. So they sent him home to learn virtually, which you even said he can't. Others have showed up to the board meetings, banging on podiums and making signs. All the while, parents like me just stood by and watched, because we do not want to be the ones to be the straw that broke the camel's back. There's other people who spoke loudly because they didn't like the style or the format in which their child was being educated. Their voices took the education away from others who need it the most. I'm here tonight, and I will end by asking the following. Will you, as the board, as our leaders, show us action, not just words? Will you work together to give us a better plan that we are currently working under? Will you help an understaffed and overworked system with your own time and energy? Will you step foot in the classrooms in which you deemed as safe and provide an education for all students that you said they deserve? And will you never again allow a child like my son, Brody, to go without? I will wait patiently for your response. I know you can't answer me tonight. You know my email. My name is Chris Vaughn. And I hope you showed a true leadership, and I hope my son has one of you tomorrow in his classroom. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Celia Croft.
When I was student teaching, my mentor told me why she never yells at students. She said, when you yell, you show that you've lost control. And I thought about that as members of this community screamed at my colleagues and me last July. Those are the people that you're listening to now. And by doing so, you're destroying our county's reputation. Now, we're the county that ignores science, denies employees leave, and returned to hybrid during record numbers, days after a staff member died. You will lose even more highly qualified employees if you continue to cater to the loudest, least qualified people in the room, people who disparage and attack my colleagues and my profession. Our county is drowning because you chose your egos over public health and common sense. People are concerned that students are failing, and that is valid. We shouldn't even be giving grades at all right now. They are concerned for their mental health, and that is valid. We need to make social emotional learning and trauma-informed support a priority for students and staff. We need to provide consistency and safe spaces for students, but adults cannot offer that when we're denied it ourselves. You are elected officials. You have infinitely more power than me. All I can do is serve my students as best I can, but power reveals people. And in the past 6 months, you have revealed plenty. And I want to know, are you proud of what you have shown us? We see how some members of this board allow misinformation and degrading commentary about teachers to run rampant on social media. We see the way you talk about teachers in this room, and it is clear to anyone who respects education, who is here for the right reasons, and who is here for their own agenda. I'd like to know, who do you prioritize when you make decisions? The vast majority of students have chosen to remain virtual, so who do you really represent? Who are you serving? It is your job to act on the will of the majority, not the people who scream the loudest. And further, if schools are perfectly safe, why haven't we seen any of you in buildings to support us? There are more than enough vacancies that you could fill, and I know you all have lives outside of school, but as you've told us so many times, we all have to be flexible. Every board member should come to a school and see what every person in the building has to do every single day to make this work. It is impossible to give students our best under these conditions, and it is your job to ensure that the best is possible. So to borrow a phrase that has been screamed at me by the extremely vocal, self-serving minority that you are pandering to right now, do your job.
Thank you. Jen Barnard.
Hello. My name is Jen Bernard, formerly Vanek, and I am here as a citizen. I have been a part of this community for 37 years. Born, raised. I am a product of this public school system. I'm here as a mom. I have 3 elementary children, 4th grade, 2nd grade, kindergarten. I am also here as a teacher of this county. I teach the youngest. I teach the primary. What you might see as impossible to teach virtually. But I am here to tell you it is not impossible to teach these young students virtually. We were thriving at the beginning of the school year, and then we were thrown into the loop of hybrid. Their education was thrown upside down. I teach to 4 students on Monday and Tuesday in person. I have 17 students total. The remainder of my students are still on a screen. I had to go to my car yesterday during my students' special area time to relieve an onset of a migraine. This hybrid is not feasible for anyone. It is not feasible for our community. It is not feasible for parents. It is not feasible for our students, and we are losing track of that. I am not proud to be a Carroll Countyan right now. My heart is very sad for this county. Our focus is the children. My 10-year-old does cry because she's afraid she's going to fail her math test. My 2nd grader is below grade level and has a language IEP. We're losing the focus of our children, and it angers me as a mother. It angers me as a citizen, and it angers me as a teacher. Our focus needs to shift. Hybrid is not the answer. We need to evaluate the curriculum. We need to reevaluate the assessments and the exams. The demands we are putting on our students is not okay. And hybrid is not the answer.
Finish your thought.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Gary Foote.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Lockhart, county commissioners, and members of the public. Last Tuesday, my wife found out that she will need surgery. It's not elective, and it's something she can't put off. Of course, she needs to stay COVID-free until the surgery date, which is tomorrow. Because of your decision to reopen schools, I had to rearrange our house so that I could live in the basement because I have no idea exactly what I'm exposed to during the day. I'll be in the basement for the next 2 weeks as well because after my wife comes home, her immune system will be compromised for a while. Now, I've heard a whole lot of information from others who have far more significant inconveniences than I do. And yes, I imagine I'll do okay, but I have to say, it just didn't need to be this way. The good news for me so far, at least, is that very few students are reporting. My exposure has been minimal, but that's not good news for anyone else. The whole reason for opening up again was to return to face-to-face instruction. That doesn't seem to be happening much, at least not at the high school level. And unfortunately, the students who are furthest behind are the ones who seem to be remaining in virtual mode, at least for now. Maybe that changes when the new semester starts, but keep in mind these same students had the option to return to school in learning pods in November. Some of them refused face-to-face option then, they're refusing it now. Others were attending learning pods for 4 days a week in November and December. With hybrid instruction, they can only now attend 2 days a week. That doesn't sound much like progress now, does it? When you were sworn in, you took an oath to perform the duties of your office faithfully and to the best of your ability. I'm paraphrasing a bit here, of course. I can't imagine, however, anyone would define best of my ability to include ignoring the best available advice from every expert who was consulted. So here we are, opening schools right when the pandemic is the worst. And we can open the doors and run the buses, but that doesn't mean the students are going to come back. And they won't. It won't happen until the public perceives conditions are safe. And that is clearly not yet. I also can't imagine that best of my ability includes destroying trust and confidence for all stakeholder groups in the community. I don't think I'm exaggerating much when I say that's what has resulted. You have lots of fences to mend. What do we have now? I would call it the dictionary definition of dysfunction. And that is no way to run a school system.
Thank you. Karen Sparks.
Hi. So, good evening.
Bryce.
He's Bryce. I'm going to start off tonight with a quote.
Thank you for bringing me to school.
Well, that's his quote. In the 21st century, the best anti-poverty program around is a world-class education. I wonder if anyone here knows where that quote is from. That quote is actually from President Obama's State of the Union speech in 2010. The decisions you make in this room have long-standing effects. I'm here to thank you for putting our children in education first. You should be proud of the work that you're doing, and I see the anguish on your faces as you sit through these meetings. His bus came on time, and his driver, Miss Heather, was smiling. I actually connected with her over social media, and she is so excited to be driving and seeing the kids again. A shout out to Mrs. Nozika and Mechanicsville Elementary. They are doing an amazing job. Mrs. Nozika is in person and has great control over the classroom, whether the child is virtual or in person. Is your mask up? I submitted her for an Outstanding Teacher Award, and she is more than deserving. Back to my buddy Bryce. In 2 days, he's happier, sleeping better, more engaged, listening at home. Hopefully his mask is on right, but smiling. 2 days. That's all it took to change his mentality. I did want to correct something in my statement on January 4th. I quoted Dr. Fauci as being in support of school openings. Later in the meeting, Mr. Singer attempted to discredit those that quoted Dr. Fauci and said that Dr. Fauci's support of schools was back in August and September. Mr. Singer is in fact incorrect. In August, Dr. Fauci was still unsure about school spread and agreed that there would be many months of virtual learning. At the end of November and beginning of December is when Dr. Fauci publicly said the year-old data shows that schools are not vectors for COVID-19 transmission. So again, from Dr. Fauci, the default position should be to keep children in school or to get them back in school. So thank you. Thank you for leading the way in Maryland, and thank you for putting a smile back on his face.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Brian Thompson.
Good evening, and thanks again for the opportunity to speak. My name is Brian Thompson, and I have 4 children in the Carroll County school system. My message tonight is simple. Thank you. Thanks to the board for reopening schools, and thanks to the educators for the additional efforts required to give our students the best possible education. I know getting our schools back to school in the hybrid model after 8 months of virtual learning is not easy, but we greatly appreciate it. My kids are so thrilled to be back. They were excited to see their teachers and classmates again. The social aspect, as you know, is important, but in a short amount of time, we have seen educational benefits as well. My son, a kindergartner, got classwork and support from his teacher that focused on his writing and fine motor skills, something that cannot be done effectively online. My third grader is finally receiving her IEP sessions in person, and while it's not at the same levels that she needs in compliance with her IEP, it's still a step in the right direction for my daughter. As you know, the in-school experience is so critically important to our students. I respect and fully understand the concerns of the teachers' union leadership. Putting educators and our students at risk of COVID-19 I know can feel scary. We hear and see a lot in the news about how fast COVID spreads, the people that have suffered from this disease, and how the numbers in the state of Maryland and Carroll County are increasing. But you have shown that we can overcome these fears and emotions. I ask the teachers' unions and others that are concerned with reopening to not measure the spread of the disease, but instead measure the risk of the disease. And like many other school state systems, Let's show that we can continue to keep our schools open safely and while protecting the most vulnerable and serve as an example for the rest of Maryland. Thank you again for putting our education for our students first. Thank you.
Thank you. Lynn DeFada? I was afraid of that one.
It is a little scary. Thank you for allowing me. Oh, can I start? Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. And I can't believe I'm in a world where this is what we're having to do. But this is the world that we're in, and we're all in it together. And I think we all want the same thing. At the end of the day, we want teachers safe and children safe. And we have to find a way to do both. I respect that the union, the teachers union, has an obligation to represent their members, but the kids have just moms and dads. And that's why I'm here tonight, because I cannot express to you how much it meant for my children to go back to school. I am here to tell you I'm a pretty bright lady, pretty well educated. I choose to stay home with my children, and I cannot do what teachers do. I believe it is a profession. I believe it is a skill set, and I have tried and I have failed. I have failed my teachers, my kids. I can't do it. I can't do it. Being a teacher, especially the elementary school, is not something that I can replicate at home. I just can't do it. Moreover, my children need to leave the home, develop skills, to be their own little people. Do you know how much it means to be a child and get the positive reinforcement from their teachers? I don't know how to tell you, my first grader, how to correctly write their letters or finger spacing in words. These are things that I have trusted the teachers, and we have really damn good teachers in this county. I'm arguing that I want my children to have more time with these people because I think they're so good at what they do, what I can't do. So I just want to be clear that we are led down this false road of it's parents against teachers. All the teachers I know that I am here tonight. They're my friends. They know. And at the end of the day, we're going to need to be a community again after all this is done. And we're going to have to figure out a way through this. Maybe there needs to be some other options. Maybe the kids that want to go and the teachers that want to go in can go in. Maybe the ones that can't. I don't know. But what I know is that we cannot replace teachers. We cannot replicate what they do at home. I am grateful for them every single day because there is something special about being a teacher. And for all those that exponential rise in failing grades, you don't need a statistician to figure that out. I'm going to tell you very simply. When you're a teenager and you don't have to show up in class and look your teacher in the face because you didn't assign, you're not turning in your assignment and you're just not doing that work, guess what? It's a lot easier to fail because you want your teacher to respect you. You don't want to fail your teachers because children do respect their teachers. And so do I. Thank you.
Thank you. Billy Gorman.
Thank you. Thank you for having the backbone to do what no other board in this state has done. Thank you for having the backbone to do what our elected officials in Annapolis should have done at the beginning of this, but they're too worried about what their next political office is going to be. Thank you for giving my 5-year-old a chance to experience kindergarten in person. My son went to school Monday and Tuesday this week. I mean, my boy, he just wakes up excited, wants to get downstairs, wants to get out the door, get the ABC care and see Mr. Joss, go see Mrs. Snowden. Sunday, we were outside working. I asked him, I said, Bud, what do you want to tell Miss Snowden when you see her tomorrow? His response was, I love you. That's what he wanted to tell his teacher. That's what these teachers mean to these kids, especially at the young age. Unfortunately, many of you have seen there's a rather large petition going around right now, and it's gotten a lot of hits, a lot of signatures. Not surprising when it gets pushed out in massive email campaigns and social media campaigns by the union. Some of the people, I mean, the funny thing is they all put their names on there. Some of them don't even live in the county. Some of them don't even live in the state. And then the majority of them, that sign them, they're teachers, because you can just look their names up on the CCPS database. Never in my life have I seen so many people advocate that they want a paycheck, but they don't want to go to work. You had a lot of people call out last week, but you did a good job. You hired a lot of subs, and we didn't miss a beat. Unfortunately, sick time's going to be gone. Leave's going to be up. Keep following the union down this path is going to lead some people to the unemployment line, because there's people out there that want to work, and they want to do it. I mean, the article in the Times the other day, the private schools, teachers are happy to be there. They don't have a union to back them. So if they don't want to go to work and they want to stand on principles, I'll back somebody that stands on principles. If you want to stop going out in the community, we see you at the grocery store, we see you at restaurants, we see you at Target and Home Depot. Everybody sees you. So if you want to stand on principle and stay in your house and shelter down because of the virus and hand your paycheck to somebody that wants to work for it, you have my support. Miami-Dade, the 4th largest school district in the country, is open right now, full time. Chicago's opening up this week. Baltimore City CEO just came out and said, we got to get kids in school. So I just wanted to come here and give you my support, community support, and say thank you. And also, my next fight eventually is going to be 5 days a week. I'm going to give it a little bit of time, but thank you for what you guys done. You're my direct elected officials, and we do support you. Thank you.
Thank you. Benjamin, and is it Kranak?
Kranak, yes it is. Hello everyone. My name is Benjamin Kranak. This is my first year of having a child in the Carroll County Public Schools. First and foremost, I want to thank the board. I've watched the board meetings since moving to the county, and it's blatantly apparent that each and every one of you work incredibly hard and have an incredibly hard job in front of you. It's also very apparent that you deeply care for our children and their well-being, and I want to thank you for that. Personally, I think the wrong decision was made when we moved back to a hybrid model with the case numbers as high as they are. However, I know that there are many parents out there who strongly believe that hybrid was the right decision. We've got many childcare issues in the county. The drop in grades that we've seen is very concerning, and there are many valid reasons to keep kids in school. I simply believe the numbers do not justify it, and it's just too dangerous. I believe that we should have Mr. Singer propose and the board determine an acceptable infection rate number, and if we achieve that number, we open the schools back up. I believe that 5% has been discussed. Until then, I believe we need to use all of the resources that we have. We need to think creatively, work with the state, with the governor, with our state assembly, and come up with ways that we can help get the population vaccinated, because that's the way that the kids can go back safely. So I have two requests. First, I believe we need to change our approach. We need to step back and think innovatively about ways that we could solve the issue. I don't think anybody has been happy with how the vaccine rollout has occurred, and the distribution strategy was just not sufficient. I think Walgreens and CVS are great. I'm glad to hear that the Guard is helping. But we need a more robust vaccine distribution strategy to open the schools. So my proposal is that we utilize the schools as vaccine distribution centers. We have the infrastructure. If we had an initiative, we can get the vaccines out much more quickly. Vaccines in a refrigerator do not help the students get back to class. I don't think it needs to be for all schools. We need to have a common sense approach. The kids who are the highest need and have to be in class, we have to get some vaccines to those teachers and allow them to be there. But in general, we should keep closed and use the schools as vaccine distribution centers. My second point is, if we don't make a paradigm shift, that's okay. But I do come from the belief that teachers are just outstanding individuals, and they're the facilitators of student learning. Is my time up?
No, well, finish quickly.
Okay. The bottom line is, I think we need to just, if we're going to just move back and forth between hybrid and not hybrid, keep the teachers in mind. Last time we moved on a Tuesday, Wednesday was a school day, and then Thursday is when the teachers had to go back to class with both remote and hybrid students. And it's just not fair. You have to give them time to prepare so that they can be in the position to give the best instruction to our students. Thank you all so much. I know it's not an easy decision.
Thank you for coming tonight.
And that's the last of citizen participation. Oh, it is one more? Okay. So two more?
Hello, I'm Bella Toe. I'm here to speak about how the hybrid has been affecting the teachers, the students, the people online. It's been very stressful on everyone. For the people who are going hybrid, they go in for 2 days and then they are out of school, well, they're virtual for 3 days. And then the teachers are there for 4 days. I know they have a 1-day break for going virtual. It's still very stressful. And then they have to pay attention when they're going hybrid, when they're in hybrid, to make sure there's no questions in the Google Meet chat, and to make sure that the students inside school are social distancing. And for the children like me who are all virtual, we don't get as much instruction because the teachers who are there are making sure everyone else is doing good who's in the classroom. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job.
Hi, my name is Lisa Terry. I have 2 boys in elementary school, Carroll County. I'm just going to read my notes to clarify a few things. I'm a parent that has 2 children in Carroll County schools. I also have volunteered to virtually teach 4 children plus my 2, so that parents that do not have a support system can go to work, the very same people who work through this pandemic, along with my husband, daughter, and son-in-law. I want to say that these parents who appreciate my help to help their children who cannot afford private school, daycare, nor pod virtual classes. I also cannot afford these options. I watch these kids struggle and have more issues of breakdowns on a daily basis. You all have no idea how bad these breakdowns are, how bad they cry because they don't want to be on virtual, they want to be in school, they miss school and their friends. I have schooled the very same kids since March. I feed them, I help them with their schoolwork, I try my best to have them pay attention and stay focused. But many parents like me are watching children. How many more parents like me are watching these extra children outside of their home? You all are feeling these kids. They are being hindered from a school structure, and we as parents are not teachers. We do not have a teacher salary, and it is up to you all to make sure that our kids get the proper education that we taxpayers pay. COVID will not end anytime soon, and so are we supposed to just wait another year or more? By then these kids will be so far behind that the right thing would be to request to hold them back. But why when they sit in front of a computer? So how is it fair? So put children back in school with teachers that want to be back, and take those teachers who do not want to return with the children that parents don't want their children to return. That's a problem solved. Please open our schools and let our kids go back. Thank you.
Thank you. Employee groups. Kelly McDonough.
Good evening, Superintendent Lockard, members of the Board of Education, and Commissioner Boucher. I'm Kelly McDonough, Vice President of CCEA, who is speaking on behalf of Teresa Basler McCullough, President of CCA, representing the dedicated, hardworking teachers, counselors, RNs, speech language therapists, OTs, PTs, who continue to work diligently throughout these challenging times. Invitations have been sent out to all of our local officials for local lobby night on January 26th. We were super pleased that all 5 commissioners have replied and are ready to meet with us. We certainly think that there are a number of issues that we need to communicate with you about, and certainly hope that we can hear from you soon. It is necessary more than ever that the lines of communication remain open. Hindsight is 20/20 when making difficult decisions. I would like to share with you some of Teresa's think about since our school system moved back to hybrid instruction on January 7th. Did you know that it has been necessary to combine classes since we returned to the hybrid model? Have you looked into the staffing and substitute shortages requiring central office employees to leave their positions to cover instruction, and the potential loss of employees to retirement at that prospect? Are you aware that there is a major concern with student attendance and no-shows? Did you think that starting hybrid 3 weeks later or even at the beginning of second semester would have given CCPS more adequate time to prepare for proper staffing with qualified teachers in front of our students? Are you concerned about hybrid dividing a teacher's attention with students who are both in person and virtual? Because I can tell you, educators are definitely concerned about that, and apparently so are a few parents and students. Have you considered that moving to the hybrid creates more inconsistency for both students and staff? Do you still have ample custodial staff to ensure sanitization and cleaning procedures continue adequately? Have you noticed that every other school district in Maryland at this moment is still in a virtual mode? Have you noticed that, oh, excuse me, I already read that one. Can you hear all of the legitimate concerns that have been expressed by our educators? And frankly, do you listen to them? You may hear them, but do you actually listen to them? Do you consider that all of the failing grades are a result of our district's expectations that everything for students and staff continue as normal? Just asking for 1,387 friends. Appreciate your listening. I tried to sign up as a citizen and as an employee group, so I have a few of my own things I would like you to consider as Kelly McDonough, citizen, cynical constituent, and observer of your decision making. Have you considered that your COVID dashboard states that you are going to report COVID positive cases and symptoms of any student or staff slated to attend in-person instruction? By your own admissions in this room, you are only actually reporting transmissions that have happened inside school buildings. As such, there's a disconnect between what you state is being reported and what is being reported. This breeds mistrust in your ability to report any data with fidelity: attendance rates, leave rates, COVID rates, number of Fs, any of your data. Have you considered that one of the many reasons educators stay teaching in Carroll County despite lower pay in surrounding counties is that feeling of family, the support from the Board of Education? That ship has sailed. My family cares about my well-being and is not disingenuous when they tell me that they appreciate and respect me. Have you considered that there is now a complete lack of trust between some educators and community members that you will do what you say? Because in the fall you said you would use metrics in guidance in reopening, and these metrics are in the rearview mirror. Howard County literally just used this board as a cautionary tale in their reopening talks. I would say how embarrassing for you. However, we clearly use a different measuring stick in evaluating our life choices.
And when my employer uses such a different measuring stick in their decision-making, it makes me question my own. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Herbert, I think I lost my card.
Okay.
And I'd like to ask the board and Dr. Lockhart, there, two issues that came up, that keep coming up. It seems, well, it came up a couple of times. It seems like the data dashboard is misunderstood on, it doesn't just report outbreaks, it reports cases. And does it include sports participants? We keep seeing in emails it does not. And then secondly, do you or somebody want to clarify the request that we come to the building?
Okay, sure. I'll take the first one. As far as the data dashboard goes, and that just got updated today, that captures any students or staff, there's two pieces to it, who are coming to our in-person cohorts. So any staff in person, any students in person, it captures the number of students who are either COVID positive and staff who are COVID positive, and breaks it down by school. And then it also captures COVID-like illness. And we again, for anybody who's coming in person. I'll have to defer to Mr. Streaker on the question as it relates to athletics. And I see Mr. Streaker on the line there.
Sure, thank you, Doctor. The clarification for athletics, the data dashboard includes the data for students attending in-person learning. We link that to students attending learning. It currently would include any athletes who are electing in-person learning, but not students who are electing virtual learning through athletics. We think that the intent and its origination was to report the level of COVID-like illness and the level of COVID positive for students and parents making decisions as to whether to send their child to school for learning. And the protocols that are in place do notify any athletes. So from the perspective of our athletes notified regarding COVID-like illness or COVID positive cases within the athletic programs, our protocols include notifying the close contacts as well as what we do in the classroom setting, where we're notifying anyone who is in the classroom or on the sports team. So we want to make sure to clarify anything about that the dashboard does indicate students who are choosing to attend in-person learning. That is how it's set up.
Thank you, Mr.
I'd be
Streaker.
happy to answer any questions you may have about that.
Thank you.
Thank you. As it relates to people visiting our schools, our plan that we got approved by MSDE as it relates to safety and security protocols dealing with COVID-19 specifically says we really only want, that's why we don't allow parent visitors or outside visitors. We really only want those essential staff, those people we've hired, those people that are there to perform a job visiting our schools. That's an effort to help cut down on introducing anybody else to our schools. And so we're being very stringent on that and not allowing folks who aren't there to work or perform a related duty of employment with us into our schools.
Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, Dr. Lockhart.
So again, that specifically speaks to board members then?
Yeah, yes, you're right. Thank you. All right, and let's move on. Dr. Lockhart, 2-3A COVID-19 updates.
Okay, I know Mr. Singer is on the line with us. I know he has updates to share. We also want to start some conversation about vaccine efforts in Carroll County Public Schools as well. So, Mr. Singer?
Good evening, Dr. Lockhart and board members. I guess I think we didn't get the slides out to you guys in time tonight, so I'm going to just need the ability to share share my screen when I get to the slides.
Mr. Singer, we have them, so we're going to
Okay,
put those up
good.
for you right now.
All right. Well, I just want to start by first of all saying thank you to the school nurses who have stepped up and are helping us with our vaccination efforts. We have a lot of volunteers and other community members who are helping us, but I've met a lot of the school nurses who are doing a lot of the vaccinating at this point and are assisting us with our efforts. There's no way that we're going to get a large portion of the population vaccinated alone, and their help has been key to our efforts. And great group of people, and they've really stepped up and been part of the team. The only other thing I want to share tonight before I get into the data directly is just some thoughts about sports. And I know there was a lot of excitement that I've seen about returning to sports, but I'll tell you, this is putting a huge strain on both the health department and school resources, just trying to deal with the contact tracing and the cases related to sports. As of today, I was talking to my staff, and there were roughly 10 teams that were impacted by COVID as of today, and the more than 100 students that can't go to school because they're either in quarantine or isolation. So while I don't want to get back into, it's ultimately your decision whether you want to consider virtual learning or in-person learning and that type of thing. The only thing I'm trying to do here at this point is urge you to maybe reconsider the decision on sports, because I really think that is impacting the ability of the students to actually even come to school, those that want to, and adversely impacting both our resources and the school's resources in trying to deal with what we have going on with this public health emergency. And I understand the need for education to be a priority, but the extracurricular activities are killing us a bit. So if I could get the next slide, please. So this is the dashboard that we've been sharing on a regular basis. As you can see, the total cases per week in Carroll County, we hit an all-time high last week with 493. I think the last time we met, I told you that I thought those weeks when we had testing shut down were probably an anomaly, and we're still continuing to climb, and it may have something to do with the holiday travel and whatnot, but last week was our all-time high. Obviously, 41.8 cases per 100,000, 8% positivity, and the hospital still continues to be a major concern. The critical care unit has been essentially full, and they're seeing record numbers of COVID patients in the hospital every day. Our deaths in the community continue to be at a high level, and we're continuing to see quite a number of facility deaths. So if I could get the next slide, please. This is the total cases, the graph that we've been sharing that's relating to the CDC recommendations. And I think if you, at least from my perspective, if I could almost draw a line from where we were at 436 cases to the 493 with the 2 weeks where there was a lot less testing, and that would make sense as part of the curve at this point. Next slide. So this relates to the statewide statewide school metrics, and we've again reached an all-time high with cases per 100,000 this week. As of today, we're actually at our highest level. Today's 7-day average for cases per 100,000 is 47.1, and our average positivity rate for the last 7 days is 8.1%. Next slide. So the number of people that actually have COVID in Carroll County, and this includes those PCR tests those rapid tests where people aren't following up with a PCR test, so they're assumed to have COVID. We had almost 700 cases last week. And to put that in perspective, if you look at the county's population, almost it's almost one case per 200 people in Carroll County just last week that tested positive for COVID, and that's an incredible amount of community spread. Next slide. This is just our 14-day rolling average. Next slide. And this is our community cases by age and group, and I actually like the next slide. I think presents this in a better manner. Next slide. So you can see if you look at the slide closely, the case rates for every age group are at the highest they've been at any point in this pandemic this week. Next slide. This is our hospitalizations and deaths. Next slide. And again, if you look at the, during the summer months and into the fall, we weren't seeing a lot of deaths related to COVID-19. We're seeing a fairly high number of deaths both in the community and in facilities at this point in time. And, I'm hopeful that we can get through this, get people vaccinated, and get over this extremely high case count that we're seeing right now. But the deaths seem to hospitalizations lag the cases, which and the deaths follow the hospitalizations. So I think we're still going to continue to see a trend with a high number of deaths over at least the next several weeks. Next slide. This is really confusing to me because the federal government and the state and everybody, while we've got this pyramid out there, and this is what we've been sharing with folks, there seems to be a lot of shifting of opinion as to who belongs in which priority groups. We're getting to the point where we're almost done with phase 1A and getting ready to move on to phase 1B, which includes teachers, but it also includes older adults. And there's some debate about whether that age should be 65 or 75 and older. We're gathering data. I encourage people to visit our website if they want more information about the vaccinations, what's happening with vaccinations and where we are. Next slide. So as I said, we're still in phase 1A. Carroll hospitals receive vaccine directly and vaccinating their staff. The long-term care facilities are working directly with CVS and Walgreens. The week of December 27th, we took 103. We vaccinated 103 first responders, testing and vaccination site staff. And the week of January 4th, we vaccinated 1,183 fire, EMS, law enforcement, court system, and healthcare providers. And we're continuing to vaccinate this week. In fact, the vaccination clinic's open now, and a lot of your school nurses are working there. We've vaccinated over 600 people today at this point, and they're still continuing to vaccinate. And the intent is to get the entire 1,500 doses that we received for this week into somebody's arm by the end of the week. So we should have. We've been, whenever we receive the doses within the next week, we're getting those people vaccinated. So I've heard a lot about how the vaccine's progressing and whatnot. It's not that we're not getting it out there once it comes to us and the community partners who are working with us, but it's we have to get enough production and enough vaccine in order to reach the populations we want to reach. Next slide. So next week, what we're looking at doing is I've already coordinated with your school system staff, and we're going to start vaccinating some of the public school teachers, and the school staff and the school nurses are going to be supporting us in this effort, and it's a coordinated effort to do a closed pod for all any staff that the school system's prioritized. Now, it's going to take several weeks to get to everybody that wants to be vaccinated that's involved in whether it's driving the bus or working in person as a teacher or other staff that are working with students. But the good news is we're getting started. We're going to also have to be prioritizing adults that are 75 and up and trying to work on those groups. And I also need to take care of the child care and the private schools that are out there that are also operating. So we're going to be doing a vaccination clinic for those child care and private schools next week as well. So we've got to be fair about how there's a limited amount of vaccine. We're going to get it out there as fast as we can, but we need to be fair about those people who are in this priority group and that are most at risk, and make sure that we work on making a dent in all of those groups. We're working with a lot of our community partners to reach groups, and we're beginning to, we've been taking information through our call center for people who are older adults and trying to make sure that we have a way to contact them. I know a lot of them don't have email and whatnot, and we want to make sure that we can, I know there's been things said on the national level about if you're 65 and older, contact your local health department to get vaccinated, and we're following the state's plan at this point in time, and we're still with the 75 and up, but we're taking people's information. And the important thing for people to know is when it's your turn in line, we're going to do everything we can to reach out to you and make sure that we can get you signed up for a vaccination clinic. All of our clinics are by appointment only. We're going to get all the vaccine out that we have available. I've heard horror stories nationally about people standing in line for 24 hours to get vaccinated. That's not what we want. We want it to be well organized and well run. And when it's a person's turn in the queue to get vaccinated, we want to bring them in and get them vaccinated in an efficient manner. So we're not going to waste any vaccine. We're not going to leave any sitting in the refrigerator. But the important thing for the public to know is there is a process. We're going through our priority order, and people, if you show up at our clinic and you're not in the appropriate priority group and you don't have an appointment, you're going to be turned away. So it's it's not that we want to turn people away. It's that we want to vaccinate the right people, and we want to do it in an orderly manner. So we will be registering people in advance and working through that. And it seems to be a very good process from everything that I've seen and all the feedback that I've gotten from the people that we've vaccinated to this point. Next slide, please. So just mentioning the federal government's looking to potentially expand and include people over 65, possibly in the 1B priority group. We may still target the 75 plus. And the other thing that falls into this is continuity of government operations. And at some point in time, we're going to have to start figuring out exactly what that means. That's very loosely defined right now. And we're going to be including those groups as well. But the information, more information about what we're doing with our vaccinations and information about where we are in this process, I encourage people to visit the Carroll County Health Department's website under the vaccination section. So that's really, I think, all that I have for you all this, for you all this evening. Any questions you have, I'd be glad to try to address them.
Any questions? Donna?
Mr. Singer, thanks very much, and I appreciate all of the background information that you're giving on the vaccines, because I think that having the concerted vaccine effort is so important right now, and I appreciate the fact that you've been working very closely with the school system and the school nurses and everything. So when do you think that the vaccines will start being distributed to 1B? Is it as early as next week?
So maybe I didn't make it clear enough, but we have a clinic scheduled for the public schools next week, and and I'm running out of battery. I'm going to have to go plug this in a second, or else I'm going to lose you guys. If I lose you, I'll get you back in a minute. But
Actually, Mr. Singer, why don't you go plug in now so that we don't lose you in the process?
That's fine. I try to get out of my family's way when I'm on this meeting.
While he's doing that, just want to interject. Obviously, I remain concerned about the community metrics, and Mr. Singer and I have been working along with our student services department to really look at how we can try to expedite whatever vaccine opportunities there are for our employees. We've sent out surveys to our employees. We sent another communication today about that. We're really going to encourage everyone to take advantage of the clinics that are going to be set up, as Mr. Singer said, and he'll reiterate again. He's going to do as much as he can with what he has in an orderly fashion, but we're appreciative of the effort to support us in the vaccination process, that I give you enough time to get replugged in there, Mr.
Yeah,
Singer?
so I'm replugged in, and essentially we've set aside a certain number of doses that we have available next week for the public schools, and we're working with your staff to have take the people who are prioritized through your staff as the top priorities to get vaccinated, and we're going to plug them in and just start going down the list. Now, this is going to take weeks because, and I don't know, it's one of the things is this has been very difficult because we don't know how much vaccine we're getting often for the next week until Saturday before we're going to receive it on a Tuesday. So it's makes planning very difficult. It sounds like at the federal level they want to start sending more vaccine to us, and I'm trying to gear up, and I've asked for National Guard support, and I've asked my partners to work with us, including the school system, to try to maximize the number of people we have available to vaccinate. If we get enough vaccine, my goal is every week that any vaccine we get, the next week is going in somebody's arm in the priority groups, and we're just going to work our way down the list. So the school system, some of the staff will start receiving vaccine next week. And I also want people to know that we're also going to be reaching out to the private schools and the daycares, because they've been seeing students in person as well, and we need to have them vaccinated as well. And, you know, as we get into the following week, we're going to certainly be starting to hit the 75-plus population who's more at risk, in addition to continuing with our public school system and our private schools. And we'll keep working down that line until we get everybody who's in that group vaccinated. Essentially, we've been working through phase 1A right now, and we'll still continue to try to hit anybody that we've missed that's a healthcare provider or a first responder or works in the judicial system. If they got missed somehow, you know, not everybody's available to be vaccinated at the same time. So we're working through it. We're doing everything we can to build capacity to vaccinate people, and again, people are going to have to be a little bit patient, because we can only give as many vaccines as we get in any week.
And Mr. Singer, how many, I mean, I know that you can't qualify immediately, you know, you never know exactly how many you're going to get the following week, but if you had to guess, have you been getting them at a rate of about 1,500 per week? Do you expect to get that many next week?
So we got 1,500 to use this week, and we're going to use them all. Next week, I asked for 1,500, and they gave us 1,400, but I do expect, based on what I'm hearing at the federal level, that we may see that increase. And MDH hasn't. We talked to the leadership down at the Department of Health today, and they couldn't commit to whether it's going to increase or not. But they've gotten a consistent amount for the state over the last 3 weeks, and they've had to look at where their priorities are in trying to catch up with 1A. But I know for next week we have 1,400 vaccinations available. We've dedicated an equal number to both the public school system and the private schools and the daycares at this point, and a smaller amount to trying to finish up some of 1A. So, what we did this week, and it caught me. I got a little bit of criticism about it from some of the people in the private schools and the daycares. Was we had some slots that were available because the first responders and the healthcare providers and all did not sign up as quickly as we would have wanted them to. And I reached out to Dr. Blockert and the staff and said, send me some teachers and we'll plug them in. So, we want to make sure, as I said, that we're using every dose of vaccine we get every week. And so we did plug some public school teachers in this week. Next week we'll vaccinate more. And we'll continue to do this until we get everybody who wants to get vaccinated that's involved in the school system and in person to get them vaccinated.
Well, I cannot thank you enough, because they are working in the trenches as hard as they can, and they need protection, and I really appreciate all your hard work.
May I ask Dr. Lockert, what is the rollout procedures for the staff? I mean, do you have a priority listing?
So, Mr. Streaker, I know you've been working as we look at who's in person, our priority groups, also including, our special ed programming, et cetera. Can you provide that in a nutshell to Dr. Dorsey?
Sure, Dr. Dorsey, thank you for asking the question. And we're very happy to work with Mr. Singer, and we continue to do that as these roll out. And our priority that we're identifying as those staff who we anticipate, due to the nature of their work, are in close contact with students. So our LFI programs, our specialized programs, those hit the top of our priority list. There's a tremendous amount of logistics that go into this on a very expedited time frame. And you would expect that, given, like Mr. Singer said, we hear about it one day, we got to turn around and get things rolling. So, but we are certainly prioritizing our folks who we expect to be in close contact, and including our bus drivers and bus assistants of our special education. So we're working really hard to do that and refine our process as we go. And we're certainly very glad to already be having teachers vaccinated and continuing to chip away. And like Mr. Singer said, we don't want to waste any. We want to make sure that everything we have in Carroll County gets into somebody's arm, and we'll do the best we can to follow that process. So again, we continue to refine it, but we certainly are prioritizing those staff who are identified to be in the greatest contact with students.
Thank you, because Carroll County's always been known that we've always worked with partnerships, and that's one of our big assets. So thank you. Tara?
Mr. Singer, I had a quick question. Exactly what test site do you trust for people to go to get tested? And I also want to make sure that, CCPS has that information out there too on our website, any information that we're sending home to parents, so they can go and get tested to a site that you recommend.
Well, it's really not what site we recommend. We prefer that people get a PCR test because it's more definitive, and it tells you for sure whether or not, well, it's not 100% for sure. Nothing's 100% perfect, but the PCR test, it is what's considered to be the gold standard in diagnosing COVID-19. Now you can get a PCR test at our site at the Agricultural Center, but there are also some community providers, including some of the urgent cares, where you could potentially get a PCR test. So what I would encourage people to do is start off, if you think you might have COVID and you've got symptoms, is to contact your medical provider and see what they would suggest. They can, if they want, they can sign you up for our clinic at the Ag Center. They could refer you somewhere else, but we certainly encourage people to get a PCR test. Doesn't matter to me where you get the PCR test, whether it's here, you could get it at another state-run testing site, or you could get it at a private provider. But the PCR test is ultimately what we would like to see people get.
Any other comments? Donna, did you want to say something else?
Yeah, I did just want to have ask one other follow-up question on the vaccines, and I really do appreciate how hard we're working to get this out, and I just wanted to see if there's anything else that we can do or the delegates can do in order to get that number of doses up that are available to Carroll County, right? Like how quickly we can move into the Group 1B and get those out. Because I know that it's definitely a production in terms of how it gets administered, and our school nurses are getting involved in that. But if there's something that we can do to increase the number of doses that get allocated to Carroll County, since we are open as a school system, if we had a concerted effort to work with our partners to increase that, and if there's anything that we can do as a school system, right, like do vaccine Wednesdays, right, where we just bring everybody in and line them up in certain locations or at different schools. And I heard some stuff in the media in terms of New York City. Mayor Cuomo up there was basically saying they're going to bring everybody into the Mets Stadium and vaccinate thousands of people at one shot. I don't know that bringing that many people together is basically the best idea, but it's out of the box thinking, right? Of how do you get the vaccines to our educators as quickly as possible. So just wanted to see if there's anything else that you thought that we could do, or delegates or anything in order to try to expedite the process.
If I had an unlimited amount of vaccine, I think between Dr. Lockhart and I and his staff, we would figure out how to get every one of the teachers vaccinated next week. But that's unfortunately not the case. And part of the thing that the state's struggling with is, the number of healthcare providers and emergency responders in our large metropolitan areas like Baltimore City and Baltimore County and Montgomery and Prince George's County. there are a lot more people there that they have to vaccinate than what we have to vaccinate out here in Carroll County. And keep in mind that a lot of us go down there if we have serious health problems, go down to some of the hospitals and whatnot that are down in Baltimore City and in Baltimore County quite frequently. And that's, you know, it's not uncommon. And so they just have a lot more people to vaccinate, and they've got to get through 1A as well. So the state's trying to balance getting some of the other jurisdictions through 1A while they're still allocating us vaccine and letting us move along at a certain pace. And quite honestly, we're pushing the edges of what we're supposed to be doing by moving into 1B. But if I've got vaccine and they'll continue to allocate it to me, we're going to continue to move forward.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Well, again, I would, I'm
Dr.
sorry.
Dorsey?
I'm sorry. I would just like to comment again that it's very concerning, the numbers, again, as you're saying, the 493, the cases, I mean, we were at an all-time high last week, and again, the numbers are just not good. And again, looking at the positivity rate, again, we're not where we would want to be. So again, I'm very concerned, and again, the whole hospital picture concerns me as well, especially with having our people coming in and out of our schools. So again, it's very concerning. And again, I know you had mentioned the information about the sports as well, about how that's really beginning to put a strain as well on our system. Again, I'm concerned. And again, I don't know whether we can just drop it as a concern or whether we need to see if there's something that we can do to sort of help in that vein. Because again, I think I heard you say that 10 teams have been impacted and 100 students quarantined or in isolation at this point. So again, our numbers are just not good.
Anyone else?
If you don't mind, if I could comment on your thoughts, Dr. Dorsey. What's tough with the sports is, you know, we put all these mitigation measures in place for being in the classroom and doing in-person learning, and we're keeping people distanced and we're wearing masks and things like that. You just can't do that in indoor sports, and that's what's causing us to have this high number of folks who have to be away from school and away from sports essentially because of you know, somebody comes down with COVID, and as I mentioned, you got almost one person per 200 people in the county that tested positive for COVID last week, and it doesn't take you long to do the math and figure out between your staff and your athletes and your teachers and such that you know how many statistically how many cases does that give you that could potentially be spreading COVID amongst the athletes. So it's more concerning with the sports because of the close contact that people are going to have, and that's just the way that the nature of it with the indoor sports. Certainly the in-person learning's safer than the sports because we put all these mitigation factors in effect. But it's troubling to me that we make all this effort to make sure that kids aren't going to transmit COVID to each other in the schools, and then, you know, when the bell rings, you can go down and have close contact amongst the sports team. And I think you know, it is really putting a lot of strain on my staff, and I know it's putting a lot of strain on your central office staff. And with as difficult as it is just to man the schools right now with teachers, I just don't think it's the right thing to be doing. And I felt like I needed to say something. You know, I'm not going to argue with you whether you should be hybrid or whether you should be virtual learning. That's your decision to make, and you know, you have the guidelines that are out there. But I will say the sports are putting a huge burden on us to support your operations and education.
Thank you. Devanshi?
I just want to echo the concern that Dr. Dorsey brings up. I know kids want to be in school. They also want to have sports. I talked with so many student athletes back in October, November, when we were first making the decision of what athletic model to go to. And they want to play sports. They want to be on the court. But in the situation we have right now, where we're at such a critical point in the pandemic, the case rates in the community are so high. We have 10 teens that are currently quarantining, and when they're quarantining, neither do they get to play nor do they get to go to school, which goes against our purpose for being in the hybrid model in the end. So is there some way we can possibly mitigate this? Maybe we could stop sports for a certain time and then pick up with the winter season. Is that an option that we could go with? But it's just that what Mr. Singer and what Dr. Dorsey brought up is very concerning from a student perspective as well.
Thank you. Ms. Savigny.
Mr. Singer, can I ask a follow-up question about the sports teams and those that have been quarantined? Because I've heard a lot of anecdotal comments from parents that I know of their kids that are playing sports, that they said that, they got the call that said their kids had to quarantine, but that it wasn't on a positive test, and that it wasn't necessarily doing contact tracing, like that their kids weren't necessarily in close contact with other players or the player that was under suspicion. And so I'm just trying to understand from parents, because they're asking me, like, how do these procedures work? Because we don't think that our child should have been quarantined because they didn't come into close contact with folks, or there wasn't a positive test, that it was just symptoms. So just trying to understand how that's being handled right now in the sports situation.
So I don't know how, if you're having a basketball game, essentially, and it's very hard to be more than 6 feet away when you're playing basketball unless you're somehow modifying the sport. It's a cumulative of 15 minutes of contact of less than 6 feet is considered to be a close contact. And what our staff have been working with school system staff on is identifying who would have been close contact. I mean, obviously, if you're not in the game or you weren't participating, that could exclude you. But if you're playing a basketball game and you got 5-on-5 and one of the kids has positive for COVID, those people who are out on the court together for that extended period of time are going to need to be in quarantine, and that's the way that it is, and that's the risk that you're taking by participating in close contact sports.
Right, but is that on symptoms or on a positive test from a player that exposed people?
It's generally a positive test from a positive COVID patient that's exposed these players.
Okay, because actually some of the anecdotal stuff that I was hearing from parents were students that didn't actually play in the game, but they were told that they had to quarantine anyway. So that's some of what I'm hearing. So I just wanted to understand whether it was truly a positive test or whether it was symptoms, and then if there was the contact tracing for close contacts coming into play, or if we were basically just saying if there was any exposure, we're shutting down the whole team.
So I don't know, Carl, I see you popped in. Did you want to comment on that?
Sure. Just to add some clarification, and when we think about the 15 minutes exposure, when you think about all the aspects of the moving parts in the classroom, it's very easy to identify if somebody's been around somebody for 15 minutes. But when you're playing a sport in a basketball game, when you think add the warm-ups, the huddle, all the things that go into context with that, and the case rate is so high right now, I think we would be being irresponsible if we weren't really reacting this way. And we have to keep the students as safe as we can within the context of what we're doing. We do have some cases where it is symptomatic students, but again, we've had some of those symptomatic cases, and I don't have numbers because I don't track every one of those. I can tell you that the volume of things to our nursing team, our health response team, is quite high. But we have both cases where we have students that are symptomatic and we're going through the quarantine. So Ms. Savigny, what you're sharing is happening, and some of those turn out to be COVID positive, and some of them turn out to be, we get a PCR test and we're able to start back up. And what's adding to the challenge is that we're having teams play one another. And I think that's an important point that needs to be brought out here. Beyond, with a controlled practice, and a lot of what we went into with trying to have sports up and running was the opportunity for kids to get together and have that positive experience and physical activity and the camaraderie. And what's what's really elevated our along with what's going on in the community is since we've gone into competition. Prior to competition, we did not have the same experience, and when we did, it was very isolated to the teams or the students that were practicing together, because the coaches were able to closely monitor who was in close contact to one another. But now that we've started games and we have students playing games against one another, one team to another, it's really adding to that challenge. So I definitely wanted to make sure you're aware that one of the difference makers right now, and I don't know, Mr. Singer, if you see that same piece from your lens, but one of the difference makers that we're certainly seeing is the actual, I'll call it the mixing of the pods, so to speak. I think that's an important point to bring out.
I'd agree, Carl. And you know, up until about 3 weeks ago or so, I was a lot more involved in the day-to-day of what was happening with our contact tracing. But with everything we got going on with vaccine right now, I you know, again, as I mentioned, putting the strain on our resources, it's just something that I don't have the time to be spending a lot of time on looking at that right now. There's a lot of other priorities, and honestly, it's really cutting into my staff's ability to do some of the other things that I need them to do, and that's why I bring it up tonight. And you know, that's the only thing I'm really bringing up, is I'm concerned that this sports season is putting a huge strain on both our staff and your staff, and trying to support education being back in person.
Mr. Kyler?
Are you seeing more cases? Are you seeing outbreaks? Again, like Ms. Savigny, I hear stories, and I've heard a specific team, it was a bunch of kids went to a party. Another team, it was a kid got it from his brother at home. And I understand one of the big risks with the sports is there's going to be more people quarantined because of the contact. But and I understand, Mr. Singer, the stress on the personnel, but if it's still coming from social gatherings that shouldn't be happening and family gatherings that shouldn't be happening, I don't know if the sports are really contributing to the cases, or more is it just the quarantine and the numbers of that?
Well, and I'm not saying that it's not the quarantine and the numbers of that that's causing the issue, but I'm just saying that it's an issue at this point, and it is, you know, it's keeping kids from, as Ms. Minstry pointed out, it's keeping kids from going to school, and it's shutting down the programs from time to time, and it's putting a lot of stress on staffing that could be doing other things that we needed them to do. I don't know how many central office staff you got in the classrooms, but I know that you know, this takes away from my staff being able to devote time to doing other things that I would rather have them doing. But we've got to do the best we can to support contact tracing, because we don't want this to spread more than it already is.
Tara?
Mr. Singer, I just, or maybe for even all of us, maybe we can just make it highly suggested to get a test, you know, have the team get a test before a game, or and that's just the only thing I'm really thinking right now is, you know, a way to kind of mitigate this a little bit is just make it highly suggested that the team go and get tested.
I mean, I wish we had the resources of the NFL and the, you know, the NBA and college sports and everything to be able to provide that kind of support, not only to the sports, but to the school system. That, you know, if you had the ability to do testing, it would even help support your in-person learning more. But nobody's got the resources to make that work in a timely manner, and I'm not sure there's any way we could make a difference. You'd have to have an incredible amount of resources to pull something like that off, and get the results in a timely manner where it would make a difference. I mean, you might find out that, okay, somebody tested positive, and now we know everybody's been exposed, but you're not going to get the results back in a timely manner to know that it's going to be safe to play a basketball game tonight. It's just we don't have those resources to be able to devote to that activity.
I wasn't suggesting like right away. I was thinking like a week out, before a game or something. That's what I was just kind
Okay.
of suggesting, sorry.
Any other comments? Anything else, Dr. Lockhart, you'd like to say?
Yes, well, we have a couple hands up, Commissioner Boucher and Ms. Mystery.
Okay, sure. Mr. Boucher, Commissioner?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Singer, for being on board with us and wearing a tie. You look very sharp. I was wondering, do we have any numbers? Has there been any fatalities of students within Carroll County, and has there been any student fatalities statewide?
So I know there have been some youth deaths, and I guess those people were students. I don't know that you relate it to schools. There haven't been youth deaths in Carroll County, but the whole point is we're trying to manage this disease, this pandemic, and doing the best that we can in this emergency situation. It's, again, as we talked about schools reopening and things like that, it's not been the point that the students are going to get. Generally, they're going to have better outcomes than most other people. It's who they're going to give it to next, and how much this is going to contribute to spread in the community, and how much of a tax it puts on our resources. So I think I answered your question. I'll just leave it there.
So, but I didn't get an answer. I mean, I was curious to find out how deadly it's been to the students, because ultimately what we want to do is save their lives.
So what I said was there haven't been any student deaths in Carroll County. There have been some in the state of people who are school aged. I guess my whole point with this is not trying to necessarily save the lives of the students, it's trying to save the lives of the other people that they might spread it to.
That's understandable. Has your staff been able to come up with the fatality to infection ratios I'd requested? Because from the charts you have shown us, it looks like that actual virus attenuation has taken place, where even though we're spreading in the infection, it looks like it's naturally becoming less fatal. Is that true?
I didn't come with that data tonight and prepared to discuss that. I know my staff has it available, and they'll be discussing it tomorrow with you at the Board of Commissioners meeting.
Well, I appreciate that, because there's some hope in this. I mean, it's a deadly disease and it's terrible. I like to always try to look at some positive in it. And even though our infection rates are going up, it looks like the disease is becoming less deadly, which is a positive. Also, with the pyramid chart of how the vaccination will be implemented, is there a numerical number of people at each one of those levels we have to get to? Has it been broke down, like level A1 is 3,000 people, 1B is X amount, to match up the vaccines coming in with the total number of people we have in each level?
We've gathered some data, and for our planning purposes, as to how many people we think are in each of those priority groups. About 50% of the people in most of the priority groups have been willing to get vaccinated, some higher in some priority groups than others, but we do have that data, and we're tracking that to make sure that we can adequately plan for our vaccination clinics.
Good. That's important here, because I'd like to see those numbers matched up with, try to match with the vaccines coming in. As always, Mr. Singer, thank you very much. You've worked so hard on this, and you have my sympathy in being in this position. It's very tough on you, so thank you.
Thank you. Devanshi?
So what date does winter season end?
Mr. I cannot answer.
I don't think Mr. Duffy's on the call tonight. I think he's helping support a.
Yes, he's at a school tonight.
But Ms. McCabe, can you recall the last day of winter sports? I don't have that in front of me.
I don't have it in front of me. Mr. King, do you have that date available?
I don't have the exact date. I believe it's the 18th or 19th of February. So, I mean, it's coming quickly. I know the first tryout date for the fall sports is the 13th of February. So I believe it's another week, and then the winter sports ends.
Okay, thank you.
Donna?
And Mr. Singer, with respect to sports, are there any other mitigation factors that we can do? I know you're not a huge fan of the rapid tests, but are they at least something that would give us a faster result and would catch some of the cases to reduce the amount of the spread? Or are we taking temperatures before all the games? Like, are there some additional things that we could do to help mitigate right now?
So, I mean, rapid tests are an option if you've got the resources to get somebody to get certified. I mean, I think you're behind the power curve on that. You got to have a CLIA certified laboratory that's essentially under their CLIA license to run those things. I mean, it's a matter of how much money you'd want to spend on it and time, but I don't think that that's something that's really practical for you at this point in time. And I assume the temperature screenings are being required because it's part of the requirement to come to school every day is that people are supposed to be screened for temperature. So I'm not sure that there's anything in the short term you're going to be able to do to fix that. I mean, I've seen sports activities where they're requiring people to wear masks. I'm not suggesting that at this.
Oh, you're muted, Mr. Singer.
There you go.
I'm sorry. There's also places where they've tried to modify the sport so there's less contact, and I just don't know how you do that and make it an effective season at all. But so I don't know any practical way that you're gonna be able to address that. And I mean, I think I don't see a practical way to try to mitigate it any further than what you're doing.
Mr. Singer, if I may, Ms. Herbert. Sure. We've talked a lot about having to pause athletics teams because of concerns around COVID, obviously. For the public to hear, have we considered any of those outbreaks in the definition that we've been using, where we've determined that there is spread amongst participants on those teams as opposed to somebody coming with it?
As far as I know, we've not had an outbreak. But Carl, like I said, I've not been as. Somebody handed me a list of all the students that were in that were in quarantine or isolation tonight, and I said that's a problem. Carl, have any of those been considered to be outbreak status? Do you know?
We have not heard back from Norma about any outbreak status, but as you know, the time that takes from a student that's symptomatic, once we identify the person who has COVID, we then have a period of time that we have to wait that if any of those close contacts develop symptoms and then are tested. So, often the outbreak, the time horizon on an outbreak is generally up to 2 weeks before we learn. And I would say we just pretty much rapidly, since we started competition, seeing the outbreaks really spike. So I don't have any outbreaks that have been brought to our attention. The health department officially identifies the outbreaks, but our experience has been there is a lag in that, particularly just because of the way it's defined. Because the symptomatic student has to spread, the person who it was spread to then develops symptoms and then confirms with a test. So if you think through the layers and the time that those things take to get back, it does take a significant amount of time before that's confirmed as an outbreak.
And that's a good point, and I appreciate you bringing that up, Carl. I hadn't really thought that through in my head about why we wouldn't have seen outbreaks based on the number of cases that we've seen.
I will say, and I don't want to say this to say one way or the other, but my understanding is, and like Mr. Singer said, we've been focused on vaccines and all kinds of other things, so I'm not as candidly dialed into this as I may have been a few weeks ago, but I'm still dialed in, so don't get me wrong. I will say that my understanding is we've had some symptomatic students that were close contacts. We have not, to my knowledge, had any one of those been tested positive yet. But we have some students that are concerning to us that we could have an outbreak. So we've had that before with other instructional programs. So this is not new to us. to have some students that were close contacts, and we're just kind of waiting to see how that plays out. So I'm not saying that it could go one way or the other. And I think everybody, once they're identified as a close contact of someone who's positive, I think we all start, hyper-focusing on all of our symptoms out of caution.
All right. Any other comments? Well, thank you, Mr. Singer, for everything. Dr. Pat just opened.
Okay, well, I just had a couple of questions because it looks like this is the only spot that we'll be talking about the COVID situation. Again, Dr. Lockard, I'm wondering about the number of our central office staff members that we've had to have out in the schools, plus also the number of students that we have coming in the hybrid situation.
So, Ms. McCabe, if you could provide the attendance figures, and then I'm going to look to you or Mr. Anderson. I don't think, unless Mr. Brick is on this call, the number of central staff.
Sure. So as far as attendance goes for in-person hybrid learning, for all three levels, so the average of the all three levels is that 43% of all of our students are showing up in person, and that is 74% of those who signed up and told us they were coming back in hybrid. And then basically there's a little more at the elementary level, a little fewer at middle, and then a fewer than that at high school. And as far as the number of central office staff who are going out to schools, I know the last time I looked at the chart, it was around 70. I know that Mr. Bricka is on the call. Greg, if there's a correction to that or you want to add anything to that, please feel free.
So scheduled, and I just sort of started doing this on Friday, but for Thursday and Friday this week, we are filling 45 and 47 positions out at the schools through vacancies. We do have about 75 people who are available to do that. Unfortunately, not all of them are available every day. People do have, a take off for doctor's appointment or sickness. We actually have people who are in our coverage list who are in the COVID protocol. So of the 75, for instance, for the coming up on Thursday and Friday, we have 45, 47 in the schools, but we only have about 5 folks left to fill spaces should something come up in the next day or two.
Ms. McCabe, in those numbers, did that include career and tech, Gateway and Crossroads?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So, Ms. McCabe, if I'm understanding it correctly, so you said 43% of the students are coming in hybrid, and that's 74% of those that said they would be coming. So that means that 58% of our students said they would be coming in hybrid?
Yes, approximately.
Okay, so about 58%. So we were saying that we were expecting, and if we've got 25,000 students, so I'm just trying to digest the information. So we basically said we expected 14,500. We ended up getting 10,500 so far in the first week of the hybrid return.
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
this is only day 4.
Great.
So we've only had 4 days so far.
Each cohort has gone one round.
One
if you will.
cycle.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
So which level, elementary, middle, or high, has the most amount of subs or people from central office needing to go in?
Oh, that's a good question. Mr. Bricka, do you have that information?
Yeah, it varies, but for Thursday and Friday coming up, it would be the high school level that would have the most.
Okay. Anything else? Any other comments?
I also wanted to ask about grades and pertaining to also finals as well. I know I talked about this a bit in the some of the last few meetings, and a lot of students at least the high school level have also reached out to me saying that they're really stressed about finals and the academic standards that are in place, and right now they're under a lot of strain because of that.
Yeah, good evening, board members. So this afternoon we've had that conversation, and Ms. Mystery, we've started having conversation with some of our high school principals to get their insight and their recommendations as well. I did want to go back to the grades. Your first part of your question was about the grades, and it was mentioned earlier this evening as well about how we had basically seen about, I'm going to say around 5,000 additional failing grades in the first quarter of this year. We've run reports on that information, and it basically comes down to about 2,900 students out of our 25,000 that received at least one F. And so what we do know also is that about 1,100 of those failing grades were our virtual students, whereas 1,700 were the ones that were going in hybrid. So it's a bit counterintuitive than what we would have anticipated. However, what we're working to do right now, specifically for second semester, is to begin to look at some of the parameters that have been set by us and the expectations and standards that have been provided to us by the state of Maryland as it relates to the college and career readiness standards, and how it is that we can provide a bit more discretion to our teachers and to our administration to have a bit more autonomy on how it is that we can start assessing our students in this novel environment more on what they learn rather than on assignment completion. And so we'll be prepared to have more conversation about that in the near future.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Just in my,
Go ahead, Devanshi.
all right. Just again, in my conversation with students, they have said that the expectations oftentimes are very high for what they have to complete, and the amount of hours that they spend completing all this work is also very difficult. And especially, I think, in terms of the upcoming finals, which are the last week of January, is there any way that we can help students with that? I know we're talking about possibly having those discussions in the second semester, moving into there, but the upcoming finals, they play a really big part of the students' grades and their final grades ultimately. It goes on their transcript and everything, especially for high schoolers. So is there any way that we can help students, or just put in any measures like early on?
Absolutely. And as I just said, we've actually, Dr. Lockwood was part of the conversation today while we were in my office, having some conversation about some of the concerns that we have. And so to answer your question, I think within the next couple of weeks, we'll be able to provide some additional direction before the final examinations to provide a bit of flexibility, if you will, to our teachers to make the best decision for their students. We want our students to be successful. We want to place our students in a position to be successful. And for the most part, our students are being surprisingly successful considering the environment. But at the same time, we also know that preparing students for a final, as we once did, is not what it is right now.
Ms. Battaglia, you had your card up.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Herbert. Da Vinci, I wanted to kind of echo what you said. That was something I heard from a lot of high schoolers as well, is that, you know, now that they've returned to hybrid, there's been more discussions regarding finals, and they're hearing like, you know, okay, finals are going to be on a Friday, and then some of the students are going, well, wait a minute. So that means half the class gets to go in and take the final, the other half gets to stay home and take the final. But if you're in school, you can't use notes, but if you're home, you can. So there's been some of that discussion, and I've been hearing that from a lot of the different high schoolers. So Mr. Anderson, yes, I'm glad to hear that those discussions are occurring, because I think that is something a lot of the high schoolers are really starting to feel right now. They're a little nervous on, especially with the semester ending and getting ready to start new classes. So I'm glad we are having them.
Absolutely, Ms. Battaglia. And to be more specific, the school directors, Ms. McCausland, Mrs. Jones, Mr. Shockney, are actually connecting, I think, as soon as, I want to say tomorrow morning, to come to some sort of consensus for guidelines and expectations for the finals. So Ms. Mystery will be able to provide the board with a what we plan to be doing moving forward within the next couple of days.
Ms. Savigny, I saw you had your card up.
Yeah, I was just going to echo that. We want to make sure that there's a level playing field, right, for all of the high school students taking their exams, whether they're hybrid or virtual. I know that's going to be very difficult to achieve, but it's something that we should certainly be striving for.
I want to go ahead and commend our teachers and leaders again in the building, because I can't express how difficult it is to continue. And when we first submitted our plan, we were told very clearly that we were still expected to deliver the standards, and we did, and our teachers have. And it's extremely difficult, as you can imagine. Our issue is engagement. Our issue is keeping our students engaged, whether they are in the classroom physically or whether they're virtually. And this is not just the Carroll County Public Schools issue. This is an issue across our state and across our country right now. But I hear what you're saying loud and clear. We want to make sure we maintain the integrity of some sort of assessment, where students that are there one day are not sharing what the assessment is with the students that are going to come tomorrow. I'm very clear on that.
All right, and winter sports ends February 13th. Okay? Thank you. Ms. Savigny?
I did have a couple of questions based on comments that were made by some of the folks here for public participation tonight. So, Mr. Anderson, you had given the stats of, previously we had looked at the number of failing grades, and you translated that into number of failing students for us just a few minutes ago, right? So that was 2,800, you said?
Yeah, it was it's roughly around 2,900 plus, yes.
2,900, okay. And you said 1,700 of them are coming in hybrid and 1,100 are staying virtual?
Roughly, yes. About 1,783 are hybrid, or had identified themselves as hybrid, as Ms. McCabe just illustrated, that a number of those students may have chosen now to stay more virtual.
Jason, are you speaking to all students or just high school students?
This is grades 3 through 12.
Thank you.
These are the grade levels that receive a letter grade, if you will. Thank you for that clarification.
I just want to clarify that, because I know we were spending a lot of time talking about high schools there.
Yeah, so this is grades 3 through 12. Ms. Savigny, it was 1,123 of those students that received at least one F were completely virtual. So as I said, it's a bit counterintuitive. Those, we do have a number of students that are being extremely successful virtually. And a number of students that are hybrid, they're coming in because they need that support, and they're struggling a bit more. And the data that I shared with the board, I believe last week, broke it down by individual students. And what we did is we compiled that for you so you can see it, and I'll be sending that to you this evening if you'd like it.
And I know that I looked at it very high level. It looked like about 2/3 of the kids who had been receiving failing grades were planning to come in hybrid. So that I think that's consistent with the numbers that you just gave a few minutes ago.
Right.
So
right.
I just wanted to make sure I understood, because some of the folks were saying that most of the kids who were failing aren't coming into hybrid, and I don't think that's. I just wanted to make sure that wasn't accurate.
There's more students that have received an F that are hybrid students than there are students that were virtual. So you have more students that have received at least one F that have identified themselves as hybrid than you do as virtual. And that's not really a surprise if you think about it. Students that can work and more independently motivated and can handle that are going to do okay virtually. Our issue is engagement, as I said again, and that's what we're seeing across the board. In a minute, you're going to hear the Pillar 1 presentation. We look at attendance and engagement, and even our students that are showing up at school, it's very difficult to keep them engaged because there is so much going on in the classroom. There's students online, there's students in the classroom. So,
Ms. Battaglia. Excuse me, Devanshi, I'll get right to you. Ms. Battaglia had her hand up.
I think that is kind of confusing, because you have to remember we were virtual for how many weeks? Then we went to hybrid, I think maybe 4 weeks. So when you have an F, it takes a while to get that even better. I mean, It's
Yeah,
not like
that-
overnight, you know what I mean? I mean, it's something that takes a little while to do. So I think the 1,700, I think that also kind of shows that maybe students, even at progress report time, had worse grades before they went hybrid. Like maybe it was a little bit of an improvement because they went hybrid.
Right, and the high
There's
schoolers only got
several-
2 days.
Right.
Yeah. And if you have to remember, our high school students had a couple days that first quarter, or up till that point, So there's a lot of insight to be pulled from this data. And so the most important piece is that we get it in the hands of our school leaders.
Devanshi?
Sorry.
Okay.
So the numbers that were mentioned with the 1,700, are those students that are currently hybrid or were hybrid back in 2021?
Right, so those are the ones that we have identified in our system as hybrid, Ms. Mystery. So basically, as I was saying earlier, it was that they may have started off as hybrid, and that's what they were indicated as in our system. And so unless we go back and resurvey folks or go back and re-image things, then that's what we have to work from right now.
Okay, so were they hybrid back in quarter 1?
Yes.
Right, okay, thank you.
All right, Devanshi, do you have anything else? Okay. All right. Any other comments or questions? All right, well, I want to thank everybody and thank Mr. Singer. And Dr. Locker, do you have anything else to say before we move on?
No, again, I know this is challenging. I've gone on record to say my concerns about metrics in the community. I can't thank our teachers and school-based administrators and staff enough for the work that they're doing. And I really, again, continue to appreciate the partnership with Mr. Singer. I look forward to the vaccine distribution.
Absolutely. The vaccines are so important. All right. At this time now, we will move on to board member and superintendent updates. Board member activities. Anyone? Ms. Savigny, I'll let you go first again.
Do I have to go first?
No, you don't. Okay, you don't have to, but you never got to go first the last time.
I appreciate that.
All right.
Me to go?
Go ahead, yeah.
Okay.
I'll go. Is that okay?
I just know Donna didn't get to do a lot for 2 years, so I thought, okay.
Oh, I appreciate that.
I'm gonna be quick. It's been a lot of time, and I'll just skim down. I'm not gonna do dates, but several MABE legislative committee meetings, a Kerwin final recommendations MABE meeting, the Chamber of Commerce legislative in the state of the county, various individual meetings with staff and other elected officials talking about all this. And I was going to say scheduling. I'm going to make every effort not to go into a school, and I'm going to send out some emails and thank some people for inviting me, but tell them, which makes sense to me. Right now, it just doesn't seem smart. And I'd like to admit that I've learned to celebrate holidays in a whole different way this year.
Ms. Battaglia?
Basically, not really, of course, there's not really a whole lot going on. We have received many emails and we do read them and we do take those into account. And we do appreciate hearing from the community and our teachers, and I do think our teachers were working their tails off. They are really pushing themselves to the limit, and it is acknowledged. Everyone that's in our school system, nurses, all of our instructional assistants, everyone. I do want to congratulate some of our seniors who are hearing from colleges. I see a lot of that on social media, that they're starting to trickle in and they're hearing from them. So to all the seniors that are starting to hear from your colleges and your acceptance letters, congratulations. I know it has not been easy and it's been very difficult and challenging. So hopefully within the next couple months, we'll be able to improve your senior experience just a little bit if we can, and I think hybrid was a good start to that. My kids had a great 2 days. They're there, they're loving it. My sophomore's loving it. And she actually finally understands geometry, so that's a good thing in our house.
Very good. Dr. Dorsey?
Okay, thank you. Going back to December 11th, I had attended the virtual curriculum council meeting, and I give many thanks to Mrs. McCausland for facilitating our agenda that day. And on the agenda, it was certainly jam-packed. We received a lot of helpful information. I noticed at one point there were about 80 participants in the virtual meeting. So that says a lot when you can have that number of people online at the same time involved in a meaningful discussion. Throughout this meeting, I wished that the audience could have been expanded because, again, we received a review and an update on a lot of helpful information. We heard information about our instructional technology focus, professional learning, Google Sites, esports, and then there was one topic that I know all of you would have appreciated, not that you wouldn't have appreciated hearing all of the information, but Mrs. Klinger shared some information about the social emotional well-being of our staff and students. And again, I'll stress that it was information shared concerning our staff's well-being as well as the students' well-being. And there's a lot going on, and at some point, hopefully, we can get some of this information brought before you all so you can hear some of the things that are happening. And I know there's going to be a working site for our curriculum council that's going to be a part of our Carroll K-12 site. So maybe at some point you would be able to go on and just see some of the information that we are dealing with as far as the curriculum council is concerned. We had another meeting scheduled, I guess it was just for this past Friday, but again, because of our hybrid situation and central office staff being needed to cover in some of our schools, that meeting had to be canceled. On the 11th in the afternoon, I participated in MABE's Ad Hoc Equity Virtual Committee meeting. And one of the highlights of that meeting was that we're beginning to work to create a facilitated Educational Equity Board Governance Workbook. And the workbook format, we hope, is going to be a very valuable, user-friendly resource for our boards of education. And this is one of the strategies that we have in MABE's equity goal to assist our member boards in developing a shared understanding and vision of educational equity. On the 14th of December, I attended MABE's Board of Directors meeting with State Superintendent Salmon, and this meeting provided us an opportunity to have an open forum for us to share questions and comments, as well as hear Dr. Salmon's responses to those. And the plan is that we will have an additional meeting to provide another opportunity to discuss the status of schools after the holidays. And on January 6th, I attended the virtual legislative breakfast to hear from the state delegation on their areas of focus for this new session. On a couple of the Thursdays, December 17th and January 7th, I continued to participate in the book club discussions as a part of the group that I am participating in this book club with. And we have one more session, and that will be tomorrow. So again, it's been a good opportunity for us to grow and to share some comments concerning equity. So as this book club is ending, I'm sure there will be others that might come up in the future. And again, I encourage board members to try to be involved in some of these discussions. And then finally, on the 12th, I tuned in to the county commissioners as they shared the State of the County address during their virtual meeting. So
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Is my report.
Fine.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm ready.
Okay.
Had a couple of seconds to gather my thoughts.
That's right.
But I did just want to say, there obviously haven't been a lot of events in person recently, but we have been receiving a lot of emails, and I've definitely been trying to read through those and digest what people have been saying, and I'm very thankful for the emails that people have been sending with suggestions, for how to potentially make things better. I really appreciate that. I know there's been a call for us as board members to come in and help out in the current situation, and
I can't personally do that because I have a full-time job in the private sector. However, my husband is a small business owner and partially retired. And we've made a family decision that my husband is going to come in. He's applied to sub in the schools. And I would like to put that out to the community. I'd like to make a call to the community, right? We're trying to do everything that we can to support the school system and support our students and what they truly need. And so I'd like to put that additional call out to the community to say, can we all please just come together and try to help do what we need to do to really move this community forward and help our students in the biggest extent that we possibly can. So I just wanted to say that. And, you know, I've been doing a lot of research on the side, trying to educate myself about what's going on in other areas of the country as well, just to see if there are any lessons that we can learn from that. And I'm very thankful of Mr. Singer and how closely he's been working with the school system. And I'm very excited to hear about the plans for vaccines. You know, we've been staying abreast of that, and you know, the fact that we're making sure that we get these in people's arms as quickly as we possibly can. I appreciate the effort of all of our partners around the county. And then, you know, my kids did start hybrid last week. We're in the B cohort. They had a great 2 days. We're very excited about it. So I want to thank all of our educators, our staff, everyone who are doing yeoman's work to make this happen. And just lots of other various legislative events. We've got a lot of things coming up in the near future. Joint meetings with the commissioners, talking with our delegates, and things of that nature. So a lot coming up in the next couple of weeks.
Thank you. Devanshi?
Good evening, everyone. Wish everyone a happy new year. On December 11th and January 13th, I attended the Carroll County Student Government Executive Board meetings where we planned for our February General Assembly and also student representative elections. On December 19th, I signed and co-write a statement alongside student members on boards of education from 18 of Maryland's counties in response to a case that was filed last month in Howard County attempting to strip the voting rights of the Howard County Student Board member. In it, we jointly condemned this attack on the student voice. And students are the biggest stakeholder in education, and the student voice is ever so much important as we grapple with an immeasurable amount of issues in our education and lives. The position that I hold on this issue isn't one I hold alone, but the opinion of a majority of the students that I've spoken to in this county. The rights and representation of student board members are something that I will continue to advocate for as we go forward. As Jamie, the CCSJ co-president, mentioned, the elections for the student representative on the Board of Education for the 2022 to 2023 school year are in February. SHRAB applications are currently out for 9th and 10th graders, and if there are any freshmen or sophomores out there who have an interest in local government, education, or just a student voice overall, I highly encourage you to apply for this position. As I've said before, it is incredibly important to make sure your voice and the voices of your peers are heard in order to bring about change. I encourage students to reach out to me anytime if they have any questions or concerns regarding this position or the election process overall. And just in conclusion, I want to say thank you to all the teachers, staff, and students who are persevering through these difficult times together. I encourage everyone to stay safe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to change gears, and I need to congratulate Mr. Kyler on being elected by the Recreation and Parks Advisory Board to the Carroll County Recreation and Parks Volunteer Hall of Fame. So congratulations, Kenny. It's hard to believe. He started the North Carroll wrestling program from the ground up. He was also president of the North Carroll Rec program, and he was also on the Parks and Rec Advisory Board. So, Mr. Kyler, congratulations for your Hall of Fame award, and it was so well deserved because I don't know hardly anyone else has put the thousands of hours you have into that North Carroll wrestling program and your family. So congratulations on that.
Thank you, and I almost wasn't paying attention to your report, but I've been blessed, just like I am on this board. I've probably served on 10 volunteer boards in my life, and this really should go to like the four of you and all the people on those boards who carried me along and got me to here. They deserve this award, but thank you.
Well, congratulations. I've been to many virtual meetings with everybody else, so I'm not going to go over that. But I do want to sincerely thank everyone for pitching in, hands on deck, for everyone helping this work. Our students need this. And I will be at Manchester Elementary tomorrow and Friday. So, Dr. Locker, it is your turn.
All right, board members, I want to start by addressing a matter that I find to be disturbing and disgusting. It's an incident that happened in one of our schools today, and I feel it's important to address it publicly. The school principal has sent a letter to the community, and so that community is aware, but a group of 8th grade students were meeting with high school counselors, as we typically do this time of year, as we think about transitioning from middle to high school, and thinking about schedules and classes to take, et cetera. And that meeting was interrupted by what appears to be a sort of recorded repeating of a racial slur that was offensive, vile, and wholly inappropriate. Of course, as quickly as possible, that was stopped and addressed. But there is no tolerance for that anywhere. We believe in a culture of respect and appreciation of diversity in Carroll County Public Schools, and slurs or other racially insensitive remarks, or comments, or actions will never be tolerated in this system. I'm sorry for the students that had to endure that situation, and please know that we're doing everything we can with the schools to find out how that could have happened. Our central office and IT staff are investigating that and even consulting with law enforcement in an effort to identify who was responsible for this offense. We take this very seriously, and no one should ever have to endure that. And so I wanted to make sure that, like I said, even though our principal at the school there has been working on that and communicating, that I speak for all of Carroll County Public Schools when I share my disappointment and like I said, of a very disturbing event that has no place anywhere, but wanted to make sure that folks know that will not be tolerated. And now I'll move to better news. I want to begin by announcing that our food services department, and you know, our food services department throughout all this, right from the get-go, has been nonstop. Karen Sarno and her staff deserve a tremendous amount of kudos, but they received a $10,000 hometown grant as part of the Fuel Up to Play 60 in-school wellness program. And so the funds are being used by Ms. Sarno's department to help offset the cost of a food service van that was purchased, which is getting tons of mileage on it because they're constantly delivering meals in our school and in summer and emergency meal programs. The Fuel Up Play 60 program was created in partnership by the National Football League and the National Dairy Council in collaboration with the U.S. Department of Agriculture. The Hometown Grant Initiative provides grants to schools to enhance their school meal programs and provide meals to students even throughout this pandemic. In addition to the grant, the American Dairy Association Northeast is providing 200 at-home physical activity kits to CCPS students so they can also exercise. And so these kits are being shared through our partnership with the Boys and Girls Club of Westminster. So again, we want to thank Karen Sarno, our supervisor of food services, for her leadership in obtaining this grant. And we had a nice photo op with Ms. Sarno and the big, large check, and I think Poe from the Ravens as well.
Oh, that's nice.
Congratulations as well to the Masonry program at the Career and Technology Center and instructor Mike Campanile, who we've commended and given kudos to, it seems like year after year, for his efforts there. They were awarded a $3,000 grant by the Building, Congress, and Exchange Foundation. This grant will help provide funding for a new hydraulic dump mortar mixer. The program's current mixer is over 30 years old and is no longer current in today's industry standards, and so this updated equipment will enhance the program's ability to provide students with real-life experience and meet the highest industry standards. So, Mike, continued great work there. Thank you for making those extra efforts to support our students in securing this grant. And finally, congratulations to Olivia Van Dusen. Olivia is a junior and an FFA member at Manchester Valley High School. Olivia received a $1,000 farm credit grant for her supervised agricultural experience project. Her application was among those selected from nearly 5,700 applications nationwide. Students are required to complete a supervised agricultural experience as part of being enrolled in an agricultural course, and Olivia will use the grant for a new poultry supervised agricultural experience project. With the grant, she'll purchase, hatch, raise, and sell Pekin and Indian runner ducks. Pretty fascinating. So, some highlights of students and staff continuing to do great things in Carroll County Public Schools. Thank you.
That's a good thing. Thank you so much. And Dr. Lockhart, you're back on with the Pillar 1 update.
Okay, I will turn things over to Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Dr. Lockhart. Good evening, President Herbert, board members, and Commissioner Boucher. Welcome. Board members, each January, staff provides an update to Pillar 1 of the board's strategic plan. This January's focus is on access and credit to a well-rounded curriculum, adjusted graduation cohort rates, and academic achievement and progress. Because of the pandemic, state testing did not take place last year. So this evening, we do not have any MCAP or county report card data to share. In lieu of this information, the team is prepared to speak to our plans as it relates to recovery and compensatory services for all students requiring academic support. At this time, I'm going to go ahead and turn the presentation over to Ms. McCausland, our Director of Curriculum, Ms. Jones, our Equity and Inclusion Officer, and Mr. Shockney, who's our Director of Special Education. So, Ms. McCausland.
Thank you, Jason. Good evening, Dr. Lockhart, President Herbert, members of the board, and Commissioner Boucher. Thank you for having us tonight to provide an update to access to a well-rounded curriculum, as well as attendance and the graduation rate. Next slide, please. So the two objectives for the Pillar 1 that we're going to focus on tonight, Objective 1.1, students exit Carroll County Public Schools college, career, and community ready. And Objective 1.3, Carroll County Public Schools provides access to a well-rounded, varied, and rigorous curriculum to all students. Next slide, please. The data points that we're going to be looking at this evening are access and credit to a well-rounded curriculum, as well as local metrics for attendance and graduation rates for 2019-20 school year. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this year, we took a little bit of a different approach to how we were presenting this information and thought that it might be a little bit easier for us to understand at each level what is access and what is credit to well-rounded curriculum. So for elementary, it's the access is the percentage of fifth graders enrolled in science, social studies, fine arts, physical education, and health. And you can see there the 2018-19 data was 99.8% and the 2019-20 data 99.9%. For credit, the percentage of fifth graders enrolled and passing coursework in social studies, fine arts, physical education, and health for credit in 2018-19 99.8 and 2019-20 97.5. I do want to say that the 97.5 should be higher. We had several students throughout the county who actually withdrew, who were counted in this, and if they're not enrolled and passing in the coursework, obviously it's gonna create a dip in that percentage. Next slide, please.
Ms. McCausland?
Yes.
Just a quick question. Can you help me remember why science isn't under the passing section for credit?
ESSA states that access to a well-rounded curriculum are those areas: the social studies, fine arts, physical education, and health.
Okay, but science is not included in that listing?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. So at the middle level, the percentage of 8th grade students enrolled in fine arts, physical education, health, and computational learning for access 2018-19, 97.2%, and 2019-20, 98.9%. I will say that Mr. Streaker and Mr. Hill, along with Mr. Wetzel at Crossroads. They've been working very hard to realign specials area courses, which is why we attribute a bump in that access percentage, and we will continue to look for areas where we can provide additional access to those special area courses. For credit, it's the percentage of 8th grade students enrolled in passing coursework in mathematics, ELA, social studies, and science. And again, we had some students who did withdraw who should not have been a part of that credit percentage, but were included in the data because they weren't enrolled in the coursework. Next slide, please. So high school for well-rounded curriculum. First of all, I'd like to give a huge shout out to Lori Eiler and Jen Seashell for working with me on creating this query to access this data. This is very difficult to access just because of the large number of variables that come into play for high school well-rounded curriculum. So for access, it's the percentage of graduating students or students exiting high school with a certificate of program completion who meet at least one of the following criteria during high school grades 9 through 12. Enrolled in an AP course, participated in a dual enrollment course, enrolled in a state-approved CTE program at the concentrator level or higher. The concentrator level is typically class number 3 in those sequence of 4 courses, and enrollment in a general education course for those certificate-bound students. This is really baseline data. This is the first time we've pulled this data. And again, we've done it at a local level. The state does not provide us that information. So access for the 2019-20 school year was 80.2%. So credit is the percentage of graduating students who have achieved any of the following: scored 3+ on an AP exam, met the standards set by College Board on the SAT, met the standards set by ACT on the ACT exam, earned credit for dual enrollment, met the University of Maryland entrance requirements, completed a youth apprenticeship program training, completed an industry certification, and achieved the CTE concentrator status, completed a CTE program, or received the seal of biliteracy. And credit for the 2019-20 school year was 78.6%. Next slide, please. Four-year adjusted cohort graduation rate for all students. Percentage of students in 2018-19 was 98.5%, and percentage of students in 2019-20 was 98.3%. Next slide, please. So for attendance, what we did was we compared first quarter attendance for the 19-20 school year to the first quarter attendance of the 2021 school year. And we did dip slightly, but I think overall the attendance, considering the environment that we currently are in, is good. You know, most of our students were virtual for a good portion of the first quarter. So I'm happy with the attendance rate where it is. Obviously, it's a little more difficult to go out and do home visits and engage families for those students who do struggle with attendance, but I think we're doing a nice job. Next slide, please.
All right. Good evening, board members, President Herbert and Commissioner Boucher. I'm going to cover the next slide, in which you see areas of focus that we're looking at. We mentioned engagement earlier, academic performance, historically underrepresented. And interestingly, we have equity as the last bullet. But I want to challenge us, if I had a wand, I would have equity around all of it, because equity is everything. Equity is the why of what we're doing. So just to reiterate a little bit, when we're talking about equity, we're talking about addressing those structural and institutional barriers that are preventing our students from accessing an equitable education and educational opportunities. But when we do that, we have to look at it through several lenses. And in this case, it's always a lens of, we have to consider our socioeconomic lens, our ability lens, whether it is physical or cognitive ability. We have to consider race and ethnicity. We have to consider language. We have to consider family structures. And then we have to constantly ask ourselves, what are the new and existing barriers that are presenting and preventing our students from having access to a well-rounded curriculum or access and education in this particular place? When we look at engagement, and Mr. Anderson mentioned it, that seems to be the biggest thing that's driving academic performance that is impacting it negatively, is the engagement. But when we say engagement, we have to peel back the layers based on looking at it through the equitable lens. Why aren't our students being available to learn? So it's a deeper question than just students turning on their devices, being involved. What is the why behind the unavailability at this moment for them to learn? And so I'm sure none of us would argue and dispute, and we've even discussed the impact of COVID, particularly also in our Black and Brown families. There's several challenges there. There is that group that's being disproportionately impacted by COVID, either by having the actual virus itself, fear of getting the virus, fear of passing the virus on to others. So it's different for that population of students. It's also creating issues when we think about the anxiety that is all surrounded by it, preventing kids from being engaged or participating. It's impacting our families. When we look at the mental wellness, families that may have been on it and they're on it with their kids, they're also struggling right now. They're struggling financially to figure out, how do we make this new normal work, whether their business was impacted by COVID, whether they're frontline workers, whether someone lost a job, whether it's just navigating this, how do I get unemployment? How do I get food for my families? So the socioeconomic is a big factor that's keeping students and families from being completely engaged in the learning process. We also then have to think about all of the other things we've talked about. Students grieving, and not just students, but our staff. The grieving of things not being the same, virtual learning not the same, not normal school, hybrids not normal school. And so it takes away the motivation that students have. It comes up with a feeling of helplessness, a feeling of, I don't really want to participate. So these are the things that our students are fighting with, things that our staff members are fighting with. Motivation, feeling overwhelmed, a lot of work, getting used to virtual learning. All of these are challenges. So we have to ask ourselves also with the lack of structure that may be at the home. So, excuse me, if we have parents that are working, in some cases we have too many folk at home, and in some cases we don't have enough people at home. And so who's supervising our babies while they're trying to get their education? And some of them are, kids are going to do what they want to do. Some will try their best. Some will not work as hard. And some may not see it as a priority right now. But meanwhile, we still have to peel back the layers and figure out the why and what can we do as a system. Are we clear on student expectations in regards to engagement? How do we make sure they're engaged? How do we build relationships? What are the requirements that we're asking of students? Are we clear and are we consistent with our grading policies? So these are all of the things impacting our academic performance. And our focus needs to be continuing changing numbers into names, turning grades into names, and looking for trends and patterns. What are we seeing? Why are we seeing them? What are these barriers? And when we're looking at this specific data and extrapolating what we're seeing, focusing on, are we seeing it based on academic levels? Are we seeing it based on gender? Are we seeing it based on socioeconomics? Are we seeing it based on students receiving accommodations? where's the breakdown and what group is suffering the most so that we can apply the appropriate supports. We know that our English language learners are particularly being hit hard. And as soon as I finish, I know Ms. Pam Mester's on the line, and her group has been doing a phenomenal job in regards to reaching out from day one, reaching out to our families to make sure that our English language learner students are being helped and supported as much as possible. When we say historically underrepresented, I just want to challenge and throw this out, that right now, all of our babies are vulnerable. All of our students are vulnerable. That underserved population has grown exponentially. That gap has widened for more students. And so we do have to still consider an equity lens, but let's just realize what our students are going through right now. That pool of students who need extra support has widened and broadened, and I'm sure we all know that. So, Ms. Mester, if you would like to speak briefly to how this has been impacting our English language students and maybe what you've been doing in your group to help support.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Just to briefly touch on our English learner student group, one celebration that we're really proud of is within the graduation data, 100% of our English learners graduated last year and the year before that, 100% each year. And so I think one of the celebrations we have is that we are constantly working as a collaborative team with our school-based personnel central office, our amazing pupil personnel workers, and trying to pull all the pieces together. So what we're really trying to maintain focus on is the same thing we've always done, is to make sure that at a very early time when our students enter the system, that we've created a graduation plan for them with a career pathway, with potential industry certification, and really like looking at all of those pieces from the beginning, proper placement into academic level coursework. So really, I think the end, when we see our students graduating, there's so much that happens ahead of that really involves a very collaborative team. I've got an amazing team of ESOL teammates all around, surrounding our families, our students. Since September, we've done 259 home visits, many of those in direct collaboration with our amazing pupil personnel workers and other school-based staff. So it's really been, it's been a lift, but we really are focusing very much on making sure that our students and families are as engaged as possible, and really focusing on maintaining their course, whether it's to go to college, whether it's a career pathway, and potentially a career pathway with an industry certification, and working collaboratively with our Career and Technology Center. So those are just a couple of the highlights. I'm not sure, Ms. Jones, if I've hit those pieces. Sure.
Ms. Mesta,
Yes.
excuse me, I do have a question. Talking about engagement of students, and I looked at the list of Fs from our students, and I saw many Hispanic names. What are we doing with that Hispanic population, and trying to get them engaged? Are they coming, not coming? Are you doing home visits? What can we do? I saw many of those Hispanic names, and I was just wondering what was ESOL doing to help those students specifically. I just see that.
Sure, that's really a great question, and I'm glad you brought that up. When we look at the Hispanic population, we're only looking at approximately 70% of our English learners overall, and we service somewhere around 380 to 400 students at kind of any given point in time in grades pre-K to 12, but about 70% of our students are identified as Hispanic. So that is a pretty large percentage. Yes, we are doing an exponential amount of home visits. The number I mentioned, 259, and that doesn't include from the time that we closed back in March. So engagement is a real challenge for us, and Mr. Anderson mentioned that, and that is always at the forefront of our thinking, is engaging our students and maintaining that engagement, making sure they have access to technology, able to understand. My team spends a significant amount of time out in the yard in socially distanced home visits, really trying to make sure our students are engaged, they understand the technology applications, are able to submit work, those are all challenges and barriers. And language is certainly a factor within there. Now, we know within the Hispanic population, it's not going to be always a language barrier, but within our own group of English learners, and we still have over 30 languages represented. But like I said, that core group are our Spanish speakers. We work collaboratively with our international office, our interpreters and translators who do an amazing job of connecting families. We do a lot of resource connecting. So it's really a larger picture for my teammates and I when we look at, when we're looking at how we service an English learner. It's not about always the coursework. It's the whole child and the whole family. Everything from meeting basic wants and needs and working with our amazing student services department, all the way to making sure that they have access to the curriculum and that they're being challenged and that the standards are being met and we're moving them onto career pathways. So yes, to answer your question, a lot of home visits, a lot of non-conventional things. The other challenge that we have within access to our curriculum is that there's content and our students are engaged in those classes, but there's these building blocks that a lot of them are missing, whether it was just due to interrupted education or just no exposure to that content. So at the same time, we're building those standards that are happening right now. We're backward mapping and building prior knowledge and trying to bring those pieces in. So it's a big lift, but huge hats off to anybody on the ESOL team, as well as every single person in this system that helps to make this a team effort, really. Does that address your question?
I know COVID has brought on so many inequities, and that really stuck out when I just looked at the first 5 pages. So thank you very much.
If I may also add, when I was looking back at the data as well of the graduation rate, 100% of our Hispanic students hit that graduation, that mark. And we know that a large group of our students who may have exited ESOL are still within that number. So really, I feel like that speaks to where we're going, but it's always backward mapping. We start in pre-K if they come to pre-K, and we start to think about what opportunities and doorways are we going to open for our kids, and we're going to do everything we can to get them there. But it is a lift. So thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you.
Yes. President Herbert, I also wanted to add, and thank you, Ms. Mesta, that also with our Hispanic population, our interpreters have been doing a wonderful job, and Patty Burns with her Hispanic liaisons who've been working with our administrators and our families, as well as going back and forth, making sure that students are getting their homework, that they understand the homework, and communicating between the teachers, and again, as we know, working with our ESOL teachers. So there's been a lot of support there. So I just wanted to give you that, and I'll come back a little later. The next slide will be Mr. Shockney, but I'll tell you some more about the academic recovery, which will overlap a lot with some of the questions you just asked, President Herbert. So next slide, and I believe Mr. Shockney.
Judy, I think the next one's yours, the recovery.
Oh, it's mine too.
Yeah.
Okay, I can keep going then. So for academic recovery, our schools, this is when, I'm proud to be a part of Carroll County Public Schools. Our schools have gone over and beyond in regards to how do we address these barriers? How do we provide resources and supports for our students? And they've been doing so much. Everything from tutoring, whether it's after school and evening school opportunities have been have happened, whether it's virtual tutoring that teachers are doing at the end of the day. They are definitely doing all that they can to help students. We know that our schools have established learning pods, and which initially a learning pod or learning pods was to help our students who did not have connectivity, right? A big access issue right there. So let's bring our babies in and give them a place to work so they don't fall behind. But then our principals, as they do, began to think about students who would definitely benefit also from that small, supportive environment. So they began to send out invitations to students who would benefit from it. So those were and have been going on. And the additional supports that we're doing is, again, I love the fact that we have these incredible partnerships with our organizations and corporations within Carroll County. We have them stepping up and helping, whether it's with tutoring and accepting students, whether it's just wraparound support. Again, my concern is not just the student, Because where there's a student that's not engaged, there's a family that's behind the scene that's either struggling to try to make it work. And so reaching out to our agencies to help us with wraparound services. How can we help the family? If the family is well, then the student will be well. And we can make sure that they're getting the need and support that we need them to have in order for them to be successful. I'm happy to say that Marta Drody, along with our student services, they're working on our navigating difficult waters. Again, we're going to bring that back, and this time the focus is going to be on finding mental health. Because again, this is a stressful time, not just for our students, our teachers, but for our families as well. And we have to remember that. We have to keep thinking about families again, parents that would have been present, who find themselves struggling being advocates for their student at this time because of all of the stresses that they're also going through. So as much as we can provide a platform for the community to come together to help with the mental wellness component, I'm hoping that that in turn will show some sort of academic support and increase in engagement for our students. So that is my portion that I have for you. And then Mr. Shockney, I believe, is next.
And Dr. Dorsey, excuse me, Dr. Dorsey has a question or a comment.
Thank you. It relates to the last comment you just made, Mrs. Jones. I'm wondering about the percentage of students who have participated in academic recovery efforts in relation to engagement, because it sounds like certainly it's not 100%. So what is the actual percentage?
I do not have that information, Dr. Dorsey. I'm not sure if anyone on the call does have that information. If not, that is something that we can get for you, because that is important.
Okay, if not, I mean, just a summary, is it most, some? I mean, I know it's some, but most, or?
Dr. Dorsey, this is Jason. I believe we reported out on those who were invited to take part in our ongoing tutoring or pods. And what we saw was obviously a higher percentage of our elementary students taking advantage of tutoring, whether that be virtual or on site back when we were in the hybrid the first time. We did see that, I think Mr. Hill reported out that they were increasing their numbers, which originally weren't that high in the middle school. And then our high school students, we were seeing a percentage that was probably around 30 to 35% of those students that had been invited to take advantage of it. But we can get those metrics back to you once again.
Good evening, board members. I'll speak briefly about recovery and compensatory services for our students with disabilities. This will be a very integral support for our students with disabilities as we move forward. Recovery and compensatory services is something unique just for our students with disabilities. They are determined by the IEP team. And these are services and supports that must be provided in addition to any currently identified IEP service or support, and also must be provided outside of the student day. So we need to get creative and work with families to deliver these compensatory services before, after school, potentially on the weekends, and definitely over the summer. In the spring, our teams are going to begin to start to determine eligibility, and that's going to be a collaborative decision that is made with the families. And oftentimes there's going to be a chance that we'll be able to do these things outside of a formal IEP meeting, which could be a benefit to both us and to families to getting the decision done as quickly as possible. But there are 3 guiding questions, and you can see those there that are going to drive the team's decisions on if a student is eligible for recovery and compensatory services. It all surrounds what we call in special education a FAPE, which is a free and appropriate public education. We look at a student's progress, we look at the services that we've been able to provide during this interrupted period of learning to determine, was there a denial of FAPE? Was there a negative impact because of that? And if so, what supports are needed to recover? Our timeline for making these decisions, we need some time to resume some more normal operations. I imagine in the spring, we will begin to start to make these decisions with families. And again, we just need a little bit of time to measure progress once we've resumed. We'll start to deliver these services this summer. And this will be in addition to any extended school year support that we provide. But I would imagine that we're going to continue services starting in the summer. We'll continue through the course of next school year, potentially into the following summer and beyond. Typically, when we deliver compensatory services, we try to do that within a calendar year of its determination. But MSDE has already identified that systems and schools and teams may need longer to be able to provide those services. So we could look at multiple years to be able to provide all the supports that students with disabilities may require as a result of any missed services. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Nick. So for recovery planning, summer 2020 recovery, we had 1,087 students participate in the virtual summer recovery opportunities, the Jumpstart programs, and small groups. Fall of 2020 tutoring, we had 1,256 students participate in small groups and virtual tutoring, as well as the learning pods. Spring of 2021 tutoring and recovery, we are anticipating an increase from the 1,256 students in the fall to participate in small groups and virtual recovery sessions. And we will be doing IEP meetings to determine compensatory and recovery services. And then we will be working to plan those compensatory and recovery services for the summer. Summer of 2021 will provide us summer recovery time, extended school year, compensatory services, and credit recovery. And we are anticipating 3,000 plus students to take part in small group credit recovery, extended school year, and compensatory services. Next slide, please. So our next steps are to continue to work with Performance Academy teams at all of our schools, elementary through high, to identify individual students and groups of students who need interventions and targeted services. Also to continue to extend opportunities for students to have access and completion or credit of a well-rounded curriculum, and continued ongoing professional learning for staff as well as students.
Comments, questions? Ms. Savigny?
I just want to thank.
I was going to say,
Turn on my mic.
Yeah, now we can hear you.
I want to thank staff for putting this together. I know that these are very trying times and you guys are running in so many different directions right now. So to be able to put this update together, I want to thank everyone, and that we keep the at least some sort of eye on the strategic plan. And I know that all of the strategic plan discussions that we've had in the past have said that it needs to be a robust and living document. Right, and Pillar 1 is clearly the one that we focus on from an academic achievement perspective, and we don't have really that testing. We're not going to have standard testing over like from last year, or probably anything that's terribly usable this year from that perspective to use for academic achievement. But I appreciate the laser focus that's been provided on, okay, we recognize that our students are struggling, and what are all of these additional things that we can, supports that we can be putting in place. And I think that hybrid is actually the first step to recovery plan, right? Everybody knows that hybrid is certainly not perfect right now, but it's the first step of getting our kids more engaged. I know we saw in the earlier slides that attendance isn't really the problem, it's engagement that's the problem, right? And I think that we've said that on many occasions, but I would like to start thinking about how do we revise the strategic plan and Pillar 1 in the spirit of it being a living, breathing document, since we can't really use the measures that are in there for the foreseeable future. How do we adjust for the recovery plans? How do we start measuring learning loss? How do we start measuring how we get the recovery back? So identifying where our biggest issues are and how we're getting those additional supports to the students. I think that's going to be very important part of kind of modifying Pillar 1 of the strategic plan. So I think that we're bringing Pillar 1 back. We're on a 3-month schedule, right? So that would be April?
Yes.
That we would see it again?
Yes.
Okay, so.
Jason, you're muted.
Ms. Savigny, Pillar 1, I don't think returns until we come back in September, I believe. I could be wrong on that.
But Jason, don't we have a review at the end of the year, though? Yeah.
Correct. That's right, Dr. Lockhart. Board members, as you remember, I believe is the first year I was here, we did an evaluation of the plan and made some modifications and revisions, and essentially another iteration. We can certainly do that again this spring. And I hear that loud and clear. And that's something that we were planning to do next year. We'd like to do that annually, but as you know, what took place last spring.
And I know you guys are running so fast in so many directions right now, but I don't want to lose sight of being able to kind of vision out what Pillar 1 really needs to look like from a strategic plan perspective, because our kids are going to need it more than ever.
Yes. Our recovery is going to be so important here, coming up, and I hope sooner than later. So, Mr. Kyler.
I wanted to mention something that got brought up during this and is somewhat related, but, you know, and we've said several times tonight how hard staff is working, how hard teachers are working, and everybody in the building. But one of the things that got mentioned when we were talking equity is home visits. And I know I keep getting questions, is anybody trying to get the kids that don't get on? And a lot of administrators, a lot of these people are doing home visits to make that happen. And in this, anytime, but in this environment, that takes a lot of effort to get to some of those homes. And I just wanted to mention that.
Yeah, Mr. Kyler, our pupil personnel workers and student services and our school psychs, as well as administrators, they're all, you know, working their hind ends off to get out and meet with families and talk to families, and whether it's in person or via telephone, but doing whatever they can to engage. So they have been extremely busy as well, and working hard to build those relationships and encourage students to be engaged, and doing everything we can to get students engaged and to complete their work.
Anybody else have any comments? Donna?
I did have a question about the attendance slide, and I know that we said there was a slight drop off in the attendance, but not a significant one. It's really about the engagement, not the attendance. But is there anything that we can do because I know from an attendance standpoint, students pretty much mark themselves present at the beginning of the day, right? And then it just kind of assumes that they're there the rest of the day? Or do students have... Go ahead, Mr. Copeland.
Mr. Streaker, you want to jump on? This is one of the things that we worked long and hard on, trying to determine the best way to mark attendance with what we had in a virtual setting.
Sure.
Carroll?
Sure, Ms. McCall. I mean, President Savigny. I'm sorry. Board Member Savigny. Had a flashback there.
She was present.
Students are marking themselves through the Google Classroom. We continue that practice because at any given day, obviously we have a lot of children working virtually, but we also have students that are on individualized plans that may not have regular access to the Google Classroom, that we're doing some work. And there's a small number of those students. And in addition to that, we have students that mark themselves present or maybe engaging in the virtual learning beyond the traditional school hours. So they can access the videos of the classroom and then engage in the work. One thing that we did make a decision very early on through the process is, just like in in-person learning, there is a difference between attendance. Like in our lens, attendance equals access. So if you think of the traditional school model, attendance means you're physically present, which means you have access to the learning. In some cases, we have students who may not engage in a classroom, and then there's an academic consequence. And certainly, it's, as the data is showing, it's much easier to reach those kids when they're physically present in a traditional model. We know that's the best way to deliver instruction when we have the opportunity and it's safe to do so. So the attendance piece is about students' access. So if students are able to access the curriculum or access the Google Classroom, we're marking them or accounting for them as present, meaning they had access to the curriculum. But as we're seeing, their ability to engage and be successful navigating that curriculum is certainly having some challenges.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other comments, questions? Well, thank you, everyone, for giving us the Pillar 1 update.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Dr. Lockhart, I guess we will move on to G&T.
We will. We have some folks on the line here, and Mr. Anderson will kick it off.
Thank you, Dr. Lockhart. President Herbert and board members, I'd like to go ahead and take a moment to just remind the board that I think it was September of 2019, we all sat together in a work session where we conducted a program evaluation of G&T for Carroll County Public Schools. I believe it was our elementary director, Steve Wernick, who actually assisted me and facilitated the program review. We went ahead and presented that program review at the work session, and when it concluded, we planned a board update, and we had planned to have that board update spring of 2020. Unfortunately, because of the pandemic, the update presentation was delayed. Although we did not have an opportunity to provide the board with an update until now, much has taken place. Tonight, our supervisor of gifted and talented in advanced academics, Troy Barnes, is with us, along with a number of our colleagues, to provide the board with an update. So at this time, I'll turn it over to Mr. Barnes.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to present. I'm going to be joined this evening by Mr. Ken Gantz, principal at Liberty High School, Miss Kate Perper, principal at Winfield Elementary School, and Miss Missy Snyder, who's a teacher leader within the Advanced Academics program and a GT specialist. Thank you to Dr. Lockhart, Mr. Anderson, Ms. McCausland for their assistance and support over the last 15 months of hard work, and to our advanced academic teachers for all their assistance in not only the review of current practice, but continued implementation of the evolving program. Tonight's update is going to briefly cover the steps we've taken to evaluate the current practices, core beliefs that guide our current program actions, review of our evolving identification and inclusion practices, and then some next steps and goals for strengthening the advanced academic program. May I have the next slide, please? So the first order of business was to evaluate what we're doing currently and to determine what we're doing well and what we need to maintain and what we may need to change to strengthen the program. The study of all the GT program that was completed by Mr. Wernick and others that Mr. Anderson made reference to was used as a starting point and a launch for what we're going to do. Surveys to current teachers and staff members and other key stakeholders were issued, and there were lengthy discussions about the results of those surveys. Elementary school and middle school interviews were held with all the administrative teams in those schools. My experience in high school and my time in familiarity with the high school programs and advanced pathways, as well as those principals, gave me a good foundation for the understanding of the high school program. We also conducted observations in the elementary school and middle school classrooms, primarily focusing on what high ability learners were engaged in doing and seeing their experience from their classroom experiences. We also conducted extensive data analysis as part of the ESSA reporting process, including our demographic breakdown and our overall percentage of student identification, and state briefings related to new COMAR expectations. In the 1920 school year, we yielded a 10.04 identification rate. I want to put an asterisk beside that because the COVID closure made the formal screening, our traditional formal screening of our grade 2 students, impossible to complete. We used whatever data was available to us when we began the school year for identification of what's current grade 3. Those numbers are slightly elevated as a result of the informal data that we've used to collaborate and put those students into the advanced instruction. The plan is to evaluate those students, and we not as an eye toward moving students out of advanced instruction, but to give feedback and to really make better placement decisions. We don't want to place students in a situation where they're not really ready to participate. We've also engaged in peer review with other Maryland districts, primarily in the western part of the state. Washington, Frederick, Garrett, and Allegheny counties have all participated in peer review with Carroll County to look at programs and what's working in those jurisdictions as well. We studied national models. Most notably, the one can be found in a model presented in a work called Beyond Gifted Education from the year 2014 by a Dr. Peters et al. And is really at the heart of what Frederick County's been working on. From all these discussions and evaluations, core purposes, a set of core beliefs emerge, some that we had before, others that we're bringing forward, that are being used to operate and shape the future of this program. May I have the next slide, please? So what is the core purpose of the program right now? Take a moment to look at this, but as you do, I would like you to highlight providing services for students who are demonstrating sustained need. And the last phrase as well, regardless of whether they are formally identified as gifted. So the goal of meeting the instructional needs of all highly able learners, not those that are just necessarily possessing gifted learning traits at a period of time when we universally assess them. I want to assure you this does not signal a lowering of standards by any stretch for advanced instructional participation, but a focus on daily student performance. In other words, what students do rather than who they are, related to a label related to gifted traits. We are not altering our approach to obtain some artificial percentage of participation, but seeking to be very responsive to student need that we see again on a routine basis inside of classrooms. High expectation instruction would include pacing, higher order questioning levels, and student product that's expected. We're also going to be guided by a set of core beliefs, and they're going to translate into the actions that we take. May I have the next slide, please? The first two of these core beliefs you see for these first two bullets really speak to the role of the advanced academics educator and really are reflected in the new job description that was created and brought forward in the spring of 2020. In short, we seek to be, as advanced educators, visible and valuable to our students and our colleagues in the assigned schools. And all of our instructors have more than one assigned school. Some of our folks report to 3, everybody else reports to 2, and then we have some part-time folks that just have 1, but they're only part-time. The 2 main roles of the advanced academics educator obviously is going to be direct instruction of highly able students in collaboration with our general education colleagues. And we also want to build the professional capacity of our general ed colleagues to employ those curricular extensions that we're building and identifying as a method for a more engaged, highly able learner in the classroom. That goal of consistent engagement of students within that advanced instruction is going to rely heavily on a good level of collaboration between our advanced academic staff and our general education staff. At this time, I'd invite Ms. Perper or Ms. Snyder to make any comments they may have about the current state of collaboration and what can be done to strengthen that bond between those two groups. Ladies,
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi, thank you. This is Katie. I actually had the opportunity, Mr. Barnes came to my school and he actually participated in some of our data meetings where we were actually looking to invite some other groups, teachers to come in besides just general educators. And one of those groups was, of course, advanced academics. So one of the things we've really seen that's an important bridge is for both general education teachers and other teachers to understand what the general education core content is and how each teacher can help each other to see what it is that we have to cover in the curriculum and then how we can, for advanced academic purposes, extend that. Both gen ed teachers extend it, and then of course working with advanced academic teachers. So I think what we're talking about now is, I really like the point that Mr. Barnes makes where he says, regardless of if you are identified as G and T, we want to make sure that those pathways are there at the earliest possible time, which is elementary school, so that we can expose kids to, advanced academics or, going deeper into our curriculum with them when they've shown the need for that. So we've had some success with it at the elementary school level already, working collaboratively. So that's just something that we would continue to move towards. And then I'm sure Missy can elaborate on that as well.
Sure. Hi, this is Missy Snyder. I am one of the gifted and talented specialists in the elementary school. And in this new model that we're talking about, I do see that the advanced academics teacher will be working alongside with the classroom teacher. So professional development will occur naturally with the two teachers working together. The planning and the kid talking between those two teachers will be invaluable for meeting the needs of our highly able learners, but it will also prevent some challenges building in that time for those teachers to meet and talk about those kids and plan for them. But I do see it as a positive model and ways that more kids can be involved in advanced academics.
Thank you, Ms. Snyder. In bullet 3 there, ladies and gentlemen, that we believe that highly able learners do exist in all demographic groups. And what we're trying to say there is we really want to challenge any notion that there is a prototypical profile of a highly able or gifted student, and make sure that everybody has an awareness of student talents and recognizing student potential. Next slide, please. So when we talk about student potential, we sometimes we have students who enter our school with knowledge gaps. Back to some of the things Ms. Jones was talking about. Students may come in who are rapid learners, but may show great cognitive ability, but need some bridge programming, some to fill those knowledge gaps they have, to assist them in readiness to join with the advanced instruction. Whether that's a summer or school day program, we want to really continue to develop those students into readiness to joining those advanced learning pathways, in the elementary school, as Ms. Snyder just suggested, so that by the time we have students transitioning to high school, that they're really poised to engage within the most advanced learning that their abilities and their skills will allow. I know Mr. Gantz is on the call. Mr. Gantz, do you want to mention some of the things that you see as students are transitioning out of the elementary and middle school programs to high school, some of those skills that we want to develop in them as they transition? Mr. Gantz?
There you go. I think middle schools do a tremendous job of fostering growth in students, particularly during their 8th grade year, and helping them to, bridge that gap. There's a lot of transition that naturally occurs between middle and high school, and they're not immune from that kind of transition. I mean, our best and brightest and highly able learners still have to make that transition. One of the more visible things that's done as we've increased the participation in advanced placement, including 9th grade students that participate, is we get a group of kids every year that, through their recommendations from middle school and also from self-selection, they sign up to complete their government credit through AP Government. And we, at Liberty High School, we team those students. They have the same 2 teachers, the same for government, and then the same teacher for English. So there can be a team approach to hone their written and verbal communication skills, critical thinking, higher level questioning, and so forth. But the predictive attributes that Mr. Barnes refers to include a number of things. Some of them are the traditional student skills that help students with high ability to access what the opportunities that we have for them. So organizational ability, learning to handle an increased workload, and developing the desire to extend their knowledge, and these curriculum extensions that we are trying to do for them. So this continues through high school, and it's a gradual process, but we also have diamonds in the rough that are not identified, but as they mature as learners, they get to the point where they can join in those opportunities to eventually access our most advanced pathways as they proceed through high school.
Thank you, Mr. Gantz. May I have the next slide, please?
Excuse me, Mr. Barnes, excuse me.
Yeah.
Mr. Bigney has a question.
Sure.
Mr. Barnes, thanks. I'm not sure if this is a better question for you or Mr. Gantz, but Mr. Gantz, you had talked about at Liberty how you pair up, you do the team approach for AP Government for your AP Government and English for a team approach. Is that something that we leverage across all of our high schools as kind of a best practice, or is that just something that you've piloted at Liberty?
Well, it's something that kind of occurred to me as a natural teaming. And if you're looking just, roughly at numbers, we have about 30% of our ninth grade group that participates in that teaming. And it's our third year of doing it, and the kids really demonstrate a lot of growth over those years. And through that process over the years. So I don't know that it's a standardized thing. It was just something to me that made sense when I came here.
And that sort of mirrors the humanities approach at the elementary level.
Anything else before Mr. Barnes goes on?
I guess I
yes,
was just
okay,
going to
wait a
say,
minute.
ask Mr. Barnes
Yes.
if he was thinking, is that something that we do across other high schools or that we're thinking about doing?
It occurs naturally in some cases because of the leveling that occurs when students, come into the high school and they're advised, what level of rigor. So if a student is generally, in my experience at least, and Mr. Gantz and I worked extensively together at Westminster on schedule building as well. But no, at Century, when I was principal, we weren't necessarily having a teaming approach like Ken has embraced at Liberty, but we did have a naturally occurring kind of it occurred almost naturally within scheduling because the students that were in the AP Government in grade 9 were also students that were generally in the highest level or honors English 9 classes. There was a high level of teacher collaboration and teacher talk at Century where those students were discussed, but no, there was not an A-Day, B-Day cohort like that, like Mr. Gantz has at Liberty.
Thanks.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you.
Sure. So if you take a look at this particular slide, what we really have is the more traditional gifted and talented approach on one side and the advanced academics approach on the other. I want to stress to you that advanced academics is more than just a new name for the program, but really signals kind of embracing of a new paradigm about program execution. So, if we look at gifted and talented, the goal is really to find the gifted and then provide services for them, where advanced academics is a little more concerned about highly able students, and again, sustained need, and as Ken said a moment ago, also those attributes of predictive of success for advanced academic instruction. Gifted and talented programs generally have, in Carroll County, have been enrichments-based, which means they've explored topics that are not necessarily curricularly aligned or topics outside of our curriculum, but may be of high interest. And we've had relatively low dose engagement. Again, that structural, Ms. Snyder made reference to the structural needs we have, where we've been doing 1 hour a week, at least in the elementary and middle schools, of pull-out time, students being removed from class to participate. On the advanced academic side, we're interested in having curricular experiences that are aligned or extensions-based. So they are curricular topics that we're adding depth and complexity to, like Ms. Perper indicated a moment ago. And we're really looking to increase the engagement by having students remain in class and having the advanced educator come into that classroom. Or if we do pull students, having them work on, again, extended curricular activity with increased depth and complexity. One of the challenges that we really face in the elementary school program in particular, and in the middle school, is access to the highly able students. One of the things we want to think about and talk about is how can we structurally alter that so that we have more access to highly able students, whether that be the way students are clustered and grouped within classrooms, within the elementary school and the middle school, or whether there's an actual time set within the schedule. And again, Ms. Perper, if you have any comments on that regarding grouping, or Ms. Snyder, the difficulty in getting with them, I'd welcome your expertise.
Sure. So one of the things that is a hallmark of elementary school is that we really are giving students an opportunity to learn and grow and find themselves, which is why I think that's part of the reason we're having this discussion. We don't want all the defining moments to be hinged on an assessment you might take as a second grader. So we want to certainly look at kids as well-rounded and give them multiple opportunities to show us that they need those curricular extensions. But in doing so, we create classes where we do have multiple levels of students, which we still advocate. But looking at third, fourth, and fifth grade students, we certainly do try to group students, still have multiple varying levels in a class, but we certainly group students so that within a class, there's opportunities for them to have fellow guided reading groups or fellow math groups so that we could look at those curricular extensions. But I think as we shift to this, we would have to look at what the definition of those curricular extensions are versus what it used to be when you were pulled out for traditional GT services, so that we could determine, what are the hallmarks of that curriculum and what students do we want or do we feel have demonstrated need to have that curriculum. So we would have to look at basically, would we group them together? But that doesn't mean that they would necessarily be the only students in that class, but they might have a portion of that class where the GT teacher or advanced academics now would come in and actually co-teach with that group versus that traditional pull-out model, so that they were still getting access to the actual curriculum content. And I think that's the big thing from this slide to me, is we're talking about like curricular extensions versus isolated enrichment activities.
Yes, Katie, and I just want to speak to, I'm one of the writers of the third grade advanced curriculum that we worked on this summer, and I am actually delivering them currently to third graders who have been identified to receive advanced instruction. And it's really important that I communicate with the third grade teacher, because I find out what unit they are on, and then I take the level of instruction and raise it to make it more challenging for those kids. It's right along with what they're teaching. I'm in the same unit that they're teaching. It would be really important once we get in schools full time, though, for those kids to be grouped together in the same one or two classrooms. I am one advanced academics teacher, but I have to cover 4 teachers at 3 grade levels at 2 schools. So without having those kids grouped together in maybe 1 or 2 classrooms, I'm not able to access those kids and do these extensions or do justice to them working alongside a classroom teacher when they're in 4 different rooms at the same time. So that grouping is going to be really important in the elementary school to have this program work with success.
Thank you, Ms. Snyder. May I have the next slide?
Herbert, is
please?
it okay?
Yes, hold on for 1 second. Ms. Savigny.
Okay.
And Ms. Snyder, I want to thank you for saying that. I would really support what you're talking about in terms of, a little bit maybe more of homogeneous groupings, because it really helps access the kids and provide those additional extensions to the kids who really need it. So I appreciate the fact that we're thinking about this differently now, and how do we deliver it most effectively to the students at the elementary level. So it sounds like it's moving a little bit more in the direction of the middle school model, kind of bringing that back into the elementary school levels. And do we have a feel for how much time, so we know we've got the 1 hour, the old model was a 1 hour of pull out per week. Do you have a sense for how much time you would actually be able to provide some of those curricular extensions under the new model, understanding that, the number of teachers that we have that have to cover a lot of classes and things. I'm just trying to understand like a 1 hour pull out versus how much time can you spend on these extensions on a push in basis. I'm sorry, that was a really long-winded question.
Well, that's going to really be up to the school, how much cooperation and what we can get from the school and the collaborative. It's going to be based on student need is the short answer, and how much time and how many students do we have in any given school or any given set of classrooms that need the attention of the advanced academic instructor. I don't want to say, the target would be obviously that maintaining that hour of instruction, whether that be in one continuous session, doubtful. It may be in bursts of session, 20 minutes in this classroom, a half an hour in that classroom with different student groups. Structurally, we're going to have to work with building principals like Katie to make sure that we're on the same page. I don't want to, and you said something about middle school model coming to elementary school. I don't want to suggest that that's what we're trying to do. No.
Yeah, can I jump in and clarify something? Because I just wanted to, and I think, Ms. Snyder can attest to this. In most elementary schools, we already have students. That's what the point that I was trying to make. We don't advocate for grouping completely homogeneously, but we do have groups of students in a class who could then access, and I use the example of a guided reading group or a math group. So there are students within every class who are similar in that way. They might just not be the exact same academic level as every child in the class, but they have a peer group within that class. So for the most part, and I don't want to speak for everyone, but I have personally worked as an administrator in 3 elementary schools and worked as a teacher / administrator in 5. It is most often the case that in 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, we do have 1 or 2 classes so that we have groups of potentially 10 to 15 students who might access this type of curriculum. And I think to the point is, if we go back to what the topic we had previously discussed, if we as a school system work to find common PD and common collaboration between our advanced academic teachers and our general educators, we can have that delivery go beyond what the advanced academic teacher has time for and transition some of this to the gen ed teacher who's teaching that particular group of students.
Dr. Dorsey.
And I was just going to say, thanks, Mrs. Perper. That's one of the things I was thinking. Again, since there's the collaboration and the teaming and the planning, again, knowing that our staff is limited as far as the advanced academic teachers are concerned, again, it just would give the general ed, the regular ed classroom teacher, a lesson to continue working with the students on, one that's been planned collaboratively with the academic, advanced academic teacher. And I guess my question, though, that I was going to add concerning that, and again, I was glad to hear that, again, we're still looking at basically the heterogeneous groups for a lot of this, because I know that has some value. But I was questioning the number of staff members that we have, and I guess this goes to Mr. Barnes as far as the number of advanced academic teachers we have in the system.
We have 16 staff members, but only 14 and a half positions. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, so 16, but 14 and a half positions?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. So we have a couple of our staff members who are part-time.
Thank you.
And that's servicing 22 elementary schools and 8 middle schools. For advanced academics. Any other question before I move on? If I could have the next slide, please. So vision and mission statements are great, but they're only as good as the specific actions that we take to implement them. So I would like to talk to you a little bit about what we're doing in terms of actions that are being taken. And I'm going to go very quickly through this one because we've already talked about it a little bit, and that is we are, along with the content supervisors, particularly right now in the elementary level, we are working to build those curricular extensions in math and ELA humanities. As Ms. Snyder indicated, she wrote, along with the other educators this summer, grade 3 extensions in both of those areas. Those extensions, again, will add depth and complexity, and I will define those for you in just a moment within the content, the skills, processes students use, and what they produce. We're also exploring new resources, and we're going to be using Dr. Sandra Kaplan's icons of depth and complexity, as well as some books written about those icons, for professional learning for advanced academics that we also want to help translate to our colleagues in general education for consistency when we talk about ways to develop and deliver depth and complexity for students in instruction. I could have the next slide, please. Something that we're also doing to help our colleagues, again, that's sustained engagement for students. So because, as Dr. Dorsey pointed out, we are spread thin. And when we are not in a particular school, we want to make sure that our general ed colleagues have access to those curricular extensions that are being constructed, or in the case of middle school, identified and brought forward. And they have the confidence to deliver that instruction with those extensions. So we've been using it. Middle school team did this last year. A lead enrichment team process, where we take a general education colleagues from each middle school and expanded their instructional capacity and their ability to collaborate with and access resources for use with highly able learners. That's something we would like to see extended into the elementary school at some point, that approach. In the meantime, we're going to have our advanced academics instructors be the ambassadors and keepers of the methodology and extensions, and hopefully with the cooperation of our administrative colleagues, deliver that professional development, as Ms. Perper said, to get our general ed teachers more comfortable and aware of those resources to use with highly able learners. The high school program, we've been working very hard to maintain the accelerated program, which is the catalog of advanced placement selections, and with advanced placement capstone program, which is a 2-course program in grades 11 and 12. And it gives students the ability to either be what's called AP capstone certified or AP diploma designated within our accelerated instructional program in high school. I want to call on Mr. Gantz again just for a moment to talk on the benefits, if he could, briefly about the AP capstone and diploma program. Ken?
So, Mr. Barnes, if you just allow me for a moment, I wanted to point out before I got into the AP that there are many content areas, besides the AP track where high ability learners have an opportunity to shine in high school. And because of the many course offerings that Carroll County has traditionally provided and the structure in the high school day, students tend to specialize by interest and aptitude and ability. So some of the most impressive things that we see from these high ability learners take place within, for instance, the fine arts, as they become very accomplished in playing a musical instrument or singing or acting. So there are those things. And in addition, I don't want to overlook the advanced academic opportunities within our most advanced pathway programs within CTE at the school, on the school-based programs, and at the Career and Tech Center, our biomedical students, our engineering students. All of those are highly advanced programs where students can shine and have opportunities for extension. But specifically related to the AP has taken off, as I'm sure you guys know, over the last decade, where more students are availing themselves of the opportunity to take AP courses. And the newest AP additions, or among the newest, was this year when we introduced AP Seminar and AP Research. And as Mr. Barnes said, it's a 2-course sequence. Students were able to take AP Seminar this year as the first step. You need to complete AP Seminar in order to take AP Research. So there aren't any students in AP Research in the current school year, but juniors take AP Seminar in preparation to then move on to AP Research. They learn how to in AP Seminar, they learn how to construct an argument, to utilize multiple sources, and really prepare themselves to be able to write a college-level research paper and all that entails. Just a brief number, currently at Liberty, we have 83 students that are enrolled in AP Seminar over 4 sections. They move on their senior year and they take AP Research, which constitutes their English graduation requirement as a senior. So if you take AP Research as a senior, you're actually writing the paper, and you have there's broad discretion on one of many varieties of content areas. You can go really in any direction you want to write this paper, and your exam constitutes in a large part the oral defense of your paper. So it's something that, as those of you recall graduate school, that many graduate students are doing. Our students are given the opportunity to do that. And if they pass those two classes, get a 3 on their AP equivalent examination, and they pass 4 more AP classes by earning a 3 or above on AP tests in 4 other AP courses, then they're afforded the distinction of having an AP diploma, which makes them highly competitive on their transcript with their counterparts that are trying to get into the same schools that they are. So as of 2018, there are nearly 5,000 students across the country that were attaining that. And now our Carroll County students have an opportunity to join them in doing that. So it's an exciting thing, and it becomes a transcript separator and distinguisher, along with many other things that the kids have the opportunity to do.
Thank you, Mr. Gantz. May I have the next slide, please? One of the key elements to any effective advanced program is proper identification of students in need of that advanced instruction. Here you see really what we're going to be doing and the evolving practice we're going to have with regard to identification. Much of this is the same as we've been using. We're maintaining universal screening of students in grades 2 and 6. And again, utilizing, I'd like to stress the multiple measures in achievement, scores that we're going to draw from benchmarks and other state tests, as well as the cognitive abilities measurement, which is currently by the cognitive abilities test, or the COGAT, which again we universally screen in grades 2 and 6. Information that's gained from those is then put into a document called an individual student profile, and a review process is engaged in, where we then take all that information, including multiple members of the school community, parents, feedback, administrators, teachers, to qualify students for inclusion in advanced instruction. That's not going to change, but what is going to change is some of the things that we emphasize within that process. Again, the goal is not to reach a particular percentage to satisfy COMOR and simply say, oh, we're going to change who is or who is not gifted by changing the criteria for giftedness or identifying gifted learning traits. But again, just include and find those students who are in need of advanced instruction, regardless of whether the team makes the determination of whether there's gifted learning traits present in that. We're not altering those standards, nor are we going to alter tests or adopt group-specific norms for inclusion, but we're definitely going to, like I said earlier, challenge the view of what the prototypical advanced student looks like, or the attributes that they may have for inclusion within advanced instruction. Again, if they show that daily sustained need to be part of the program. Ms. Snyder, is there anything I didn't hit there that you'd like to add while we're on this slide? Or do you want to?
No, you included a lot of what we do look at. I don't think that many things are changing. We've always emphasized that we collect every piece of data that we can on a child. It's not just ability and achievement testing. We always like to say there's no one piece of data or test score, I should say, that would put a child in or that would exclude a child. We are really looking for sustained need. That could be us being in the classrooms, helping teachers to know what to look for, and any of that data that we're working with a teacher and we see a child rise up day after day being able to do this challenging work would override a low test score. If a child doesn't score well on a COGAT, certainly we have many opportunities to see them that they could work at levels in this advanced curriculum. So, we do include every possible piece of data, and not just that COGAT score. That's what's important to say.
Thank you, Ms. Snyder. Next slide, please. Again, the two keys for identification are going to be those students demonstrating that sustained need and possessing attributes predictive of success. Things like intellectual curiosity, academic perseverance. These would be some elements of things that we're looking for in students. It doesn't mean we're if a student doesn't qualify, it may be a not yet situation. We definitely believe that advanced instructional need is a dynamic trait. It should be a dynamic process. And we want to erode some of that kind of hard and fast line we've had about whether you're in or not, but have students be able to be able to come in and out of the program as need dictates. So inclusion in advanced academics is going to be something that we're looking at on an almost quarterly basis. Does the student, are they staying? Are they going? Are they ready? Not yet. What can we do to get them ready? The last point is the last thing I'd like to leave you with is that inclusion for highly able learners in extension-based instruction is very low risk to students and low risk to the integrity of the program. By that I mean, if we take a student who we're not really sure about, who's close or on the borderline, and we put them into advanced instruction, we don't have a lot of risk in doing any damage to the student, nor do we put them in a situation that's hard to undo to return them to on-grade level instruction if it's not working out. Our teachers are adept at differentiation by including students who have that sustained ability but maybe didn't, as Ms. Snyder just suggested, didn't test very well. That doesn't mean that they can't be included in, that somehow they're going to pull down the integrity of the program or alter what's been happening with regard to our program in terms of expectation or high levels of achievement. So I just want to make sure you understand what we mean by low risk. So as a result, we have a lot of tolerance for a false positive. So let's say we include a student, but they're not ready. Again, returning them is really not, there's no high stakes decision making there for the student. Last slide, please. In terms of our next steps and what we really want to achieve, again, the primary talent development in K2, where we're looking at students of talent and somehow pulling them forward, working with them, as well as the bridge programming that I mentioned before. These are wish list items. I'm going to be blunt as Dr. Dorsey pointed out, the fact that we are spread thin makes these particularly challenging programs to expand upon right at the moment, but that doesn't mean we're not going to try. We are. I know some of the things that have been considered before is maintaining budget neutrality, and we're certainly trying to do that. As this program expands and as we get do the things we're going to do, that may be difficult to do. We may need additional staffing at some point in the future, obviously. Everybody says that, right? And then we're building those curricular extensions. That's going to happen. We're already slated to work on grade 4. And we definitely want to, like I've said all along, continue to identify who is gifted and who needs advanced instruction and see that percentage of students that are taking advantage of that grow and grow. And making sure students are poised to enter all those programs Mr. Gons mentioned by the time they transition out of middle school into high school. At this point, any questions on anything we've presented?
Anyone have any questions? No one?
Quick comment. I really want to thank
Absolutely, Dr.
Mr. Barnes and Mr. Gons, Ms. Sider, Ms. Perper, for your participation tonight, your insight.
She's not on here.
And the work that's going on to really transform some of the practices here to benefit our students. I just want to thank you.
And Devanshi, you're not on. I see a hand that says number 10. So anyway, you're on. And you're not there. Go ahead.
Just going back to a prior point, so you mentioned that classrooms and at the elementary level, they will be more heterogeneous. So at the middle school level, are you looking towards creating more homogeneous classrooms for the students or still sort of mixed?
It really is up to the principal. When you get into middle school, Ms. Mistry, the classrooms become more leveled, more like a high school model almost, where we have students who are advised on what level might be more appropriate for them. The testing the universal screening with COGAT we do early in grade 6. Now we haven't been able to do that this year for obvious reasons. Provides principals and families a lot of information that they found useful in helping students make leveling determinations about where they should go, with regard to cognitive ability. Sometimes it's an aha moment like, wow, this student, may not be doing school very well. They're not performing maybe grade-wise, but they have a lot of cognitive ability. So yeah, we principals really have the reins of control over that. I simply make suggestions about ways that where we could, with limited staff members, have impact, the greatest impact within classrooms. The biggest goal is to be in classrooms, adding to instruction instead of pulling students out and doing something that may not be aligned to curriculum.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, any other comments, questions? And Devanshi, I did not mean to miss you at all, but you weren't there. All right, thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, and Dr. Lockhart, now we'll move on to the construction report.
Board members, this is the monthly construction report. Mr. Marks is available for any questions you may have.
Any questions?
I have no questions.
No questions. Wow. Mr. Marks, she doesn't have any questions. Holy. Oh my, okay.
Mr. Marks, I think I have stunned President Herbert.
I can't believe that. Okay. Well,
Have a nice night.
thank you. All right. Well, Dr. Lockhart, would you like to go on to the physical impact report, please?
I sure will. Each month, we report on the costs we're incurring directly tied to the pandemic response. Mr. Hartlove is here if you have any questions on that monthly report.
Ms. Savigny.
Mr. Hartlove, thanks for this report. I did compare this to the information that you had provided last month, and it looks like the new items that are on here are the other ed licenses and tutoring.
Correct.
Right, we know what those items are, but the thing that really caught my attention was the shift in federal COVID funding versus local funding. Can you give some color around what's going on there?
Sure. That's a good point. You picked up both of the changes from last month, and it's good news. I mean, we've kind of leveled out in spending, and most of the spending at this point is on the instructional items. But what we do is we're responding quickly with our spending. We're not waiting for a source. So we've spent a lot of dollars out of the local budget, and then as we spend those dollars, we look for ways to get reimbursed through federal dollars, and we've been successful, fairly successful in doing that, and that's my tip my hat to some of our folks in the budget office, in particular Michelle Capel. She's done quite a good job in seeking federal reimbursement dollars. So that's what's going on there. We're going to continue to kind of work that angle to get reimbursement for as much of these expenditures as we can.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hartlove. I mean, I completely agree with you. It's good that the additional expenditures that we're seeing are all instructional based, which is great to see. And it was close to an $800,000 swing, it looks like, between local funding that got shifted to, we found federal funding to cover it. So that is great news.
Correct.
Any other questions for this? All right. Okay. Now we will move on to our action items. Do I have a motion for approval of the award of bids?
So moved.
So moved by Ms. Battaglia and second by?
I'll second that.
By Dr. Dorsey. Dr. Lockhart.
Hey, board members, this is the monthly list of personnel action items. So this month, included in the agenda packet are 8 new hires and 2 broken contracts for your approval.
We're
doing
8A.
8A.
Award of bids?
Oops, sorry.
That's okay. You're moving us along.
Let me go back one.
Okay.
Approval of award of bids.
Yes, I think
Okay.
that's first.
Thank you. There's
You're
one
welcome.
item on the award of bids, and that's for musical instruments for next year. And this is the list that school music programs use to make purchases as needed.
Ms. Battaglia.
I just wanted to say thank you, to all of those local small business music shops that are included in this list. I think it is very important, especially in COVID times, that we are, talking to them about purchasing equipment Again, it's so important, small businesses and local.
Yep, support your local businesses. Any other comments, questions? All right, so, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And opposed? All right, it passes unanimously. All right, now I need a motion for the approval of personnel action items.
So moved.
And moved by Dr. Dorsey and seconded by
Second.
Donna Savigny. Thank you.
And now I will tell you that this is the monthly list of personnel action items, and there are 8 new hires and 2 broken contracts for your approval as outlined in the agenda packet.
Any questions or comments? Okay. Dr. Dorsey, okay, all right. Okay, that we see none. Okay, may I have a vote? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. It passes unanimously. I need to have a motion for the approval of the MDE Air Quality Monitoring Station Access Agreement for South Carroll High School
So moved.
by Ms. Savigny and seconded by Ms. Battaglia. Dr. Lockhart.
Okay, board members, we're seeking your approval of an access agreement with the Maryland Department of Environment, and this will formalize an existing relationship. MDE operates an air monitoring station on our property at South Carroll High School with electricity provided by the Winfield Community Volunteer Fire Department. This agreement formalizes the practice through which MDE accesses the station and maintains it. And we have staff on board here if you have any specific questions about the access agreement.
Ms. Savigny.
So, Dr. Lockhart, this isn't a new arrangement, right? So why is this coming up now? It's just to formalize something that we've been doing?
That's correct. Mr. Prokop, do you want to add any, or Mr. O'Neill, if you're there, do you want to add anything to that? It does formalize the agreement because the station's located on Board of Education property.
That's correct. It's been on site for some time. But this is to formalize it. They've just following through on paperwork, and so we just this is something we should have done probably when it was first done, but it's been there for so long, no one quite remembers when it showed up. So we are formalizing it so that everyone has that information.
And
All right,
Ms.
go ahead.
Eisenberg, this has been reviewed for legal sufficiency and
Yes.
It was? Okay.
Yes.
it was, okay, great.
Any other questions or comments? All right. I would like to signify by calling the vote. First, signify by saying aye. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, it passes unanimously. And now, Dr. Lockhart, we will go on to discussion for your superintendent's proposed FY22 operating budget.
I think we have
believe we're
one
on
more
Whoops,
item.
did I miss one?
8D.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Cheesy peasy, and now I
It
jumped.
wasn't just me.
Yes, I jumped because I scratched it off. Okay. Do I have a motion for the approval of the instructional materials for the Family Life and Human Development Committee?
So moved.
And moved by Ms. Battaglia and second by Ms. Savigny. All right, here we go. Sorry, girls and boys.
No problem. Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, board members, as you're aware, we went ahead and provided a board-approved committee to look at the resources that were brought to the board earlier this year. I believe also board member Savigny serves on that committee, and she had publicly mentioned how impressed she was with the evaluation process. So thank you, board member Savigny. Tonight we are presenting a number of materials that are directly aligned to the standards that we've received from MSDE. As far as the instructional programming is concerned, we received, through the committee, we only received one objection, and I believe that was related to potentially the resource maybe being antiquated or a bit stereotypical, but otherwise the committee, I think, unanimously approved the majority of the resources, and tonight we bring that for your approval this evening.
Ms. Savigny, you're on.
And I did just want to bring board members up to speed. So I did attend that meeting run by Ms. Tobias. She did a fantastic job of walking us through the resource materials. And a lot of the focus had been on the puberty videos, and the reception that it got from the entire group was overwhelming and outstanding. Everybody was very much in favor of the update to the puberty videos, and the discussion amongst that group was fantastic. The one thing that I did want to bring up was on one of the resources, I think it was My Family, Your Family. There was a video that went along with, so there was an educator who read that book to a classroom, and that was part of the materials that we had viewed during that meeting. And some of the students were asking insightful questions, or you know, they really had interesting questions for the teacher brought out by these books. And the teacher was very much on top of it, right? Was able to answer what could have been maybe some difficult questions to answer. The teacher was very good with it, but one of the things that I had asked during the meeting was, do we give parents the heads up that these materials are going to be used? Because, you know, there are some parents who probably are going to be really on their feet for answering difficult questions that their kids might bring home in the evening, but others might be really caught off guard and have bad reactions or bad answers to the questions that their kids are having. So just kind of wanting to make sure that as we're using some of these resources in the classroom, that we're also giving the heads up to the parents so that they can expect that some of these interesting questions might come up at home.
Yeah, and Ms. Tobias is on this evening, and I know that she would be receptive to that direction. Chris?
Absolutely. Like we said it in the Family Life Committee, a lot of these materials that we're going to add is new. We have to instruct teachers how to respond, but I agree with you, also parents. And we put a toolkit together. It was a puberty toolkit back in the spring, and I've actually been able to resource that a lot to parents that have had questions on how to talk to their students about puberty. So that could be almost like a link that we put in here too, on just answering some of those difficult questions that might arise. And I think that's a great idea.
Thanks, Mr. Bias.
Dr. Dorsey, do you have your card up?
Yes.
Okay.
I had one question about My Family, Your Family. Was that the one by Lisa Bullard? I had sort of searched those out.
Yes, it is.
Was Matthew the main character or Michaela? Because it looked like there were two different.
Let me look at it real quick, because offhand I don't. Michaela.
Okay. All right. Thanks. I just wanted to make sure I had referenced the right one.
Yes, I believe you're right. I think there are two editions of that, and we want to use the one that's a little bit more diverse and includes a lot more cultures. So we picked the one with Michaela.
Okay, thanks.
Any other comments or questions? All right, okay. Now I will call for the vote. All in favor?
Hold on, Misty had a question. I think she has her hand raised.
Yes,
She does?
Well, not a question. I just had a comment
okay.
that I really appreciate that the instructional materials, even at the elementary level, they're very inclusive and acknowledge all different kinds of backgrounds that the students may come from. So I just wanted to appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Devanshi.
Anything else?
And again, I just wanted to stress that point as well, Devanshi, because again, kids, they know it's important when they see people who look like them pictured in the books or whatever medium we're using. So that is very important.
And I think we're seeing a lot more options in my content area for that diversity, and we are looking for that, just so you know.
Good.
Thanks, Mr. Bias. Okay.
Anything else? Thank you so much. And now I will call for the vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And opposed? All right, and that passes unanimously. Now, Dr. Lockhart, you're on for the superintendent's proposal of the FY22 operating budget.
Thank you. Board members, as you know, the January meeting each year is when I present my proposed budget for the coming fiscal year. We held our annual work session back before the winter break in December, and we had a general discussion and laid out the framework for the presentation. We noted then, and there haven't been any real significant updates yet, that we don't have real real clarity on state or local revenues. But we'll review those ranges tonight and ultimately set a starting point for the annual budget process. We all understand that things may change as the picture becomes clear. If we've gone through this a few times, it's sort of a iterative process, whereas we get new information that guides some of our decision making. But I believe it's imperative to address and communicate the needs of the system, and as a starting in the starting point of the budget process this evening. So, little trip down memory lane here. With the onset of the pandemic early last year, and because of the impact and unknowns of COVID-19 in our community, the county did adjust and lowered our funding amount in the plan for the current year we're in to maintenance of effort funding. And that resulted in $5 million less than anticipated in our current budget. We recognized the response to the crisis and certainly understood the need for that change. I want to say I'll always be very proud of the community effort that was made in the budget process last year, gathering input, including stakeholders, working collaboratively with our Board of County Commissioners in developing a shared 5-year budget plan that we all agreed to prior to the pandemic, I recognize. And I believe that process and communication and collaboration involved was really a shining example of what the county, all the folks that make up our great county, what we're capable of and what's possible when we work together. As I stated earlier, due to the pandemic, we recognized the changes that needed to be made with our budget plans, and we worked quickly and creatively and decisively when COVID impacted our budget and the resulting reduction to the funding that we had anticipated from the county. We focused on direct supports for students. If you remember, our entire approach was about providing supports in our schools for students and supporting our staff in our schools. So we got creative. We utilized one-time funds, fund balance, CARES Act funding to support many of these critical supports in our schools. And we also tried to anticipate along the way the ever-changing landscape of operating during a pandemic. Mr. Hartlove is going to join us in a minute to present the details, but I just want to comment briefly on the major revenue areas. And again, very preliminary to project revenues at both the state and local level. The General Assembly has now started and opened, but we are not yet at a point where we know the governor's budget release. That does come next week on January 20th. Based on all the discussions we have monitored from Annapolis leading into session, we're very optimistic the state revenue will be flat as we anticipate a hold harmless on the state formula for FY22. As for local revenue, we are equally uncertain, and we have not yet reached a point in the process where we have any additional clarity. We don't have a sense yet of where county revenues ended up for FY20, what they're seeing in terms of major revenues this far in FY21, or projections for 22. We do have an upcoming joint meeting with the commissioners next week, and that will certainly provide an opportunity to develop a better sense of that. The only official thing we have right now is the county's 5-year plan, which calls for us to receive an increase in FY22. I'm fully aware it may be that the county needs to continue to make adjustments as we adjust along with the pandemic for FY22. But as a starting point, I'm recommending we start with the figure they approved for us in their official 5-year plan, which is posted on their website. We're going to talk about that in a second. This recommended FY22 budget request I make for the board's consideration is critical, I believe, in moving our system forward, and not simply out of the pandemic, but necessary in enabling us to recover from the impact of this crisis on our system. It's the start of addressing the needs we now face in what I believe needs to be a multi-year effort in supporting our students academically, socially, and emotionally. To do that, we need to support our valued and dedicated staff and employees, and we need the necessary instructional resources, programming, and opportunities our students must have to realize recovery and meeting their needs and continuing their growth. So with that, I'd ask Mr. Hartlove to walk us through the presentation. We'll end with next steps and timelines and receive any questions and discussion, but I'll remind board members we do have a dedicated public hearing and work session on this topic February 5th, and we'll have even more time and relevant information at that time as well to continue to unpack the process. So, Chris?
Thank you, Dr. Locker. With that, we'll just dive right in. I'm going to echo several of the comments that Dr. Locker made in his opening remarks, and back up some specifics. We're going to talk about the unrestricted budget specifically tonight. We'll, as we get a little bit further into the process, we talk about the restricted budget. We certainly don't have much information on that at this point in time. But unrestricted, we're going to look at revenue estimates and expenditure estimates. And as Dr. Lockhart said, many of the revenue numbers you're going to see tonight are preliminary. As we continue through the budget cycle, we will continue to revise and update our estimates and projections. That goes for for expenditures as well. So let's talk about the unrestricted budget revenues, and we'll start with the state revenues that we are looking at. And this slide will look familiar to you because it's the same slide that we used at the December work session. The reason it's the same is that we have no additional information from that point in time. And just to kind of give the range of what we're looking at, the first bullet here with the sub-bullets is what we believe is a worst case scenario, and that's the formula as is with no hold harmless in place. And because of the pandemic and its impact on enrollment in particular, we're estimating that a worst case scenario would be a loss of state revenue of $4.1 million. We're not anticipating that that's going to happen, but we certainly wanted to put that out there as kind of a cautionary, note, just to make sure that we all rally around whatever hold harmless comes out. We're optimistic, I would say cautiously optimistic about a hold harmless, because this is a statewide concern. It's not just Carroll County experiencing this problem. It's all of the districts, or pretty much all of the districts in the state. So we're cautiously optimistic that we will be funded at a level above what the formula calls for. A hold harmless for us would leave us with either a small increase in revenue from the state or maybe a small decrease in revenue from the state from last year. So that certainly would be better than a loss of revenue of $4.1 million. Here are the specifics. And again, since we don't have details at this point in time, Superintendent, as he said in his opening remarks, is proposing no change in revenue from FY21 to FY22, or what we will refer to going forward as flat revenue. And a week from today, the governor's budget will be rolled out. We'll start to unpack that immediately, and hopefully get a little additional information soon after with where the governor is starting his process. And then hopefully we'll have a positive state legislative session with some good news for school systems, certainly Carroll County in particular. Okay, county revenue. We'll start by talking about last year, and Dr. Lockhart also mentioned this a little bit in his introductory remarks. If we go back to last spring, we were right before the pandemic. We were looking like we were in pretty good shape. We had a nice agreement with the commissioners. It called for a 3.13% increase over several years. And that last year would have been $6.1 million for us. Certainly in response to the pandemic and uncertainty, there was a tremendous amount of uncertainty back in April and May of last year. Commissioners made the move to reduce our revenue down to an increase, but less of an increase, a $1.2 million increase, which equated to a 0.59% increase, about $5 million less than what was planned. We fast forward to the year that we're looking at, FY22, and we have a similar plan in place. The county has a 5-year plan in place that calls for a 3.13% increase, which equates to $6.2 million. I'll show you the specifics here. Since we at this point we don't have further guidance, we're going to move forward with the planned increase, understanding that the budget is an iterative process. We're certainly open to we will work with whatever funding we get, but we certainly will advocate for what's in the plan, at least at the start of this process. Okay, so we talked about the two major sources of revenue. We also did some self-funding in the current year's budget. It was one of the ways we balanced the budget. We utilized our own fund balance. So before we talk about the specifics, we'll just kind of give you an idea of where we stand with fund balance, and it's a good position to be in heading into this fiscal year. Our fund balance as of the close of the fiscal year stands at $15.5 million. That represents 4.45% of the unrestricted budget. Per board policy DBDA, fund balance should be in the range of from a maximum of 5% of the unrestricted operating budget down to a minimum of 1%. So we fit nicely in that range at 4.45%. When we talk about uses in the current year and then uses in the upcoming year, we had several one-time uses in FY21. In particular, we had a transfer to the CIP fund of $3.5 million. We also had some funding that we put aside in the current year for compensatory services and summer learning recovery. You'll note that none of those three items, neither of those is included in FY22. We'll talk about on the next slide special ed compensatory services and summer learning recovery. In fact, the presentation earlier referred to these items, and we'll talk about how we're going to cover them budgetarily in a moment. But none of those items, all those items that were in the FY21 budget, only one of them is going forward to the FY22 budget, and that's the 9 positions that we're funding using CCPS fund balance. There are 9 FTE of 9 full-time equivalent positions that are for health and safety and technology as well. So we are in the superintendent's proposed operating budget. We are proposing continuing to fund those 9 positions. So talked on the prior slide about instructional recovery. We know that these are going to be significant items next year and maybe even into future years. In this version of the budget, since we're very early, it's January, we won't be actually expending these dollars until July of 2021. We're going to take time, and we've already begun developing those plans, and we will include those in the budget that is approved in May. We don't have them in this version of the budget, but we're going to spend the winter and spring months developing those plans and then including that in the budget in May. We'll be more than likely using one-time funding sources for those, whether it be our fund balance or federal grant money. So that that's the end of the details of the revenue. I'll summarize the totals of revenue right now on this slide. Total revenues, total unrestricted revenues are actually down slightly in this version of the budget. But I wanted to be very detailed here in that I wanted to break the number down between ongoing revenues and one-time revenues. Ongoing revenues, as we discussed, we are requesting that the county plan be funded. That would be an increase of revenue in an ongoing fashion of $6.2 million. The reason why overall revenues are down is because of all those one-time dollars that are not being included in this version of the budget. So if you say that our one-time dollars are going down by 7.2, our ongoing revenues are going up by 6.2, the net of that is a total reduction of revenue in this version of the budget of $1 million. So we'll change gears and talk about expenditures now. We do have additional information here that we did not have in December, and that is the specifics of our mandatory spending dollar amounts. The first item here, the pool for salary negotiations and school-based priority improvements. We'll talk about that at the end of this slide. I'll start with the other items. Student transportation is a 2% increase approximately. Totals $427,000, and there's no changes in operations here. This is just to fund the formula with our bus contractors. Similarly, the BOE share of employee fringe benefits, there's no change in our benefit share or the benefit package that employees receive. It's just to fund that in an ongoing fashion. The costs have increased over time. Although we would almost say that this is flat. A 0.36% increase is very modest. An increase of only $273,000. That's very, very low compared to recent years. System insurances up 3.72%, and that equates to $105,000. Utilities, good. This has been a good news story for several years. We've locked into favorable rates. Our facilities department, as we've brought new buildings online, not many, but as we've renovated buildings, we've made a lot of efforts towards more efficient HVAC systems, and those things have helped, as well as conservation efforts by schools. So that's a good news item, as it has been for several years. The last item here on the list is hiring turnover and other changes. This kind of balances out our budget. It's a savings of $804,000, and many small items. The largest item there is hiring turnover. So where we are right now, and I'll go back to the poll for salary negotiations and school-based priority improvements of $6.2 million. What we have here is a balanced budget, and we've put all of the dollars that we have available after we take care of our mandatory expenses towards that salary pool and our school-based priority improvements. We haven't fleshed these out very specifically at this point. We have some items that we'll talk about in a moment. Mr. Anderson will talk about, but we believe that $6.2 million is a lot of money, but for the items that we're talking about, it's not going to go real far. So $6.2 million will get eaten up fairly quickly between negotiations and some of the improvements that we're talking about. So we'll take every dollar that we get over and above the balanced budget that we have, and we'll put those towards our salary negotiations and the school-based priority improvements. At this point, with this version of the budget, that number would be $6.2 million. Just summarizing where we stand, again, I'm breaking down the expenditures and revenues by ongoing and one time, just to kind of separate them out. The ongoing budget would be increasing by $6.2 million. Still, overall, a fairly small increase. One-time items, at least in this version of the budget, going down fairly significantly as well. And there's our balance again, the overall budget, the overall unrestricted budget going down by approximately $1 million. So with that, we'll kind of shift gears and talk about some of the areas that we're going to focus that funding towards. And this dovetails very nicely with the presentation earlier. Our first area that we want to address is the Pillar 1 area. And Mr. Anderson's here to talk about that in some detail.
Thanks so much, Chris. And so, board members, there are two areas that we wanted to speak to specifically tonight, which is, we know that there's going to be a need for compensatory services once we return to full throttle and we have our IEP meetings. We're going to start to identify a large number of students needing additional support. And then also there's going to be a need for instructional resources, which Mr. Shockney as well as Ms. McCausland are here to speak specifically to that, to give you some additional insights. So Mr. Shockney?
Good evening, everyone. What we're recommending is some transition of 10 to 11 month staff in special education, which is critical to recovery and for moving CCPS forward while narrowing the gap for our students with disabilities. This will be a long-term investment that's part of a multi-year integrated system of supports, which will provide major benefits to students who are needing recovery, compensatory, and extended school year services as early as this summer. The work schedules of the 11-month staff will be developed to meet the needs of the school community. Recovery and compensatory services will be provided by extending the school day, hosting Saturday sessions, and then summer recovery opportunities in addition to providing ESY services. This will decrease the annual ESY allocation of over $200,000 to run the program, with better services provided by teachers who are more familiar with our students. The transition of 11-month staff will also provide additional professional growth and leadership opportunities for staff, as they will be present at the buildings more often. This will also address some of our workload concerns by allowing additional special education assessments to take place over the summer.
And as far as instructional resources, we know when preparing our students to be college, career, and community ready, that we're going to have hundreds of students who will need additional support and recovery services. Interventions will be necessary to address the remediation and acceleration of foundational and other prerequisite skills to place students in a position to be successful in both math and ELA, and will require the procurement of resources to deliver programming and evaluations. Traditional resources will need to be augmented to meet the demands and needs of curriculum being delivered in specific areas such as social studies, science, and mathematics. Common assessments are needed items and development for local formative measures and mandated screening measures such as Ready to Read, COGAT, etc. Textbooks need to be procured to have the most contemporary resources to prepare our students for the increase in dual enrollment and AP coursework, and content investment for our curriculum plans and learning management system and the development of lessons within curricular content areas.
Thank you, Nick, and thank you, Angie. So Chris, we'll turn it back to you.
Thank you. Thank you for filling in some of the details there. The other area, as we talked about a few slides back, is competitive salaries. They continue to be a priority focus. So when you talk about those things, just doing some modest improvements in those three areas, that would certainly eat up $6.2 million fairly easily. So that is the detail of where we sit today. And as the superintendent said, this is an iterative process. So this is kind of the first formal step, the superintendent's proposed operating budget. The next things to look forward to are the governor's budget release on the next Wednesday. That's certainly, as we unpack that, hopefully we'll have some good information there for us. Then on the 3rd, 5 o'clock, there will be a hearing, an operating budget hearing, followed immediately by a work session on the operating budget. And then at the February 10th board meeting, regularly scheduled board meeting, the Board of Ed, the Board of Ed will adopt your budget. And that it is due over to the county by March 1st, and we will have it over there well before that due date. And then the ball's in their court to start to consider our request. So that's where we are right now. And then so at this point, I'll open things up for feedback and any questions that you have.
Mr. Kyler.
And this may be a Dr. Locker question. The health, safety, and technology positions, that was a plan for 3 years? Is that what you proposed?
Correct.
So this is the second year we're looking at now?
That's correct. Right. We had pretty good discussions on that last spring as we headed into this, and right, that was a 3-year
Ms. Savigny?
Mr. Hartlove, I was just looking at the fund balance projections, since we did use fund balance to fund some of those positions, and we know that we're planning to spend $8 million of the $15.5 million balance. Do you have, and with all of the COVID additional expenditures this year and how the accounting of that is playing out, do you have a projection of where you think fund balance is going to be at the end of this year?
At this point, I do not. We're very early. We're about half a way through the year, and this is such an odd year because it's very difficult for us to map out this. Typically, we look at how prior years have kind of unfolded, and we use those to kind of project where we're going to go in the current year. That's difficult to do this year because it's such an unusual year. But I do believe we've had some additional spending in certain areas, but then in other areas we've had some savings. So I think at the end we'll probably end up something close to how we normally end, which is about a 1 to maybe 2% remaining in our budget. But again, I caution when going too far with that estimate, because it's actually tomorrow we're going to have our first formal projection meeting of my staff. So we kind of look at things informally the first half of the year just to look for any kind of abnormalities that really stick out, and we haven't seen many that we wouldn't expect in this type of environment. But tomorrow, really, when we get past the 6-month mark, is when we really start drilling in and trying to get a real handle on where we are.
Any other questions?
But I would say that I'm sorry, I don't cut you off there.
Nope.
Oh, I would say that we're in a good place with regards to fund balance, and going into the potential crisis here, we're in a good place with regards to having those resources available to us, as well as some of the federal grant funding that is being proposed or that was recently passed. That sounds like it could be promising as well for some one-time funding.
Any other questions? I do have one, Dr. Lockhart. I know we hired 7 teachers, tutors for elementary, and I don't know how that worked out this year. You had intentions of pulling students out, but are we going forward with that again next year, or are we going to restructure?
And I can have Mr. Anderson chime in. It's a grant. Those are grant funded positions.
You don't have to answer it then.
Right.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
I didn't know, but I know so many things have changed since COVID.
Yep.
Do we have any other comments or questions for Mr. Hartlove? Well, thank you so much. We appreciate the information. Thank you. Okay, and then I guess, Dr. Lockhart, we're going to move on to enrollment projections.
Okay.
Board
members. Each January, we've traditionally presented the annual enrollments along with our projections and analysis for the coming years. During some of our COVID updates this summer and fall, we've periodically discussed the impact the pandemic has had on our official September 30th enrollment. You might remember I noted that at that time, what we've experienced is, unfortunately, very, very similar to what other systems across the state have experienced in terms of enrollment loss. Statewide student enrollment across the state is down by more than 33,000 students. And so yet one more way in which COVID-19 leaves us with an unprecedented impact is the question of what to do with this year's enrollment figures in terms of our multi-year projection formula. It's usually a little bit easier to do when you're not in a pandemic. So with that little bit of background, we added this as a board discussion item on your agenda. So Mr. Kane, our facilities planner, is going to facilitate a discussion, and he'll present several views of our official enrollments for this year. He's also worked with some other staff to dive a little bit further into some of the underlying reasons for those enrollment declines. And we touched on that a little bit earlier at an earlier meeting. And he'll also explain some options that we've been considering for how to process the September 30th enrollment into our future projections. So we'll provide you with our recommendation among those options for your consideration. Just so you're aware, Mr. Kane and his colleagues across the state have ensured that the state agencies with whom we interact regarding enrollment projections are aware of what we're trying to deal with here. We're probably not going to receive any real prescriptive guidance on this from the state, so this will have to be a decision that we make along with you. Likewise, we also don't know how the demographers will treat this year's enrollment figures at the State Department of Planning when they complete their own enrollment projections. So there's a lot of unknowns. And while not directly part of Mr. Kane's presentation, there is another item that's been suspended connected to these data that I'd like to at least bring back to your attention. And with the board's consent, after Mr. Kane's presentation, I'm going to ask Mr. O'Neill to provide just a reminder of where we were in the Freedom Elementary Redistricting Committee process and some of our thoughts about possible next steps in that process. So a lot to unpack there, and we'll get right to it. Mr. Kane.
So, as Dr. Lockhart said, typically this is the time of year where we would bring the enrollment projections to the board. The projections every year are based on the actual state verified September 30th enrollment, which obviously this year is problematic. So, this slide just, shows you the last enrollment projections, which came to the board in January of 2020, expected an increase of 114 students this fall. But the actual enrollments that we saw compared to the 2019 actual enrollment was down 771 students. And the actual September enrollment, when compared to the projection, was actually 885 less than we projected. So obviously the COVID-19 was the reason that we had the decline, and really what we saw between March and September 30th, the reports that I've run, we saw 798 students that withdrew from CCPS either to go to homeschool or to a private school, either in the state or out of the state in some cases. Next slide. So this chart just kind of shows you that comparison between the 2019 actual enrollments and the 2020 actual enrollment. The difference, the total there is the 771 students that's different. A lot of people like to compare actual to actual, so I include this in here. But the next slide actually, I think, gives a better picture. It looks at what we projected, the enrollment we projected for September of 2020 versus what we actually saw in September. And that's where you can see that we were down 885 students from what we projected. And the telling, one of the things I think that's important, when you look at where the difference is, that difference column, when you look at where the students, the decline or the lower number from projected, the bulk of the students is in the elementary grades. And that's, that's what most counties that I've talked to, and I think folks across the country, that's the experiences, that the younger students are the ones that are going to homeschool or in some cases going to a private school. Next slide.
Excuse me, Mr. Kane. Dr. Dorsey has a question.
Oh, sure.
Hunting her.
Okay, now, for the projections, I see that it's not including the students who we have in Pride at Carroll Springs, Gateway, Post-Secondary, and Flexible. So why are we not including those students?
For the projections, you mean the previous chart You need me to go back?
Well, I see projections and actual, but I see that it's not including the students in those programs.
So, right, those programs, just when I total up the columns, I was totaling up, because of the format of the enrollment projection document, I totaled up the grades of the schools that are included in the enrollment projection document. So it's just the format of the way the report is. I can certainly get you that comparison of what we projected for Pride versus how much we saw. The difference was very minor between those programs. It's such a small number of students in the overall, but it's really just a function of the way the enrollment projection document is set up and being able to total those grade columns.
Okay, because I was wondering, since they're already noted to be in certain grade levels, if the home schools, if they could be counted with their home schools on those grade levels, at least we could see what those numbers were. They'd be included in the total enrollment.
Yeah, I could certainly, as I said, with a little more time, I could certainly, put those students back in if you wanted to see that. From a trend or an overall analysis, it really doesn't change the overall view, but I can provide that if you'd like to see that.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Battaglia has a question for you.
Why? I'm just looking at this and I'm like, what? It's weird. How is 12th grade 105 people different? Like, is it something that they were either planning on graduating early or?
So the high school projections every year, many years this comes up. We generally project from 11th to 12th grade. We generally project less students, and from 10th to 11th, we generally project a greater number of students. And the reason for that is it's really a timing. The September 30th enrollment is captured in time. There are students who are moving on to 12th grade that were 11th graders that don't have their service hours yet. So they are actually kept back in 11th grade on that September 30th report, even though they may be attending 12th grade classes. They're in their classes in 12th grade, but in our system, they show still as an 11th grader until they get their service hour requirement. I get the data from our, the student database, and I don't have any way to pull out which students are or aren't. So it is captured in that succession ratio of 10th to 11th and 11th to 12th grade. So that's why it looks a little weird here, because and I can't specifically tell you what happened in the 2020 year. I don't know if anybody else has looked at that, but what appears to have happened is that normal typical process has been changed from what it usually would be because of the COVID-19 pandemic. I hope I explained that in a way that you can understand.
Yeah, I was just looking at it and I was kind of like in shock looking at that, and I was like, well, how does that happen? I mean, normally you would think someone would graduate earlier and then those numbers wouldn't be higher, but you made a valid point regarding not having the service hours completed.
Yeah.
Ms. Battaglia, I think I asked that exact same question last year.
This year, yes, you did. Yes. Yep, put service learning hours there. Okay. Okay, I don't see any questions right now, Mr.
Okay, next slide, Brenda. And then this chart kind of gives you the breakdown of the students that withdrew basically from March through September 30th, which was the reporting date that I use. So it was 798 students overall, and it gives you the breakdown. 429 withdrew to go to homeschool. and the remaining went to a private school, whether in county, out of county, or there were a few that went out of state too. And again, you see the bulk of the higher numbers are in the earlier grades, which is consistent to what we, the other counties we've talked to, it's pretty consistent. The next slide, obviously, with the low enrollment numbers, the loss of students for this year, it's not a typical September 30th enrollment that I would use to build the next set of enrollment projections. So as I started to think about how would I develop enrollment projections with this artificially low year, this anomaly, there are a few assumptions that I would make in developing the next projections. One of which is starting, in 2021, this coming fall and going forward, that it would be back to a typical year where students would be back in school. That assumption, I think, to develop projections, is something we would make. I think any kind of enrollment projections we develop, I think the succession ratios used would have to be the history of that. We'd have to go back to prior to COVID. So we kind of throw this, this year out as far as building that into our historical cohort succession ratios. The kindergarten enrollments, I think we would assume that those kids born 4 and 5 and 3 years ago, that we would go back to more of a typical capture of those showing up in kindergarten as opposed to what we saw this year. And similarly, with the pre-K, we go back to more of a typical enrollment in our pre-K numbers. So those are kind of some of the general assumptions. I think any of these options that I'm getting ready to show you would all kind of have that built into the methodology. So next slide, Brenda. So there, as I thought about it, really there's 4 options for developing projections that I kind of in my brain came up with. One would be to kind of just continue to use the projections that were done and presented to the board in January. Those are based on the September 30th of 2019. So we basically kind of just, skip this year. That's one thing that we could, that's one option that could be taken. Option 2, we develop projections based on the actual enrollments we saw in September. So, you assume that all of those students that withdrew would not return to the school system. So you just take that low enrollment and you build that into your, you kind of build that into your actual enrollments, and use those other assumptions I talked about. Option 3 would be that we assume that all the students come back, and we add those back into the September enrollment and build a projection based on assuming that all the students come back. And then option 4 is somewhere in the middle, develop projections, assuming that some of the students will come back, not all of them, and kind of where, somewhere in the middle is kind of where I was leaning, so not all of them, but at least some of them are going to come back. And then my recommendation based on where I landed, next slide, would be using option 4, assume some students will return. We utilize those last year historical succession ratios. We'd use last year's kindergarten projections based on the births that we have, and we'd utilize last year's pre-K projections. And then what I would do is take the 429 homeschool students and then basically repopulate them back to the schools they were in and add those students into the September 30th enrollment, essentially creating an artificial September 30th enrollment, assuming that they never left. And 429 homeschool students equates to about 50% of the students that withdrew. So in my mind, that was kind of right in the middle of, assuming, that some of the students come back. And that's kind of where I landed. That would be my recommendation on developing projections, but obviously that's we're here tonight, I guess, to have a discussion about that. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Ms. Savigny?
Mr. Kane, thanks for this presentation. I do actually have a lot of questions, but I think I'll start with what are you planning to do with the net migration number? Because I know that was one of the things that was driving up the projections last year, right? We had looked to try to sensitivity test that a little bit because you'd used a rolling 4-year average, and that was used, so it turned out to be a net migration of 107% was the 4-year average, I think, and we used that to project out, and that was having the projections get pretty high in the out years, and so, and we can certainly talk about how many of the students we want or we assume will return, but I'm also curious to know what we're looking to do with the net migration number, because that has a big impact in the out year projections.
So are you referring to the cohort succession number, the 4-year average for each, kindergarten to first grade to second grade? Is that the projections are developed at each school level, grade by grade. So if there were 100 kindergartners at Sandy Mount and the kindergarten to first grade succession ratio was 1.05 or 105%, I would project 105, gain. What the gain would be the next year, and then that is done at all grade levels at all schools. Or I don't use a county-wide ratio. That's what's throwing me off with the question a little bit.
I'm sorry. So I'm thinking about at the very beginning of the enrollment projections where you typically show a net migration number in and out of the county, and that gets applied to the birth numbers to get to the kindergarten starting projections that then run through the numbers.
Yeah. So that you're talking specifically about the kindergarten projections. Got you.
Right.
Got you. So the assumption would be, at this point, I would say I continue to use the 4-year average that I used last year. Now, part of my struggle with moving off of that is that the Maryland Department of Health hasn't published the birth data, the updated birth data that I would typically get, and I've made several contacts down there, and they basically have said it hasn't been approved yet. They're not releasing it. Now, they've been a little busy the last few months, and I think that's part of it is because they're the ones are dealing with COVID and all of the local health departments. But yeah, that not knowing where the birth trend is, because I don't have any updated birth numbers to say whether my projection for those births was on target or not. I would just say I go back to last year's 4-year birth to kindergarten survival ratio, succession ratio, and just continue to use that. I don't have any other data to indicate otherwise.
So I guess the assumption of using all of the homeschool students coming back in, I think, is probably a little aggressive. I see your point about that's about half of all the students that left, but that would assume. So you're assuming that we would get back 0 of the private schools and all of the.
And correct. And now I could certainly look to bring a percentage of each back. The difficult thing becomes which schools and which students now. If I'm bringing back 50% how do I choose those 50%? Do I say if 3 kids left Manchester Elementary and 2 kids left at Valley, do I just say, well, 1.5 is coming back? I could do that. but it just is easier, the way the methodology works, it's just easier to say all come back and plug them in. But that's part of why we're having the discussion. It could certainly be, another way to arrive at a similar percentage, I guess.
Well, I mean, just kind of taking it back to the goals of the projections, right? The two main goals that I'm thinking are that we need to do a staffing model for next year, and then to determine longer term CIP needs based on where those students move in and out of school buildings, right?
Yeah, and I can't speak for the staffing, but obviously staffing may have to be, the decisions may have to be a little, because obviously any projections I do, one, they're not ready when they usually are, but there is some level of doubt in how many kids will or won't come back, and they need to be probably a little more conservative when they're thinking about it. But as far as the long term, the long term needs, generally are going to be, plus or minus 5%. Now, whether this, because of this anomaly, maybe they're off plus or minus 8%, but it's probably not going to, because we do it every year, it's not going to drastically alter our facility master plan.
Ms. Battaglia, your card's up.
I know it, we want all of our students to come back. I mean, obviously, it's something we definitely want. I think it'd be best to plan to have all students to come back, because it's easier to make sure you have everything in place for when they're there than to then be surprised. Oh my gosh, we got way too many that we planned for coming back. Now we got to try to find staffing. So to me, I think it'd be smarter and better and more efficient to plan for all of them to come back and then go from there. Instead of, then everyone panicking later.
Yeah, and just so the board, so everyone's aware, kind of, if we were to say that they all came back, where that would put the projections is essentially it would put us on a similar trajectory to where the current projections are, the ones that were presented last January. It would basically put the 2021 projected enrollment right about where we projected it to be, in the last set of projections. So that's just kind of context to what that would mean.
Mr. Kyler.
And I look at the number, I think what you're saying, you picked the homeschool because you can put them in individual grades easier. You're saying about half or slightly more will come back, which might be a good assumption. So if you do it that way, the total numbers ought to be pretty close. A couple of the grades might be off a little bit, correct? Does that make sense?
Correct. I think that, yes, I would agree.
So I guess what I was trying to get at with my previous question was what do these numbers impact, right? We're going to be using these to do what, so that we know that the assumption that we're using is the best one.
Right.
Right. So I guess I just want to understand, okay, so is it going to, so you're saying it's not really going to impact the staffing model, because that's going to have to be relatively fluid at the end of the year once we see how things are developing. We don't think it's necessarily going to have significant changes to our CIP needs in the projections. So is it a significant concern what we use as the starting enrollment projection numbers?
I don't think so. I think you've summarized it pretty well there, Ms. Savigny. And maybe just to frame this discussion for tonight, this is so unique and so unlike any other year, or at least any year in any of our experiences, that we felt like it was necessary for us to bring this to you for a discussion. And if you want to weigh in for the board's action, you certainly as a board do not have to vote on
a recommendation, but you certainly can and give us guidance that way. In a normal year, in all of the other years up till now, we've never brought you the formula or the algorithm and said, we'd like you to approve the, Bill's methodology. We just give you the final report and analysis and then have discussion. And if you inform us to look at some things differently, obviously we do. So there's no immediacy either in that, Bill's legal requirements, we have to give projections to the State Department of Planning, I think in the March timeline. Is that right, Bill? And then ultimately for the IAC, we have to, excuse me, we have to have our projections in your educational facilities master plan, which we'll first bring to you for discussion in May. So those are really your requirements. We're staffed this year. Now, we're not operating normally, and so staffing right now is completely different for other reasons. But if the world righted itself and somehow the pandemic resolved, we're staffed in theory, at least, or in our formula, for the number of kids, number of students we anticipated having. So I don't think it would have, there'll certainly be unusual things and more work for Ms. McCabe and her directors to work through because everything's unusual and different this year, but it's not going to have a tremendous impact on a staffing, overall staffing concept. And as you said already, Ms. Savigny, it'll be in your facilities master plan, but I don't think it has profound effects on the CIP. It's more a matter of letting you know our thoughts and saying, what do you think, if you wish to weigh in, what do you think is the most prudent way to approach it? All one way, all the other, or sort of splitting the middle and making that assumption, which I know Bill's probably cringing at my my explanation of what he's presented here, but that's kind of what we're getting at. We could count all the students, we could not count any of the students, or we could find a middle ground and take that as the more cautious or measured way to approach what our projections would look like going forward now.
I guess with that in mind, I'm because I was originally going to provide some different thoughts of what I thought might be a better way to come up with the starting point. But since it's not going to have a material impact, I think, on the decisions that we need to make, or the input that this is going to provide into decisions that we need to make, I'd say go with what's easiest. And if what's easiest is, I think it's reasonable to assume about half of the kids are going to come back. And if the easiest way to do that is to place all 429 of the homeschool kids back in, like if that's the easiest effective way to do it, then I'm okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if that makes sense to others.
I think that, yes. Any other comments or questions, or? Pat, do you want to say something?
Oh, I'm just agreeing that certainly
okay.
seems to be the most prudent assumption to make at this point.
Okay.
We can't say all are coming back. We can't say that none of them will come back, so we'll say some and go with that homeschool number, and that gives some direction for Mr. Kane to plot the numbers.
Dr. Lockhart?
Right. I was just going to say, John, I don't want you to forget about that last piece regarding the.
Will do. So board members, we appreciate your discussion on that, your thoughts. Mr. Kane will now move forward and incorporate that methodology into developing projections. We do have this other topic that is not really part of Bill's presentation, but is very much related for all the same reasons. There are no slides on this, Brenda or Bob, so if you want to drop the PowerPoint, you certainly can at this point. We've been sort of, once we got to the school year, kind of waiting to see and figure out really our own thoughts on this next topic. And as time went by and enrollment started to look the way they did, at a certain point we realized that tonight might be the best time to bring this to you as a discussion item as well. And that's the Freedom Elementary Redistricting Committee, or we like to call it by its acronym, FERC. So I'll probably, we do that internally, and I might say that tonight without meaning to. So if I say FERC, I mean Freedom Elementary Redistricting Committee. If you remember, you formed the committee back in the winter. It it formed, it met. It's a large committee. It has other stakeholders from other agencies. It has parents. It was a lot of people who were working well and working hard. Where they had gotten at the time the pandemic came was sort of through the legwork of all of the necessary background and research and understanding policies and regulations and methodologies, such as Mr. Kane just went through, relative to enrollment and other things. And they were at the point where they would kind of begin the work of getting to options or recommendations to ultimately put in a plan to recommend to you. And that's when the pandemic came. And sort of immediately, we paused for lots of reasons. Some of them were basic reasons, like we could no longer have large meetings. And so that was a problem, especially because of the status of the work. It was now at a point where, based on, doing this kind of work, and even some of the board members who've been around long enough where we went through those factors and conditions work sessions, you'll remember it's much easier to be in one place with your reference documents, your maps, things that everyone can have in front of them. And then most importantly, because of the way we do our work now, to have our student geocoded information system available for immediate real-time display and mapping and graphing and changing lines and seeing what those, suggestions would look like in terms of changing school boundaries or and the requisite enrollments at the school. So that's where the committee was, and it was going to be really hard to not be able to meet in person to complete that work. And then secondly, we went into overdrive as an organization, and we were sure that the folks on the committee from other agencies were as well. And for that matter, the parents all have jobs and lives and work and families, and everyone was trying to figure this thing out and adjust and react. And we wanted to be mindful of all of that. And so we put a pause on the committee. We sent a notice. It's still on the website, in fact. And we said, we would get back to it when time and conditions permitted that to happen. And then, we'd never really have gotten to where we could have meetings of that many people, or at least not in a way that would be, real functional or conducive to the work of that committee. But anyway, we also got to a realization that, wow, this is going to go on for a long time, and we're going to start a new school year under these conditions. And then, even though the enrollments don't become official, that become state certified enrollments until the September 30 date, certainly we were able to look at the first weeks of school and say, and now there's this other factor that's very, 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 very different. And if this holds and doesn't change rapidly, then we're going to be looking at some really unusual enrollment change like we've never seen before. And, we still believe that's attributable to the pandemic, and we still believe and hope that all of those students will come back, or at least most of those students will come back. The truth is, none of us know that for sure until we get to next year and find out, and hope that by then, we almost have to hope that by then we're all operating back in a normal mode of having school. And so when we got to the point where enrollments were looking so dramatically different, that added another thing to think about relative to the redistricting committee. And it leaves us at a place to have this discussion with you where there's a lot of items we could bring up and say, you should think about this little thing and that little thing. And we certainly can through discussion tonight or beyond tonight if this is a discussion you'd like to continue. But there's two big things that we wanted to talk about. And both of them really relate so much to Mr. Kane's presentation that we thought it was the right time to have it all tonight. The first I would call a legal or a legal theoretical related to law reason. You're the only body in the law who has the ability to approve redistricting plans. No other elected folks get to have that honor. And all of us know from our own experiences from other surrounding counties that redistricting is one of those issues that gets people's interests and sometimes gets people's emotions and gets people's feelings about whatever decision you might ultimately come to. And because you're the only body that has the legal authority to approve a redistricting plan, you're the body that has to defend that redistricting plan through, in our experiences, what almost surely comes next is at least one appeal, if not a series of appeals. And at the state board, in the state law, those appeals get a hearing and get a review at the state board level and possibly beyond. And so while none of us relish going through processes like that, where we know there'll be some unhappiness and some dissent, we understand that we have to do that from time to time. And the one thing we feel like we could always hang our hats on are our numbers. Because at least for me, for all the years that at least that Mr. Kane's been on board doing our projections, his projections have always been very accurate, but especially so in the 1 to 5 year range. And while you have to kind of work through and communicate those processes and work with the communities, and we know that, at the end of the day, you can feel very comfortable saying we've approved this plan based on these numbers, and we feel very confident about our projections and moving forward. We don't really know right now what to make of this year's number and what next year's number will be. That's kind of what the entire previous presentation was all about. And so that throws something very, very unusual into the mix of talking about a redistricting plan and whether or not right now would be the best time to proceed. And then, there's also one more functional reason I wanted to bring up. If I think about if I were one of the committee members and not just somebody there to serve them ex officio, they would be at the stage when you return them of having to take the geocoded information system of students where they live. And even if we were to say, and these are the kinds of decisions you'd have to make to move it forward now, I think, let's assume all of those kids are going to come back. So let's put them in the GIS system and plan a redistricting plan or set of options around it. The committee was at the stage now where they would literally be developing concepts, and they would be sitting in rooms saying things like, okay, let's go into this neighborhood and take this pocket of, and I'm just theoretically saying this right now, this isn't something, no one should get too excited about a specific, but let's go into this subdivision and we'll take these 25 students here because it makes sense in our minds as we look at this plan, and we'll move this pocket of 25 students to this boundary, and we'll move these 50 students from this area, this neighborhood here, to this boundary, and so forth and so on. And they would look at that, and they would look at feeder patterns, and they would debate all of those things that any of you would think about ultimately when it comes to your level. The committee would be at a place right now where they would be in the same position you just were during Mr. Kane's presentation of trying to figure out how many of those students in that pocket of 25 are actually there or will be there next year or the year after, and how confident are we about making these kinds of decisions. So this is a tough one in that it's not just a conversation to have with us or Bill and then send him forward to do projections. You're now thinking about when is the best time to reconvene this work, and if it's before next year, when we know for sure what next year's enrollments are, I believe, and I'm going to step out here and hope that Dr. Lockhart agrees with what I'm about to say, or he can modify it if he disagrees. But if we were to reconvene this committee and say now move forward with plans prior to next school year, when we know for sure what enrollment's looking like next year, you as a board or somebody, us as staff, would have to then give them some guidance, much like the kinds of decisions you were just talking through with Bill Kane. Assume this, or assume, make these assumptions about how many students will be there and where those students will be, and develop your plans accordingly. So it's a tough situation. No one planned on any of this, and this is just one more of those important things that we had out there that are deeply impacted by the pandemic. But we just felt like tonight was the best time to at least initiate this conversation with you. And again, much like the projections, I don't know that you have to make a decision tonight, but it's a starting point to discuss.
Ms. Savigny.
John, thanks for that background. Of the 771 students that we know we lost this year, do we know how many of those were Freedom students?
I'll have to call on Bill to see if he has that handy. The only thing I would say, I hope Bill's I hope Bill's still with us. If he's not, or as he gathers his thoughts or his fate. The only thing is, it wouldn't.
I don't have the exact numbers. There obviously were some students that were Freedom students, but I don't have the exact numbers. I'd have to go back and run reports and get that.
And the only thing I'd add is, if that's something you want to look at in a future a discussion item, it wouldn't be as simple as just the Freedom students. It would be the adjacency. It would be the surrounding areas, and most likely you would want to look at feeder patterns too, what the impacts would be at middle school, that sort of thing. So it grows really quickly.
Yeah, I guess I think that would help us understand the magnitude of the situation, though, right? Because if we look at I actually brought with me the enrollment projections that we did last year, and Freedom was projected to be at 585 this year in last year's projections. So if we know that, only 10 of the kids that were lost this year were from Freedom, and they're at 575, they're still significantly over capacity, even if we don't get any of those kids back, right? But if a good chunk of the kids were Freedom kids, then that might change our thinking as to when we would want to resume that, until we had a better handle on how many of those kids we think would be coming back.
Yes.
I just like to say one thing to keep in mind is that when we're talking geocoded kids, that the only way we can geocode the kid is when they're actually in the school system and we have the address. So like projected growth, if I projected Freedom to grow by 100 students, those extra 100 students that are going to come from other places over the coming year, we can't geocode them at the September 30th enrollment. So it becomes somewhat problematic without having a good September 30th file that you can geocode to know where the students actually live, and then those are how we move the boundaries based on the kids that are enrolled and that geocoded file. So it is a little tricky to look out in the future and say, oh, well, we can assume those 100 kids are going to show back up. Well, it's hard because we don't know what neighborhoods or where they are, and drawing lines becomes problematic because you don't really know. You can't just assume those 100 kids are going to come and be in this neighborhood or that neighborhood. So.
Right, but if we had projected 585, right, but we should know what the attendance is at Freedom right now. Right, so we can compare that number to the 585 projection. If that number is still close to 585, then we're still going to have a problem with Freedom, regardless of what happens with kids coming back or not, right? But if that number is much lower, then that might have an impact on what we think about when to resume that work.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree that we can produce that. I propose for your consideration that that would be something that certainly we could have at the next business meeting. I'd propose that we take not just Freedom's projections to actuals, but also the adjacent schools that were involved, and maybe middle schools as well. Present that to you. I just want to say the September 30th enrollment, which I don't have the current Freedom enrollment. It was in the 540, so they were about 40 kids less, and that's just Freedom. So overall, the whole region, if you added all those elementaries and looked at feeder, it would be significantly less than what was projected.
Okay.
To Bill's other point, and we can revisit this in a future discussion, so don't worry about cramming all of this now. But at the end of the day, to develop options, the committee's going to have to work with the GIS data, and so that's either going to have to be the GIS data for this year, or I guess we could. I'm somewhat hesitant to say this without first consulting staff, but I'm guessing we could pull a GIS file from a prior year, and in that sense, this becomes an exercise like Bill was describing with projections. Assume all of the kids come back, and you use sort of a September 30, 2019 GIS file and run your exercise using that GIS file, or we'd have to use it, this year's file, which we know is anomalous or unique. So those are the other kind of technical things to think about in this discussion as to how this process would look and move going forward. It's going to be like everything else right now. It's unique.
I guess given that piece of information, with that number being a fair bit lower, I think it relieves some of the pressure on the redistricting committee, and I think it makes sense to wait until everything kind of normalizes a little bit to resume the work. And I think it takes some of the pressure off of that work. So I'd be okay with delaying the analysis until we get a better feel for where things are later in the year.
So are you thinking about waiting for the September date, the September 30th numbers then? Is that what you're thinking?
For next year?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because everyone is not coming back. We must face that. I wish they would, but that is not going to happen. Mr. Kyler, I know you had your card up.
I think we have a couple issues here. Number one, if Freedom dropped the same average as the countywide, it would have been 20 kids, so it's about double. But probably the schools around it are double. Off the top of my head, that area probably needs to be redistricted. That's not going to go away. It's not going to be enough kids to make that problem go away. So I think we need to focus on it. But I think the elephant in the room is that people want to develop down there, and we're a function of that zoning. And I really think, which I've said before, the county needs to look at changing that rule, not hold us hostage. But a question for you guys that have been in schools forever. Let's say we cut the committee loose tomorrow, and they went and they came back to us, and we did it, and we got sued, and we did it. When would redistricting really happen? How many years from now? Because I don't think we can possibly be the immediate result that the county wants on developing. Can we?
Well, most likely, even if, there's a bunch of assumptions there and we know that, but even if we restarted tomorrow, I think it would make the most sense to fall back in line with your board policy on boundary adjustments. So it would give them extended time to work, but they'd be bringing you recommendations next summer for a vote next fall. And then the earliest possible time that boundary changes would happen would be the following school year after next fall, unless Mr. Prokop, who is the master of the policy JCAA, wishes to clarify that differently.
So I wouldn't go that far, but you're correct, John. It would be the September, or be the September of 2022 would be if we got rolling right now for the 22-23 school year.
Yeah, the data that you've asked for Freedom and the adjacent schools, it would not take us long to pull that. We could certainly get that to Dr. Locker to disseminate to board members in advance of any future meeting. And then, if this comes back as another discussion or action item, you'd have that much more time to have looked at that. So we'll start work on that tomorrow even.
I do feel that I've been through quite a few of these redistrictings. I've lived through all this. We really need actual numbers in September. We cannot go on maybe, might, whatever. I really think we need to not think about anything until we actually have good numbers, actual numbers, September 30th in this fall. That would be a disservice for everybody's hard work and everybody that's involved. Mr. Kyler.
And I agree. It's a hard enough process to go through and do it based on a bunch of theories, what I think would just be crazy. We're going to struggle when we have all the good facts and do it.
Right.
But it needs to be done. It needs to be done, but it needs to be done with the facts.
Right.
I completely agree, and I think those who would have issue or question would point to that immediately. You're entering a process without complete information, so.
No.
Agreed.
Thank you,
And
John.
this is on our agenda with the commissioners for
Yes,
next
it
week,
is.
right?
Yes,
To
you
give
are
them
correct.
an update on this? Okay.
Any other comments or questions? Thank you, Bill, and thank you, John. Okay, are we ready to move on?
And Ray, who bailed him out.
And Ray, yes, and thank you, Ray. All right, Carrie Gaddis, do we have any information on the Community Advisory Council? We're good? Okay. Anything else? All right, January 27th budget hearing has been canceled. We have 1 p.m. Thursday, January 21st, 2021, Board of Education and Board of County Commissioners joint meeting. Board of Education members will meet in the boardroom at 125 North Court Street, Westminster, and join the Board of County Commissioners virtually. On Wednesday, February 3rd at 5 o'clock, we will have our FY22 operating budget hearing, followed by a budget work session in the boardroom at 125 North Court Street, Westminster. 5 p.m. Wednesday, February 10th, 2021, board meeting with citizen participation in the boardroom at 125 North Court Street, Westminster.
And do we have a closed meeting on the?
Yes,
sorry,
we
on the
do
3rd
have a
at
closed
3:30?
meeting on February 3rd, starting at 3:30. All right, do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
By Ms. Savigny and second by?
I'll second that.
By Dr. Pat Dorsey. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The meeting's adjourned.
Why did,